area on a day where theoretically lots of people would want to get out and about. So this is an incredibly complicated scene that officers are dealing with right now. And also, you know, it goes to say we have no resolution. We don't know what has happened. According to DC police, 3 people have been shot. We don't know the circumstances. We have witnesses telling us that they have heard hundreds of shots, or rather 100 shots. We have heard from several witnesses. It's still very fluid, and we're still trying to figure out what is going on. It appears as though police are too, guys.
Yeah, and then we've seen the lockdown presence that's there. We've talked about how Edmond School was placed on lockdown. We have also learned that the University of D.C. has also the campus there has also been placed on a lockdown about more than half an hour ago. Again, this is all at the Van Ness campus, which is on lockdown on Connecticut Avenue. So I'm also seeing reports on social media where at the Edmond School where we heard from the parent about the one child who was hurt from the glass. We're also seeing that two students might possibly have been hurt from the glass that are also being treated from the broken glasses. As you can see there, more police presence headed to the building that we've had our camera focused on. You see the shields, you can see it's about a dozen police officers right there.
Yeah, Judge, is this the same group that was just standing and gathering a second ago that you showed us, looking like they were coming up with their next move?
Guys, I'm so sorry. If you can hear me right now, it appears as though more people are running in this direction, being escorted by police. We just saw all of these police officers, more than a dozen, walk up in that area, and all of a sudden people appears as though crying, running towards us right now. Clearly very shaken up and with very good reason.
And thank you again to all of our viewers watching here with us on Live Now from Fox. Some very tense moments still happening out here in Washington, D.C. You can see just some more people being escorted out of this area, and you could understandably so see some emotions on the face of that woman who was kind of leading that group. A very intense time for these folks who are down here in the D.C. area. Although we saw one person being walked out, they had their arms detained behind their back. It's still unknown exactly how many people they could be trying to search for. Was that person just someone who may not have wanted to leave that area, so they were just trying to get them out any way that they could? It's unknown at this time who that person was that had their hands cuffed behind their backs. As you can see, it looks like this scene is still very active. We still have a lot of police who have been gathering here together. We just heard from our Fox reporter down on the ground, too. It looked like some of those teams even being briefed, which could mean that they're still searching for more people, or maybe they just have to go and clear the building. So a lot of questions remain unanswered here as we do still continue to listen in with our Fox 5 team who is there. Not only have they been talking with some of the witnesses down on the ground, they've also had a few people calling in and talking about what they've been watching ever since this happened just around 3:30 p.m. Eastern. So don't forget, when it comes to breaking news, Live Now from Fox, always on top of the latest, taking you out to the scenes, giving you multiple different looks. And of course, we're going to be getting rid of all of those commercial breaks, so you don't even have to worry about it. You can just stick with us. We'll stay on this coverage full in for you here on Live Now from Fox. So let's go ahead, listen back in with our Fox 5 DC team as they continue to talk about this tense situation happening before us.
Was injured from the glass that shard throughout, and she says she described it as raining glass because it is a bridge that connects 2 buildings at the school there at Edmond School, and because of all the gunshots, the glass shattered, fell down to the ground. One student we initially heard was injured by it, which her daughter had to help her out. Now we have seen multiple reports where there are actually 2 students who are being treated for injuries over at the Edmond School. Again, 3 people have been shot. 2 adult males, 1 young juvenile female. We've also seen that one person, a man, was taken into custody. Now, we do not know if this is the person of interest or if this is the person that actually was responsible for the shooting. We are continuing to monitor that situation. But again, 3 people have been shot on Connecticut Avenue. This is in the Van Ness area. And the mayor has tweeted she wants everybody to stay safe, to, make sure nobody else gets hurt in this situation. situation. Multiple police on hand. We've seen the DC fire there as well. And this is a situation that we continue to monitor.
Okay. And as we take this live look, just because we're trying to paint this whole picture for you to let you know what we're looking at, this is just an apartment building. I think that it's believed to be like the Ava Apartments. That's perhaps the name of it. And it looks like officers are really zeroing in not only on that apartment building, but right next to it, AVA, is a alley. We want to go to our phones right now because we have Anderson on the phone. And Anderson, I understand that you are actually a student at nearby UDC, and you got some video of the SWAT team coming by. What did you hear there on campus? What can you tell us?
Okay, so I can tell you, basically, it was a lot of shots. I was coming to my room, came in, 40 shots, rah, 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 loud. And then all of a sudden, I look outside, it's a police saying, get the freak in the house. And I look outside, and it's SWAT team now. It's SWAT team coming in. They're trying to barricade the Ava, and I'm just confused because I see people coming out, and I hope they're okay, but I think they're trying to evacuate the building as soon as possible so they can figure out who's in there, what they're looking for. But the Ava is blocked off right now, and I'm scared.
Is that what
but
we're
I'm okay.
looking at?
I'm in the same place. Is it from their angle that you're looking at? It's the Ava building, but it's another angle I'm looking at. And I can see everything. They're all lined up. I think that he's on a higher floor or something because they're all aiming up. So I don't know, but I don't want to give away too much because I don't want to give the police details away.
Yeah. I mean, we heard about that. Diane Roberts talking about how in many of these cases, a lot of times if someone's inside the building or a possible suspect, they could very well have the television on. So, but from what you can tell, did you notice if they were communicating with anybody? Did you hear anything along those lines? Any yelling?
The only thing I heard was the shots. The police came up, took over the area. They evacuated the area immediately, and then they rushed the Ava building. That's all I can see.
And you're saying from your vantage point, from what you can see, it appears that potentially that the shooter or the person who's responsible for this incident could still be in that building?
That's what I'm nervous about. Yes, that's what I can see from my angle, because that's the only way I see them blocked off. They're trying to protect the people that's in there by making sure everybody's safe and evacuated.
And the person that you think might still be in the building, have you been able to see anybody from whatever apartment that person may be in?
From the angle I'm seeing, I can see everything that's going on, but what I see right now is that the SWAT team is barricaded to outside right now.
Anderson, what year are you over there at UDC?
So I'm a graduating senior, and this has never happened before. I'm not about to say anything that's going to make anybody else nervous. But right now, I believe that everybody's safe right now, and I hope that everybody's having a blessed day and that we handle this situation.
Has the university contacted you to let you guys know of the situation and the rest of the students there?
Yes, sir. The school is always on top of everything, especially in cases like this. Our school safety is one thing that they pride themselves on, especially here at UDC.
Yeah. Okay. Well, Anderson, if you see anything or if you find out any more information, please pass this along to us to help out our viewers so we can make sure everybody is safe and needs to know everything that they possibly can know at this time. Anderson, thank you for calling.
No problem. Hey, guys. Have a blessed day. And Fox 5, stay tuned.
Okay. Thank you. Okay, I think we are going to go back to our Josh Rosenthal, who's been on the scene throughout the last hour. And Josh, what else have you found out?
So, Rob, we're actually just getting moved back right now by police. So behind me, that's the intersection of Van Ness and Connecticut. And we don't know why. It could just be for our safety. But one thing that is important to note is they're purposefully pulling us back behind these ambulances here. We don't know if they're expecting people to end up in the ambulances, but we do know that they're moving us back. Again, it could be for our safety. It could be because they expect to use these ambulances, but that's the scene right now. You can see officers adding extra crime tape. And you can also see, if we could just take a quick look around, Sinan Davis, the photographer here, doing just such an excellent job in really difficult situations. There's a lot of concern here. There are a lot of people. We've talked to parents and grandparents. Thank you, sir. I appreciate it. Sinan, we just got permission from the officers to move up a little closer. So I think maybe, Sinan, we try to get as close up as we can. Clearly, anytime you're in a situation like this, covering this type of incident, you want to make sure that you're doing everything police want you to do, because you don't want to become part of the problem, and you want to stay safe. So that's kind of what you just saw in action there, guys. We moved back. Police officer said, actually, you guys are okay. You can move a little closer. So again, we are now near the intersection of Van Ness and Connecticut. It appears as though the vast majority of the attention of investigators has been focused on an apartment building that's kind of around a corner now. To our left, we did see last time we spoke with you guys about a dozen, probably a little bit more than a dozen officers in gear, in helmets, walk up to that area. While you were doing that last interview, many of those officers did cross the street towards that apartment building. It has signage on it that says AVA, so I'm assuming that's pronounced Ava. We don't know, because we can't see, if officers have actually gone into the building. However, judging just by the number of law enforcement folks that we've seen head towards that area, I do think it's a pretty safe guess. Again, though, we do not know what has transpired inside of that building. We did talk to a witness earlier who said he got a video from a friend who lives in that building of police running through that building, inside of that building. But otherwise, we're very much just keeping an eye out and trying to figure out what's going on. Just like one more time, because this is an important part of the story. Son, if you could, turn all the way around here. Take a look at all these people. This is Connecticut Avenue in Van Ness. This is a Friday afternoon, and you've got all of these people standing here, and many of them incredibly nervously wondering about their loved ones, trying to make contact. Again, I keep repeating this, but I think it's such an important point about what's going on. Everybody here is trying to figure out what exactly has transpired. All we know for sure, according to police, is that 3 people were shot, 2 men and 1 girl. We don't know if more people were hurt. We don't know what has happened with the schools in this area, which we know to be on lockdown. I talked to that grandmother earlier, just sitting there nervous as can be, because she said her grandson is in 8th grade. He goes to Edmund Burke School, not far from where we are, and she just doesn't know what's going on. And that's an incredibly important part of the story. Not just what's happening, we believe, in or near this apartment building, but all the people who have gathered to try to figure out what's happening, either to their homes or to their loved ones, guys.
You guys have been doing a phenomenal job, and of course we want you to stay safe, because that is also equally important. And you mentioned about the grandmother who was waiting to hear from her grandson while her daughter was waiting to hear news. Edmund Burke School is on lockdown. You mentioned UDC is on lockdown. American University is in that area where Howard Law is nearby. So a lot of these schools are already on lockdown. This is a situation that began a little before 3:30, and all the reports of the shooting, they've heard multiple gunshots, which sounded like automatic weapons or semi-automatic weapons. We talked about how there are 3 people have been shot, 2 adult males, 1 young juvenile female. There have also been at least 2 injuries from the Burke School because of the glass that shattered on the bridge which connects the 2 buildings at that school there. 1 student had to help one of the other students out, but according to some reports on social media, there was at least 2 injuries from that glass over at the Burke School. This is our
Hey, Abby, I got you. Yep.
Okay, Josh, I was going to say that this is our shot from Sky Fox. As you can see, police, ambulance, fire, all on the scene. Mayor Muriel Bowser has also tweeted that she wants to make sure that everybody stays safe, to stay in place. And if you have any information, to call their tip line, or you can text their tip line at 50411. This was coming again from Mayor Muriel Bowser.
Yes, and again, it looks like still the focal point of this is not the actual school itself. DC police earlier coming out and saying, look, it doesn't look like that this threat, this gunman, the person behind these shots were ever actually on the grounds of the school. But again, still a big presence out there as they zero in on the Ava apartments there on Van Ness and the nearby alley.
Yeah, and one person we do know was taken into custody. We do not know if that person was involved in the shooting, but we did see him about 20 minutes ago being escorted by police in handcuffs, taken to another area near where the shooting took place. But we will continue to monitor this situation for you on air, online.
And thank you to our Fox 5 DC team. They're doing a great job continuing to keep us covered. As you can see, we have some of these aerials. We also have those pictures down on the ground where we just saw a lot of police activity still happening as they pushed some of that crowd that had been starting to gather back even further from this scene. They also had mentioned that they recently saw someone who was being detained in handcuffs. Let me just go back and show you that for a moment, because I know that some of our viewers just joining us here on Live Now from Fox. We appreciate you sticking here with us on our coverage as we continue to give you the latest happening here in D.C. after we had a report of a shooting. Now, this, again, is unknown exactly who this person is that they have with handcuffs. They have their arms behind their backs. You're seeing police escorting them, and they were walked over to one of the police vehicles. But since this time, they've still had a lot of activity. They've even had some police gather together in a big group. Looked like they had a little bit of a briefing. Then they even pushed the crowd back further away from this area. And for our viewers who are watching here with us, it seems like most of the focus has been on an apartment building that's off to that right-hand side on this street. So it's unknown, was this person just someone who maybe didn't want to leave the area? Maybe did they know some of those victims who were shot? So we don't have the answers yet because, of course, police, their main concern is keeping everyone in the area as safe as possible, trying to work on detaining and getting every single suspect, if there is some, into custody. It looks like we have even more live pictures coming in here to our Live Now from Fox desk. It looks like more equipment being brought out here to this scene here. And so we're going to be staying in full coverage here for you on Live Now from Fox. What does full coverage mean? Well, not only are we going to be showing you every single shot that we have available with all of our cameras around the area, but we do also have our Fox 5 DC team who is live on the air. We've been listening into them as they've been able to talk with just some of those people who've been watching this happen firsthand. So thank you again for being here with us on Live Now from Fox. We are in the middle of breaking news. Christy Larson here monitoring all these different pictures we have coming in here. As you can see, we have even more of our officials arriving to this area focused on that one apartment building. And we're going to be listening back in with our Fox 5 DC team as they continue to keep us covered on the very latest. You're watching Live Now from Fox.
Now they're walking towards an apartment building. It has signage that says AVA, AVA, and it appears as though that is where most of the action has happened here. We were right up on that corner. We recently got moved back by police who kind of expanded this perimeter, and I want to take you in this direction to show you the rest of the scene. Sinan Davis, photojournalist, doing an excellent job. You can see there are tons of people here who are very concerned about what's happening, not only for themselves. Excuse us, guys. Thank you so much. Pardon us. But because of their loved ones. I talked to a grandmother whose grandson is at a school back there, Edmund Burke, and he's locked down. And she was wondering what happened. We talked to several other people, including some of those folks who we just walked by, who said that they heard to their ears what they believe to be about 100 gunshots. Other people said it sounded like a jackhammer, but I have had multiple people say it was gunshots, and it was a lot of them. Now, take a look over here. You can see 3 ambulances. These were brought somewhat recently, and interestingly, police officers told us they were moving us back, moving this perimeter back, because they wanted these ambulances inside of the perimeter, inside of the crime scene. To my knowledge, no one has been brought to the ambulances so far, but clearly, sadly, even if it's a precautionary reason, they're here for a reason. Now, follow me up in this direction. You can see lots of people gathered trying to figure out what's going on. Lots of members of the media, and being over here actually gives us a little bit better of a vantage point of what's going on over there. Sinan, if you could, walk on up here. Doing a great job, man, and you can get a little bit of a better view of that apartment building. What exactly has transpired in there, we don't know, but certainly it's fair to say that has been the focal point of this incident. That is where police have been focusing the majority of their attention. We've seen quite a few officers run up to that area in some cases. We have also seen what appear to be civilians taken from that area, presumably from the apartment building, although we did not see them come out of there, but they walked out of that area. They were escorted down the sidewalk by police officers, long guns drawn, and those guns were pointed back towards this building. So, you know, the point I'm trying to make here is this was not a casual walk down the sidewalk. In some cases, we saw people running, one woman was crying, and police were pointing their long guns back towards this building. Important to note, obviously, we would love to talk to some of those people, see if we get a better idea of what's happening. Police have not, I don't know if release is the right word, but they weren't just let out through the crime tape. In fact, they were taken to our right just a little bit up towards that area where you can continue to see police officers gathered, guys, and kind of waiting to see what's going on here. But again, the focal point of the investigation appears to be that apartment building over there, Ava, at least as best as we can tell. And while we don't have it confirmed what's going on in there, we did have a witness say he got a cell phone video from a friend who lives in there. He saw police running through that building, inside of that building. Virtuous defensive positions behind vehicles, and we have seen quite a few officers walk towards that building. I personally have not been able to see them going in, although I do think it's fair to say it's very likely that that's what has happened, just based on the number of officers, guys, that we've seen walk in that direction.
Josh, you've given us an incredible vantage point from the ground of exactly what's taking place. As it seems right now that things remain at least status quo. On the right side here, if we can take this full for a quick second, this is Sky Fox over Connecticut Avenue Northwest, and this is between Yuma and Upton Street, where we're seeing this mass casualty response. And you'll see right where you see police respond to shooting there are 3 ambulances on the north end of Connecticut Avenue. You see ambulances on the backside. That is at the ready for the event that there are, in fact, mass casualties here. The presence there, multi-agency. To the west side of Connecticut Avenue, you've got at least 10 embassies that are there. The Embassy of China, Shanghai, Israel, the list goes on. And that is why you see Secret Service on hand. Again, DC police, they're on the ground leading the way as the emergency response team that we saw there with shields and long guns make their way down Van Ness Street towards the Howard Law School there at the Ava complex, which seems to be right now the epicenter of this investigation. But we heard earlier when we spoke with Laura Evans, former Fox 5 anchor here, her daughter at the Edmund Burke School. We had initially heard that that shooting was happening at that location. It was unclear, but again, we later learned that there were injuries inside the school, potentially from shots that were fired. The building appears to have 2 buildings there at Edmund Burke. There is a glass walkway that's in the middle. There were children that were walking, students from one side to the other. There may have been shrapnel there, injuries at the time, and that's why the count of injuries is different. But again, we're seeing here that there may have been arrests on scene at about 4:30 today.
Yeah, we saw this video. Now, we want to point out right now that there is no indication that this person is related to what we saw, but this happened just in the middle of everything, where you see police leading somebody down the sidewalk here. We're still waiting word, but this really told the story of what a harrowing ordeal it is for people who live and work in that area, because you see people being escorted down the sidewalk with those officers with their guns drawn there, clearly looking up at something, and we've seen different reactions. Obviously, you imagine if you live and work in this area, it is a scary situation, but as you see, we saw that there, they look pretty calm. In other situations, not so much, because you don't know at this point what's going on.
And the heavy artillery that you see there, the fact that they've got this bulletproof shield that they are going to use from the ground up, and as you see that they are facing the guns upward, potentially that threat being somewhere in that building, lets you know that this is a situation that remains active at the time. We did see 1 person in custody. Again, unclear what the relation may be, but it could help try and neutralize the threat at this hour. We saw all those residents withdraw and be evacuated from nearby buildings. And you heard Josh here. say that they weren't released from under the crime scene tape, and that tells us that at some point they will be speaking with investigators and helping piece together exactly where they heard those shots and where exactly this threat could continue at this hour. This remains a very much an active scene, which lets us know that this is nowhere near from being over.
You mentioned just the proximity, that building, that apartment building. It's a 9-story building that's set back just a little bit from Connecticut Avenue. And when you look at the number of schools in that area, we talked to Anderson from UDC, which is just across the street. Howard Law is not too far away from there. So clearly at this point, as you see the presence out there, and as Anderson told Angie and Rob just a little while ago, the school at least was trying to reach out to some of these people, some of these students, and let them know what's going on. The Van Ness campus of UDC is on lockdown, as you can imagine right now on a Friday. Probably not that populated. I mean, people tend to leave work a little bit early on Fridays. We see schools.
Jim, it's 5:08 right now in Connecticut Avenue at this hour, which is when all the lanes transfer outbound from the District of Columbia is completely shut down.
Yeah.
And you imagine that the response there has at this point just put this area of Van Ness at a complete stop. This again is Sky Fox over the scene. The right side of your screen where you see those brick pavers and that glass building, that is UDC. And we have a southbound vantage point here of this location. Again, you see that emergency response vehicle that would be in any other jurisdiction referred to as SWAT, maneuvering its way up north on Connecticut Avenue with the lights on. And this continues to be very much active. Josh on the scene painting the best picture he could as we continue to get to our crews that remain on the ground there to give us a better sense of how much longer this could last. And if the threat is finally neutralized, again, no word from DC police that this is in any shape, way or form over. The schools in lockdown was in the middle of the school day, and we heard that those students at Edmund Burke were taken to various locations in the building, which we won't continue to talk about, and the potential that this remains active as to where they are. But they remain on lockdown in the school, and there are obviously parents and neighbors there that are concerned about what's to come here.
You see right in the middle, I just saw a large line of police officers kind of moving through the center of that shot right there. In this area, as you go up Connecticut Avenue, you mentioned the embassies that are not too far away. We mentioned the schools, but as you go just about a block away, that's really where Connecticut Avenue turns into a very densely residential area where you have a lot of apartment buildings as well. So clearly, for people who live in that area, who live in Van Ness, who live in Woodley Park, as you look at Cleveland Park, all those areas there, you are going to see a lot of people in place, a lot of people trying to shelter in place, which is what we've been told by police, what the city has been telling people to do at this hour, as you get that sense of what's going on. The vantage point really gives you, again, as Marina mentioned, that sets the story for what you see. 5 o'clock on a Friday night, where that is normally the main form of egress for people leaving this city, going up towards Maryland, going up towards Chevy Chase. I mean, normally that's a road that I drive daily, and you're seeing that really just gridlocked on a day-to-day basis, and that clearly is going to affect people who are trying to get out of the city at this hour.
The last word we have here from DC police coming about a half hour ago was that there were at least 3 victims, 2 of them adult males, 1 juvenile female, and just trying to piece together what we know from police and from people who are ancillary, if you will, to what's happening. Laura Evans, again, talking about her daughter aiding one of her fellow students who was struck by the shrapnel there by the glass as they were crossing through that walkway. We spoke with another parent who corroborated that information, said that they too were aware that that walkway had been shattered and that there were potentially students who were injured. Again, at this hour, we do not have confirmation on the condition.
Do want to say thank you again to all of our viewers who are watching here with us on Live Now from Fox. We have quite a few different angles of this breaking news scene here that I want to dip into as we've been listening in with our Fox 5 DC team. We appreciate their coverage here today, but we do have our shots down on the ground as well as from up in the air, as you've been seeing. And yes, our reporters down on the ground have been talking with those individuals who have been escorted out of the area. And some of those people had been saying that they heard about 100 gunshots ringing out just around 3:30 p.m. local time. So right now, again, this is a very tense scene. You're seeing a lot of heavy police response out here. This not just police who are out here, but we do also have many of our other fire officials out there, our EMTs out there, and also the Bureau of Alcohol, Tobacco, Firearms, and Explosives also have responded here to this area. It looks like they're using some of those armored vehicles to move even closer to this apartment complex, which has been the main focus of this area that they have blocked off by police. We've even seen from time to time some of our members of the police who had their long guns pointed up at that apartment building. Now seeing even some special operations teams being moved into this area. So this has definitely been a very tense scene. We appreciate all of our viewers who've been watching here with us. Don't forget, this is live. It is raw. We're unfiltering everything that's coming in. This is the video as it's happening. So I do want to say viewer discretion advised, as you just don't know what could possibly happen and unfold next. That's part of what we do here for you, though, is that you're seeing each and every single one of these different camera angles. You're seeing all of the different pictures we have coming in here to our Live Now from Fox desk. And as I mentioned, we've just seen one person at this time who is being walked out of this area with their arms handcuffed behind their backs. But as you can see, this is still not over yet here in this northwest part of DC because of that one person. They still have, looks like, more people inside that they either need to get out or still possibly the suspect inside. We don't know why that person was walked out with handcuffs. It didn't look like there was a lack of activity following that person being detained. So it could have just been someone who maybe didn't want to exit the area, because sometimes that happens. Police trying to clear the area, someone's having an argument, they're trying to keep them as safe as possible, so they just detain them to help get them out of these dangerous situations, out of this area that they're trying to really keep as many people out of as possible. They even had pushed some of those folks back. We saw our photographer and reporter who was there down on the ground push them back out of this area as well. So it has been some very tense scenes. I want to take us back to some of those aerials where you're seeing just that massive response there. And this camera angle not even showing you the number of vehicles that are on another road around this area. So I do want to continue listening in with some of our coverage, since our Fox team has done such a great job. They're down on the ground. They've been giving us so many different details of just some of the different witness statements, as well as what they've been seeing ever since they arrived here on scene. Thank you to everyone who's here with us. Don't forget, you can always follow along with us by subscribing to all of our social media pages. Live Now from Fox always stays on top of breaking news, no matter where it's happening. But let's go ahead, jump back into our coverage with our Fox 5 DC team.
We're doing a sweep inside of the school.
Okay.
I'm only hearing, I'm not down there. My husband is down there, and he's seeing some of the activity that you and I are all seeing on your air. But how many officers are in the school, I don't know. I do know from Sienna that there have been officers in the school doing what she says is a quote unquote sweep. You know, this is coming from a 16-year-old. So, but again, you know, they were told. Originally, they were told about a half an hour ago that they could leave, but they had to leave their phones. And then they were told, nope, you've got to stay.
Okay.
So, and it's going to be a while. So here we are sitting and waiting to hear more.
What time was dismissal there at the school?
3:15. And I got the first text from her at 3:38. I had heard from Jeff Gygax, who, you know, is the executive producer on the morning show at Fox 5, to say, is Sienna still in school? And I said, well, yes, she's, you know, through June. And but I had no idea what he was talking about. And then I got the text from Sienna right afterward and was like, oh, my goodness. Yeah. And yeah, here we are.
Laura, we are seeing here one of the emergency response team vehicles make that turn onto Van Ness Street, which is over towards Edmund Burke School, and also near that Ava apartment building. And we see behind there also that there are also some response members there on the back. So unclear, it doesn't, you know, you can't really gauge from these pictures if this is a sense of immediacy, or they're just working through intelligence to get to the right position where they need to be to what's next. But again, your husband, is he allowed to get any closer? Are you getting any official word from the school here, or is this just what you're seeing through us?
Just what we're seeing through you, and then through his eyes. You know, he's texting me what he sees too. We've heard nothing from the school whatsoever.
Really?
But but I mean, you know, they're in panic, not panic mode, I shouldn't say that, but they're
crisis
in
mode,
like business mode, breaking news mode. Let's take care of the students. That's their first priority. So I think they'll get to us and when they can get to a computer and email us, I'm sure they will do that. I have no doubt.
You got to wonder too. I mean, Laura, because you mentioned shootings that have happened, and I know that there was one that happened when you and I were anchoring out on the West Coast, not too far from where you're from. And when you look at what happens there at the school, where, again, we should point out this did not happen inside the confines of the school, but it happened right nearby, and just the disregard, the callous disregard for the well-being of others that pervades our society right now. This should not be a concern for kids, as you mentioned. And
you're so right.
And as parents, you and Mike are doing what you got to do right now.
Yeah, exactly. It's so upsetting. And I'll tell you, too, my daughter was just traveling overseas with my mom over the spring break, and she said there were cab drivers, they were in London, cab drivers who said to her, "Oh, you're from America. Have you ever been involved in a school shooting?" Two cab drivers said this to her. So it's just a terrible commentary on what is happening in our country. And, and I misspoke, too. Burke did send out an email. I've been so glued to my phone and the texts that have been going back and forth with Sienna. They did just send out an email at 5:11. It says emergency notice number 2. At this time, the buildings are secure, and all students and adults who were in the building are safe and in secure areas with law enforcement. We will likely be here for some time, and we will share more when we can.
That
was sent out 8 minutes ago.
Okay, that's great news for the students there, and we know that Sienna is in good hands, as are the fellow students and staff that are in the building. Laura, please keep us posted. We hope that Sienna is doing fine, and we will reach back out to you in a little bit and check back in. Thank you. All right, you see here, Josh, we're taking this picture of just like the incredible presence that we're seeing from just about everybody in town right now. What's the latest on the ground there?
So, Angie, this is the intersection of Connecticut and Van Ness. We've actually moved across the street from where we were earlier to give you a better vantage point. And I want to bring in, take a look. We have seen a big change in how police and other law enforcement agencies appear to be responding to this. For more than an hour, we saw MPD officers, oftentimes with long guns, shields, helmets, walking in. Recently, however, we've seen 2 vehicles that I would describe as being armored-like anyway. I am by no means an expert in police gear, tactics, tools. However, if you can see up in that direction, there is what appears to me to be an armored vehicle. There's law enforcement personnel in fatigues that walked alongside that vehicle that you see up there slowly and kind of got into position. Now, we can see one from our vantage point right now, but that's actually the second one that has gone into that area just in the past 10, 15 minutes or so. What exactly is transpiring in there, we're not sure. Of course, we're monitoring social, we're talking to officials behind the scenes, and we're trying to confirm as much information as we can and give confirmed information to viewers at home and to people here on scene who are extremely concerned. But right now, this is what we know for sure. There's a huge police presence. This is the intersection of Van Ness and Connecticut. We have seen officers escort several groups, up to a dozen people at a time, from that area where that apartment building is back in our direction. Certainly a heightened sense of fear, frankly. I don't believe that's an exaggeration at all to say that. We've seen people running towards us. We saw one woman in tears. Police have kept them inside of the police perimeter, so we've not been able to talk to any of those people, but it does appear as though many people have been escorted away from the area of this apartment building. The signage says Ava, A-V-A. It also says Ava Van Ness. It appears as though this activity is focused either on that building or on this area, and we know that at least 3 people, according to MPD, have been shot. Otherwise, extremely large police presence. And again, guys, this is a very important part of the story. back here where we are, just beyond the police tape by this major intersection, this major thoroughfare, you've got a lot of people who are extremely, extremely concerned. And again, this is the big update for right now, guys. It does appear as though there's been some sort of a change in how law enforcement is dealing with this issue. Only because after we saw people in MPD uniforms and MPD gear walk in, group after group of them, or walk towards that building anyway, now we're seeing people arrive in much heavier duty vehicles, potentially armored vehicles. Many of these people who are going into this really dangerous situation, they are wearing fatigues, guys.
All right, Josh, you continue to give us the best on-the-ground visuals of what we're seeing. You and Sanan doing a fantastic job out there. Clearly, this is, at this point, unclear if there is the threat has been neutralized, or if they are just making sure to the very bottom that they have at some point neutralized the threat and they have cleared every single building that is in association with where the shooting took place. You've got to imagine that police know far more than what we know and we've been told, but we did see at least one person taken from the scene in handcuffs. Many of those residents also, as they were being led out and evacuated by police, they were not just put out onto the sidewalk, they were then taken and likely spoken to and interviewed on the scene. This is another vantage point that we have from our Fox 5 camera on the ground. We understand that at any minute now, D.C. police should be providing more information via a press conference. And again, the display of agencies from this region that have centered around this Van Ness area on Connecticut Avenue from Una up to Uptown is remarkable. And it likens to other mass casualty scenes that we've seen in this city over the last few years.
Let's get back to the phones right now. Allison Randall is joining us right now on the live line with what's going on right now. So Allison, thank you for joining us. Your daughter is in the library nearby?
Yes, she attends the Edmund Burke School, and that's how I found out about what was happening. She started texting me and said there was an active shooter situation, and they had them locked down in the library where she still is with some of her friends and members of the SWAT team. Most importantly, they're all safe right now, correct? They're all fine? Nobody was injured? Okay. They're all safe. No, nobody's injured. She sounds okay. I actually got to talk to her for just a few minutes, a few seconds, but she's been communicating with me and her brother and sister who are off at college, but we're just grateful that she's safe and that the students seem to be safe and the school is doing its best, and we actually live right up the street, so I'm waiting to the all clear and I can go down and get her. So
Allison, can you said you got that text message from your daughter, something had gone awry. We heard from other parents that this happened just about a dismissal time, 3:15 there at Edmund Burke. And it seems like some of what happened right at that glass walkway between the two buildings at that school. Was your daughter near that area? Did she witness any of it? Did she hear anything?
She heard all of the shots. She didn't see anything. She did tell me that the bridge was hit. And I don't think that she saw it because she doesn't know whether the glass was broken or not. But she did say that she and her classmates heard all of the gunfire and that it was pretty terrifying.
I imagine for any of us it would be, especially for a child. Did she give you a description of how long it lasted, what it sounded like, or was she able to articulate that?
She said it was very clear and very loud and upwards of 20 shots. So,
and that seems to pretty much mirror what we've heard from many of the witnesses who heard it as well.
Yeah, and she started off by sending me texts telling me how much she loved me, which is not unusual. I'm very lucky, but then she kept sending them, and then she said, "Oh, we're on lockdown. There's an active shooter," and then she got into it. So, I think as long as they're in there and they stay safe,
Allison,
she's going to be okay.
while you're on the phone with us, we're watching more live pictures of more residents with something that we've seen here over the past hours being evacuated from these nearby buildings, maybe even from the building that they're trying to get cleared and sweep. And you see DC police there leading the way, some residents with their hands up as they're being escorted down Van Ness onto Connecticut Avenue. We have just learned that DC police will be addressing us at 5:30. So in the next 3 minutes, we should be hearing more from top brass there at DC police as to the latest here.
Allison, can I ask you what grade your daughter's in?
She's in 11th grade, a junior.
Okay. So when we talked to Laura Evans about this, again, it's just a generation of kids who've been trained to learn what to do in situations like this, which is certainly not something that you or I were raised to learn.
No.
By the way, I just want people to know as we zoom in on the left, that apartment building, you see one person there on a balcony looking down below. No, it doesn't appear to be much of a concern there for anybody, but as we saw those people being led across the street, but yeah, just one person. So clearly, I don't know if that building, if they were told people to evacuate in general, or if the police were going in from unit to unit, or in general just telling them to leave. But you see one person up there not appearing to cause much of a commotion, just more observation than anything else.
Allison, have you gotten any notice? Well, we spoke with Laura Evans a little bit ago. She said that the school had told them and the parents that everybody was secure and that this would be a little longer. In the last minutes while you've been on the phone with us, do you know if there's been any more communication?
I have not heard anything more from the school, and they did say that because of the lockdown situation, they would be unable to answer any calls or emails.
Okay, that's understandable.
So clearly everybody's hunkered down, but they did send a text and an email. So, I think they've done
How
pretty
far
good
are
job
you
of
from this?
communicating.
You said you live in the neighborhood. Are you close?
I'm about 2 blocks, I'm about 4 blocks north.
Okay.
Allison, let me jump in as well. We just want to point out, for families like you, for families like anybody else who's watching right now, the family reunification site, and hopefully maybe this will be useful to you too, is going to be the Cleveland Park Library.
Okay.
Right there, right. You know exactly where that is. Right there on Connecticut Avenue.
DC, so
yeah. So you're not far from there. So it sounds like if you're looking for any family member of a child, DC police are asking that whomever needs to be reunified with their family to head to the Cleveland Park Library. They just put that down seconds ago.
We're seeing more people running from the scene right now. But yeah, that's the important part. So to parents out there, like you said, don't call the school. They're busy. They have their hands full right now. If you're looking to find a family member or child, go to the Cleveland Park Library. It's 3310 Connecticut Avenue, but it's right there near the business district, near the old Uptown Theater, right there. That's where they've established this right now. As we continue to give this live look, if you're just joining us at 5:30, we're following a shooting that happened right along the Connecticut Avenue Van Ness corridor in D.C. at the thick of rush hour. Happened around 3:30 this afternoon. The live look for you right now at what seems to be the epicenter. Because we've been told for a while it was an active shooter situation. The Edmund Burke School, where Allison Randall's daughter attends, is just right nearby in that block, and that's one of the reasons that this is affecting schools right now. Why it's affecting apartment buildings, why it's affecting businesses. It's amazing, as you said before. We're Friday afternoon, and this is an area where we'll see people leaving class from UDC, maybe grabbing coffee, grabbing lunch, going to dinner, and it is a standstill right now because of it.
And thank you to our Fox 5 team. They continue with their coverage, giving us all these different live looks. Do want to let our viewers know that, again, we just heard that DC police should be giving us an update here at the half-hour mark, which is right now. So it looks like still getting all of our microphone checks done. This is going to be something, of course, we're going to be bringing to you as soon as it does happen. But once more, right now, we have learned that there are 2 men and 1 girl who have been shot here in this area. This is, as we just heard, near some schools in the area. So this shooting had been reported just around 3:30 p.m. Eastern time. And right now, they still have a large area blocked off, a heavy police presence, especially since we've seen even more seeming like they are arriving here on scene. Here's just yet another live look. You can see some of those heavy armored vehicles now also in the middle of this road, where they have been focusing their attention on one apartment building on the right-hand side of the road. It's that Ava apartment building. Even at times when they've been ushering people out of this area, they've had some police leading the folks, leading those people, but then had their guns pointed up towards that apartment building. So right now, back out live towards those microphones. You can see here some of our D.C. leaders, including D.C. Mayor Muriel Bowser. She is in the white blazer there, leading this group of officials as they are set to give us a very the first and newest update here on scene. Hopefully we will be learning who was that person that we saw with their arms handcuffed behind their backs being taken away from this scene. Was that the person they were looking for? Is this still an active situation? Should people continue avoiding this area? We're hopefully going to get all of our questions answered here during this press conference, again, with all of our officials. You are watching live, raw, unfiltered with us here on Live Now from Fox. Let's go ahead, listen into our press conference.
Good afternoon, everybody. I'm Assistant Chief Stuart Emmerman of the Metropolitan Police Department. At approximately 3:20 this afternoon, members of the Metropolitan Police Department responded to the area of Connecticut Avenue and Van Ness Street Northwest for the reported sounds of gunshots. Upon arrival at that scene, the officers located 3 individuals who were suffering from gunshot wounds. All 3 individuals have been taken to area hospitals where they are currently being treated. 2 of the individuals are adults and are considered in stable condition based on their injuries. The 3rd victim is a juvenile, and that juvenile is also in stable condition with a minor gunshot wound. At this time, our units are currently in the area of Connecticut and Van Ness conducting a search for a suspect or suspects. That is still to be determined as our investigation is continuing this time. We're asking the public to stay away from this area as we continue to do our search and continue our investigation. This is a very early point in our investigation, and we're still trying to figure out the motive or what specifically took place here. Are there any questions?
There's a report that the authorities located a tripod of some type that may have been connected to whoever the shooter is. Is that true? And if so, what would that say?
I don't have information on that at this time to give. At this point, we do not have any suspects in custody. We're interviewing several witnesses. As would naturally happen during an incident like this, several individuals ran from the area. So we did stop several individuals to conduct witness investigations with them. But that's what is, I think, being reported as suspects. Those people we're interviewing from the scene. As we conduct our investigation, if they are not linked to the incident, yes, they will be released. That is still to be determined at this time, but no members of the Metropolitan Police Department that responded or of our partner agencies that responded have been injured during the course of this incident.
Are you aware of the shooter live streamed this at all?
There is information out there on social media. However, we have not been able to authenticate that at this time to determine whether that is even related to our incident. I'm sorry. None of the responding members from our law enforcement agency and partners that were on the scene here have been injured as a result. That is still to be determined. They're in the hospital being treated right now at this time. We are still trying to determine that. I'm sorry? Is what related? I'm sorry. Oh, the victims? That we are still trying to determine as well at this time. As I said, this investigation is still very much in its early stages.
Chief, at this point, we heard from some people they were surprised to see how large a response there was out here. What would you say to them?
Well, I would say based upon the calls that we got and the information and the fluid nature of this investigation, an appropriate response came to this area to make sure that we've locked down the neighborhood, made sure that folks up here are safe and sheltering, and we're continuing to do a very thorough search. As you know, some of these buildings are very large. They've taken some time for us to go through, especially based on the information that we have at the beginning of this investigation. So we're getting assistance right now from the United States Park Police, United States Secret Service Uniform Division. We've got assistance here from the University of District of Columbia Police. We also have some of our federal entities from ATF, FBI, and there are several others who are trying to assist us in this. We don't know that answer at this time. We're still trying to authenticate that video.
Is there more than one shooting location?
No, at this time we believe we have one location.
I was going to ask, Chief, can you tell us about where the victims were found? Were they grouped together? Do you believe they were all wounded in the same area? Can you describe that area to us?
So I don't have that information this time because, as naturally it happens after individuals were shot, some of them moved to different locations where we encountered them. So we're still piecing all that together as part of our investigation. There are several apartment buildings in that area. As part of our investigation, we are canvassing and searching all of those areas. We're still trying to determine that.
Are any of the embassies involved?
Not that I'm aware of. There are embassies in the immediate area, so we are working with our partners from the U.S. Secret Service Uniform Division to make proper notifications to them as well. Yes. Yes, at this time, please, we're asking if you are residing in this area to please shelter in place. Please stand by until we render the area clear and safe. If you do have information, we're asking you to call our Command Information Center at 202-727-9099, or you can text us at 50411, any information that you may have. We're still trying to determine that. This investigation is still, like say, we're in its early stages. We're going to be investigating all angles of that.
Did you say the condition of those in the hospital?
Everybody at this point is stable. I believe 2 of them are critical but stable.
Expected to survive?
Is my hope and understanding that they will. But they are critical but stable.
Chief, what was that phone number again?
Oh yes, there is. So there is a school up in the area of Van Ness and Connecticut. That school immediately went into a lockdown. Their students are inside the building at this point until we determine that the area is safe for them to leave. We have police officers inside the school with them. As soon as we have it situated that it is safe for them, we will make sure that the school system is notifying the parents of a reunification center where we can get them safely to reunite with their children. But we're asking the parents not to come up here to the school at this time. The children are all in the school, safe with the officers that are in there.
Chief, with the helicopter going overhead, can you take us from the top here? What did you guys have happen here so we can all hear it and make sure that we're clear about what happened there?
Sure.
Can I follow up on this? We heard reports that 2 students have minor injuries from breaking glass, and some of the parents had some of their tires shot out at pickup, but again, it's a fluid situation.
Correct.
I don't have verification of that. That's what I'm asking.
Correct. That is all stuff that we are working on right now. As you know, we do believe that there are some vehicles on the scene that were damaged as a result of the shooting, so that's part of our investigation to determine if that was in fact part of this.
Chief, you want to answer Clarence,
yes.
please?
So, again, to recap, at about 3:20, members of the Metropolitan Police Department responded to the area of Van Ness in Connecticut in regards to the sounds of gunshots, where we located 3 shooting victims, 2 adults who are in critical but stable condition at our area hospitals, and a third, which was a juvenile who is stable with a minor gunshot wound, also being treated at an area hospital. We do not know any relationships at this point between any of these 3. We are currently continuing to search the area, and we have it locked down at this point as we're looking for any suspect or suspects. We do not have a motive at this time. We do not know the full details of what took place, but we continue to ask the public to just steer clear of the area as we continue to investigate.
Right here, Chief.
How close was that gunfire to the school attack?
We're still trying to figure that out. We believe it was in the immediate area.
Back to you, Chief.
From the initial reports about why law enforcement responded, did they have an indication of what type of weapon was used based off the sound?
No, unfortunately, I don't have that information yet.
Chief, there was a report of a suspect being detained, taken away in handcuffs. Can you confirm that?
So, as I stated earlier, several people naturally ran from the scene of hearing gunshots, and as the officers responded very quickly to the scene, as individuals were running, we did detain several individuals to determine their status, whether or not they were suspects or witnesses. But at this time, I do not believe that we have any suspects at this time detained, and we're continuing our investigation.
Chief, right now, are you going off the theory that this gunman is still in this immediate area or may have left the area?
We're still exploring all our theories, but right now we are concentrating on in the immediate area to make sure that we've rendered this area safe for the public as well as everybody who's out here.
Are your people going door to door?
We are in several buildings doing door-to-door sweeps right now.
Do you have a description? Just anything? A tall guy, short guy?
We do not have any description at this time that I can put out.
How do you kind of know what to look for in the buildings?
That's part of the reason why we're doing a very thorough sweep.
Any surveillance video you're looking at?
We're still working on pulling videos to help our investigation.
It was a little loud when he asked about that streaming video. Looks like people are saying the shooter streamed his vanity phone. So there is a social media video that's out, but we have not yet been able to authenticate that that's even this scene, that's even today, or that's even here in the United States. We're still working on that.
Mayor, your thoughts, concerns?
Well, first of all, I want to thank all of our first responders, the Metropolitan Police Department, Fire and EMS, all of our federal partners who are on this scene, who are responding and looking for the person responsible for this shooting. We have 3 of our residents who have been injured, and we are praying for their health and well-being. We understand 2 are in stable condition and that there was a minor gunshot wound to a child. And so we're very focused on that. We're asking all of our residents to follow law enforcement instructions, stay in your homes, shelter in place until the police are able to release these scenes and safely really dig into this investigation close to where the shootings happened.
One more question.
Last question, please.
The initial reports when the victims were discovered, were there any reports of Good Samaritans stopping bleeding, anyone jumping into action before paramedics arrived?
I have heard that. I have not been able to confirm that yet, though.
Can we get some sense of how many shots we think were fired?
There's one school there. There's, I believe, another school in the area that may have had some individuals in that ran towards it. I believe that they were not affected. The adults, one is a male, one is a female. Correct.
Chief, can you give us some description of how many shots you believe may have been fired? Witnesses or any?
Multiple shots. We do not have that information yet.
All right, thank you, everyone.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you all.
We'll circle back with you. We'll circle back. Thank you.
All right, so once again, we brought that press conference to you in full and live right here for you on Live Now from Fox. You are taking also a live look at that scene where you can see right now police continuing to escort people out of the area as they are evacuating this immediate area where this shooting did take place. You heard our police officers say they do not have anyone in custody and they are searching for a suspect or suspects for these 2 adults and 1 juvenile girl who were shot this afternoon. Let's go back into our Fox DC coverage as they are continuing things along. We're going to be listening in right here on Live Now from Fox.
The most interesting part about this, Jim, is that we are approaching now the 3rd hour of this investigation. And although we did see live on our air at about 4:30, 1 male being detained, walked away from the scene in handcuffs by police. Assistant Chief Everman says that several people ran from the scene. They were detained in the moment by D.C. police. But at this hour, D.C. police does not believe that there are any suspects that are currently detained. And that is important to point out because that tells us where they are in their investigation. They continue to search for the shooter, as we have confirmed now that this was without question a shooting.
You know what caught me as curious there is we continue to talk about people sheltering in place and not going outside. We did not get a specific area, so I assume they're mentioning that entire corridor because before it was the Van Ness neighborhood, it was Cleveland Park. You know, at this hour, I don't know. Does it include Woodley Park? I don't know how far Connecticut is shut down at this point, but you can imagine because all those neighborhoods are interconnected. And then just to give people some situational awareness too, as you look at that bottom right-hand corner shot, thank you. On the left side, that's as you go west down towards Friendship Heights. Well, Connecticut doesn't bisect Friendship Heights, but up towards the Chevy Chase area. Right is back towards the city. And to the right of that shot is where the Edmund Burke School is. And then you could see that apartment building where we've continued to see people led from there. And when we saw that last batch of people being escorted from the scene, it's just been constant images like that where you have people running, police officers with guns drawn, looking up, and you mentioned about 40 minutes ago or so where things started to calm down, and I feel as though it's starting to just pick back up just a little bit here as we get a little more insight as to what's going on.
Well, it's definitely not changed. If nothing else, it's status quo. This continues very much as they try and piece together what happened, who this person is, are there more than 1 shooter, and what exactly and who they're looking for. We did hear several questions about a potential live stream of this video, and you heard the assistant chief there say that they are attempting to authenticate this video. Fox 5 has also been made aware, and here in the newsroom we have also seen this video. But again, until D.C. police can corroborate and authenticate that it is pertinent into the investigation, we will not be releasing it. But there are a lot of questions about this video and what it could mean for this investigation, given what we know so far, that at this hour, as we know, there is no suspect in police custody.
We know that we have had our team of reporters, our team of photojournalists fanned out across the scene. That includes Josh Rosenthal, who's walked through a lot of this throughout the course of the day. I know he's been standing by with the latest. There he is right now. Josh, so we heard from the mayor. I know you're not at that site where the press conference went on, but give me some insight as to what you've seen change, if anything, over the last half hour or so.
Sure, Jim. So this is Connecticut and Van Ness here behind me. Right now you're staring down Van Ness, and actually what you're seeing on that sidewalk is what we have been watching over and over again with increased frequency since that press conference that you watched started. We have seen police escort people out of that area over there, the area with these apartment buildings. It's not clear if they're coming from this building or any of those buildings. It's AVA, but it does appear to be very, very likely. We've seen this over the past couple of hours. However, like I said, it's happening more and more often just in the past 30, maybe 40 minutes. I would say that since that press conference started, we've probably seen 4, maybe even 5 groups of people escorted out by police. And then as you're looking at now, they're kept within this secure perimeter. They're kept well within the crime scene tape, so we haven't been able to talk to anybody. And they're being escorted down in that direction to our right by police. Otherwise, what we've seen since a little bit before 4 o'clock, obviously a very large police presence. It started mostly with MPD officers, some heavily armed, long guns, masks, some of those big shields that you see police carry from time to time, the vests as well. However, recently, within the past hour or so, we've seen an increase in the law enforcement presence, not just in the sense of numbers, but also in the sense of gear and tools that we're seeing. I don't know if you're able to see it right now, but we've seen some really large, what appear to me to be armored vehicles come in. We saw law enforcement personnel in fatigues walking alongside those vehicles. Then I believe that they walked towards these buildings that you see on the right there, here on the right side of Van Ness. Unclear if they've gone into these buildings, if they're near these buildings. However, we have seen very large numbers of law enforcement personnel, both D.C. police, other agencies, and potentially the guard. I'm not sure, but people in area as well. And for the most part, we have yet to see those large numbers of police come back out. Otherwise, I do want to show you what else is happening here if we're able to. Sanan Davis, a photojournalist, doing a really great job over to the left. You can see there are many parents here concerned about their kids who are still inside of schools. You heard the mayor talking about them not too long ago. We have several ambulances. They've been parked there for more than an hour at this point. In fact, at one point we were moved back from our vantage point so that they could bring those ambulances in and keep them within this perimeter. However, we haven't seen anyone actually get into any of these ambulances, but clearly they're standing by. Then to the left, even more, I know it's really hard to see here, but you have a huge media presence, and again, you have so many people who have come out here, major thoroughfare, Van Ness in Connecticut, Friday afternoon, who are deeply concerned either about their homes, excuse us, sir, I'm sorry, and also about their family members. Earlier, I talked to a grandmother who was sitting there. She said her grandson goes to one of these schools that's nearby, Edmund Burke. She said she hadn't heard from him. She believed him to be safe, but she was incredibly nervous, as was the boy's mom. We talked to a person who said that he had gotten a cell phone video from friends who live inside one of these buildings on the right, and according to that video, according to this witness, there were police officers. This would have been just before 4 o'clock today, running through that building. And now, if you take a look back up Van Ness, you can see just what I was describing earlier, another group of people being escorted out by police. We've seen seeing this over and over again with increasing frequency here over the past 30, 40 minutes or so, group after group coming out, being led down this sidewalk by police. I will say, earlier in the day, it appeared as though the police were quite a bit more concerned when escorting people out. We saw officers running with long guns. We saw more officers surrounding the people. We saw their guns drawn, being pointed back towards that building, at least from my vantage point now. It doesn't appear as though that's the case. Frankly, you may be able to see better than me because you're looking through a lens that's zoomed in, but this is what we've seen over and over again. Many of these people have come out with their hands up, which I think goes to show just how fluid this situation is, how potentially dangerous this situation is, and the kind of fear that, with very good reason, this puts into people, because you don't know what's happening. This is your home. This is where you live. This is where you should feel safe. This is your city. This is the nation's capital. And yet here we are, several hours into this. People are being escorted, presumably, away from their homes. And at this point, guys, you just heard it from officials, and certainly we're hearing it from people here on the ground. We just don't know what's going on. We don't know how this started, and, we don't know how it's going to end. And that's incredibly troubling for all of us down here, not the least of which these people who you're seeing getting escorted away, presumably, from their homes. Guys.
Yeah, Josh, I mean, you could not tell this story better. Seeing them with their hands up, we have seen these pictures, and you were talking about this earlier, time and time again in our country, these residents being evacuated from their buildings. And actually, we have on the phone Nikki, who lives nearby. Nikki, tell us, if you could, roughly where you are in relation to this and what your experience has been over the last 2.5 hours here.
I think it's been pretty interesting. I am in the building across the street from the Ava entrance, so I can see everything that's going in and out of the building.
Has police been to your building? Have you heard them?
We can hear them, but no, they're focused on the Ava.
So you are not being told to evacuate right now?
No, not at all. They're telling us to stay inside.
Were you home when the shooting rang out?
Yeah.
Did you hear the shots? Can you walk us through that moment?
Yeah, there was like one round. There's a building under construction there. I kind of thought it was a nail gun, but knew that it was not. And then there was, I think, obviously my memory probably doesn't serve me perfectly now, but I think there were 4 rounds of that. And then sirens within like 1 minute.
How did they, so once this happened, did you get any sense, Nikki, in your building that people suspected something was something was amiss? Did you hear any signs of panic inside your building, or was it just an eerie silence after those gunshots?
Yeah, there's a ton of apartment buildings all around here, so everyone kind of that was home, I imagine, went to their balcony and looked out to see what was happening. But it did sound like it was more focused on Connecticut Avenue, and people at the Ava were looking outside of their balcony windows as well.
Any sense, it's always hard with these things because you just never know how close, but did it seem like it was close to your building, or could you get a sense, cardinal direction-wise, where this may have been coming from?
Yeah, it sounded like it was coming from the corner of the Ava building and Connecticut Avenue. Like, I've seen cops in the top apartments there, so it sounded exactly where they were, at least, like overlooking Connecticut from that building.
Understood. So that would be south of you, west over towards Connecticut Avenue. And it seems like what we've been seeing on the ground there has been that concentration on the Ava building. And I'm assuming, can you corroborate what we're seeing? Those residents are coming out and being evacuated from the Ava building?
Yep, that's what I see too.
Okay.
But they're not doing that in your building, correct?
No.
We were taking that Skyfox shot. I don't know if we can go back to it for a second because that gives us a vantage point of what we've been talking about, Connecticut Avenue. 5:56 here on a Friday afternoon. This is the main egress thoroughfare, if you will, in Northwest, other than Wisconsin Avenue, that hits you out to the Beltway. And Jim, you were talking about we couldn't discern just how much of Connecticut Avenue was shut down. Briefly, we saw that shot there before we zoomed in. It seems like this is a long way into the Maryland line, right at Military Road, and as well on Western Avenue, where this remains shut down. So for the most part, from Maryland into Connecticut Avenue, D.C. police have disabled that Transportation Avenue there so that they are able to have this mass casualty scene continue there.
Nikki, just a bigger picture question for you here, because, you know, I'm familiar with that area. It's some place I drive through on a daily basis. I know there's a lot of schools, doctors' offices, businesses nearby. You know, generally speaking, I mean, is this something that you've been concerned with in this neighborhood of D.C.? Have you been concerned with any uptick? Because we've talked about it. We've seen that there have been more incidents, unfortunately, of shootings, of violence in the city.
Just last night, 4500 block of Connecticut
Just
Avenue.
up the street from there. So is this something that's been concerning you recently?
I mean, I lived in D.C. for 10 years, so no, I think this is pretty standard, but I've never lived up northwest, and so I do think it's odd for this area, yeah. But yeah, I don't know what to say. I think it's D.C.
Well, no, and that's, you know, quite honestly, I mean, it's a natural thing to say, and it's a natural thing to feel, and quite honestly, you know, you live in a city, and sometimes these are the things that happen. Unfortunately, it's an unfortunate happenstance that's the case. But as Marina mentioned, it was just because last night we had that incident up the street where a woman, you know, fell out of a building or was pushed out of a building not too far from where you are, and then seeing this news today, it was just it felt like deja vu all over again.
Yeah, and in that very same neighborhood, and to your point, Nikki, unfortunately, we see a lot of crime across Washington, D.C., but in that neighborhood, for the most part, that's not where it's concentrated. Nikki, we appreciate talking to you. Keep us posted of anything else happens where you are. We want to get out to our Paris Jones. He is live right now on Connecticut Avenue, a little farther south from where this scene is. And we see that there are D.C. buses there, Metro buses behind you. Kind of set the scene.
Yeah, so we're here at the corner of Connecticut Avenue and Porter Street, and we just finished wrapping up that press conference with D.C. police officials and also Mayor Bowser, like you just saw, where they gave an update on the situation. Now, where we are is about half a mile from where this scene is. I'll step out of the shot so you can take a look at just the amount of police presence out here. Dozens of police cars, first responders, ambulances, and fire trucks as well that we've seen out here. Now, again, like we said, we just wrapped up that news conference with D.C. Police and Mayor Bowser. And just to reiterate, they say 3 people were shot, 2 adults, 1 juvenile girl. They say the 2 adults are in critical condition. And I asked, are they expected to survive? The chief said, we hope so. Now, the young girl we know is in stable condition as well. As far as the investigation goes, the police are still searching for a suspect or suspects. They say something they're doing right now is going door to door in some of these apartment buildings nearby in the area. Earlier, you might have seen some videos of people in handcuffs. Now, police say there were a lot of people when this was all happening running around, so they were detaining some of these people just to check. But right now, they don't believe they have detained a suspect. So right now, police are still checking to see where this suspect is. A lot of things they're looking into. They're looking at surveillance video in the area. We asked about that as well. Also, in the nearby schools, students, they say students are inside the nearby schools. They're still there and safe. They're asking parents to avoid the area for right now until they clear things up. But that's what we know right now. Again, we're here on Connecticut Avenue, Porter Street, about half a mile from where this scene happened earlier today. Just to reiterate, 3 people shot, 2 adults in critical condition right now, but police say they are expected to survive. We also know a juvenile girl was shot. Now, also this gunfire, police told us, was in the area of this school, but we haven't heard of any additional students being shot or anything like that. So we're still waiting on more information. They say this is still early into this investigation right now, guys.
Paris, real quick, just so we know, for situational awareness sake, you're on Connecticut Avenue. What cross street are you near? Are you right near the school? Are you up that way?
We're about half a mile south of where the school is.
We just wanted to get a sense.
Near Connecticut Avenue and Porter Street.
Yeah, just to get a sense of how much was shut down at this point.
That just shows you how far.
Yeah.
How far the scene is.
That just shows you how much police are out here. It extends almost half a mile. Police cars, first responders out here today.
Absolutely, and that's obviously a point of concern there on a Friday afternoon as people trying to get out of Washington, D.C. Paris Jones live on part of the scene there for us. It is 6:01. Your news continues right now with Angie and Rob.
At this time, our units are currently in the area of Connecticut and Van Ness conducting a search for a suspect or suspects. That is still to be determined as our investigation is continuing this time. We're asking the public to stay away from this area as we continue to do our search and continue our investigation.
And you just heard from Assistant Police Chief Stuart Emmerman just moments ago. This as we take our breaking news coverage right now, continuing in the 6 o'clock hour, the massive police response in Northwest D.C. This after we know 3 people were shot near a school. Sky Fox here over the scene right now. It all started about around 2.5 hours ago when police responded to a shooting to Van Ness Street in Connecticut. This was near the Edmund Burke School. We know that 2 men and then a young female, a juvenile female, they were all shot. All 3 were taken to the hospital. The men were told they do have critical injuries, but they are stable. The juvenile, the girl, in stable condition with a minor gunshot wound.
Yeah, and officers have been conducting sweeps for hours and are asking people who live nearby to shelter in place. Several other nearby schools have also gone on lockdown, and we have live team coverage for you. Our Josh Rosenthal has been on the scene for hours.
And we first want to go to Josh because, Josh, we did hear from the assistant police chief moments ago. And when asked about a gunman or possible gunmen, a suspect, they could give no description, which is why they said they need this time now to do this thorough sweep. What else have you learned?
Well, I can tell you this is a very fluid situation. We're at the intersection of Connecticut and Van Ness. If you look a little further down Van Ness, here behind me, this is where most of the action, for lack of a better term, has taken place. Lots of police officers going in, lots of people, presumably civilians, coming out. We've seen group after group after group, especially here recently in the last hour or so, with increased frequency being brought out, presumably from these buildings. Presumably, these are people who live there. We don't know that for a fact, but that does appear to be the case here. They're being escorted out by police. They come down here to the intersection of Connecticut and Van Ness, then they hook a left, our right, and they head further up in that direction, still in the secure area. Now, you can see here, right in front of me, this is DC Fire and EMS personnel bringing a stretcher back in. Only in the last 20 or so minutes, we saw them walk it out. It appeared as though they did briefly tend to someone back here, although it does not appear as though it was a serious issue. But clearly, you have multiple ambulances and many, many emergency responders standing by, because as we've heard over and over again from emergency personnel, from the mayor, this is a very fluid situation that is changing or could change any minute now. One thing I do want to mention, this is something that we've seen that's a little different. We've seen tons and tons of law enforcement personnel head up in this direction where you're looking now up Van Ness. It started with MPD officers, DC police officers in heavy gear, vests, helmets, but they were MPD officers. Then we saw people come in alongside much larger, presumably armored vehicles. They were in fatigues, and now what we just saw is MPD officers who appeared to be in plain clothes. So they were plain clothes officers outfitted in vests that said MPD and helmets that said MPD. However, I point that out because those are not the types of officers that you see at scenes like this. Oftentimes, we don't know anything for sure right now, and we're working to confirm information. You've probably heard, if you were with us during this coverage, all those questions that were being asked of police. But one question I would have for them certainly is, are you bringing in as much personnel as you can possibly find, because this is such a fluid, potentially dangerous situation? Guys, it certainly seems like that is potentially the case here. For now, back to you.
Down there at the scene, and Josh mentioned all the forces that are there. We know that the Park Police is there, the Secret Service is there, obviously MPD, ATF, FBI. So many law enforcement's coming together to try to find out the situation and find this shooter who still has not been found. Obviously, there are parents who are worried. All the schools that we have talked about, the Edmond School was placed on lockdown. UDC was placed on lockdown. There's also now a reunification location. And DC police have also mentioned that they have established a family reunification site, which is located at 33 10 Connecticut Avenue, which is about 8 blocks south of where this location is. So if you have a loved one and you're looking for them, they have a reunification site at 3310 Connecticut Avenue. Let's go ahead and listen to some of the folks that we've been talking to throughout the last couple of hours now regarding the situation that took place a little before 3:30.
Police were running inside the building.
The police were running inside of the building. Which building do they live in? Is it an apartment building that your friends are in?
Yeah, it's A&S, like the first floor in the first room all the way to the right.
So according to video that you were sent by your friends, police officers ran into that area, but I take it your friends aren't entirely sure why.
Yeah, they don't know.
Just so many gunshots. Everyone once again stopped, the entire street stopped. And then we started to go again, gunshots continued. So many gunshots continued.
My daughter was picking up her son, who's in the 8th grade, and she was, standing there with her car, and all of a sudden she heard what she thought was a jackhammer. And then it stopped, and then they did it again. She said about 100 times.
And if you listened to the news conference that happened just about half an hour ago or so, multiple times the assistant police chief was asked about this video that's been circulating where what that grandmother just described, the blah, 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 blah. I mean, that is what is echoed in this video, which looks like it's coming from the vantage point of perhaps the location of the gunman. Again,
thank you again to our Fox 5 DC team who have been on top of this story ever since it broke earlier this afternoon. Once again, around 3:30 p.m. local time, there was police out here on scene who had been called for a shooting. Right now, we do know that there is 3 people who were injured from this shooting, 2 adults and 1 juvenile, a female girl, and all 3 did get taken to the hospital. We heard from that police update, they do believe all 3 are in stable condition at this time as they are getting treatment at the hospital. And of course, so we've been giving you these different live pictures showing you the activity out here as they continue to escort people and evacuate that apartment building, escort them away from this area. So it has been a very active, intense time. We've been watching it live, raw, unfiltered, right here on Live Now from Fox, and we continue to just see that police working hard as they do not have any suspects in custody. They are still searching for a suspect or suspects. We just heard the police and officials say earlier here this afternoon. So thank you again to all of our viewers. We are going to continue to keep our eyes here on this scene. Just want to show a couple other of our pictures that we have coming in here from our Live Now from Fox desk. So this is showing that apartment building off to that right-hand side. That is the main focus. And we do also have this shot here where we are seeing the response that has come here as they do have multiple different units who have responded. You know that we heard from our Metropolitan Police, but also out here in full force. They have a lot of backup, fire trucks, ambulance. They have special operations teams out here. So a lot of first responders out here responding to this shooting that, again, police said they don't know the motive. They don't know who this person is or if there's multiple people who could have been behind it. So police out here trying to investigate exactly what has unfolded here this afternoon as they search for this suspect. So once again, want to show you yet that back to that shot where we're seeing some more people being escorted out of this area. You can see they have their arms up in the air. And also what we learned from police was we saw some videos of people who had been detained before. So we did see at least one person walking away from this scene with their arms handcuffed behind their backs. Now, police say that they do not have anyone in custody for this shooting at this time. So unknown why they maybe had that person in handcuffs. You heard them say, of course, when they heard heard all those gunshots ringing out. There was so many people who had been running around that area. They want to make sure that they keep everyone who could possibly be a witness in touch with police so that they can write down the full report, really put together everything that had happened earlier here today. So those people being escorted out, giving a wave to everyone who has been watching this ever since it unfolded. And as we saw earlier also, one of our reporters there down on the ground showed just the crowd that it had attracted. Now this crowd, probably people who had been in this area during that time, so interested in exactly what is going to be happening as police still continue to search for that suspect. Our Fox 5 DC team still on their live coverage, giving us a number of different looks. Let's go ahead and listen back in with some of their coverage right here for you on Live Now from Fox.
Oh, because you've lived there for, you said, nearly 20 years. Former Fox 5 reporter joining us now by phone. Diane, this is still going on, and we heard from the assistant police chief. They are still looking for the person behind this rapid fire.
Angie, this is the craziest thing I've seen in 20 years of living in this neighborhood. Not unique to the D.C. area, of course, but to this particular area, Van Ness and Connecticut specifically. I've lived here 20 years. I've never seen anything like it. There are so many police officers, police cars, police with, huge guns, either long rifles or maybe semi-automatic weapons or whatever they are, not just a little handgun. And there was a lot of screaming and move, and get off your balcony and get out of the way. And you can, I'm not going to step on my balcony, but if I were, I'll step kind of at the corner of my window. There's still a helicopter flying around. There's crime scene tape around the 2 apartment buildings here on Van Ness. And it stretches down. The Howard University Law School is down there. There's crime scene tape over there. They're just trying to keep everyone away from, getting out and enjoying a beautiful Friday. You can't do that. There's something happening. It's not normal. I heard the gunshots, not knowing they were gunshots, because, again, that's not normal for this area in the middle of the day. So, this has been going on. I was home watching a movie, or just finished watching a movie, was trying to figure out what I was going to watch next. And I still can't believe it happened in the middle of the day. And it's still going on. That was around, 3:30 or so. And it's still going on. We don't know why. We don't know who. And I think that adds another layer of anxiety for some people that, we don't know.
Yeah. And I think that's why we heard in that news conference people wanted a description. Who are you looking for? What are you looking for? And they simply just could not give that at this point. And it's why they are able to justify having everything on lockdown, expanding this parameter. And that's got to rattle a whole lot of nerves right now.
I have to say, and so my first instinct when I realized something big was happening, when the police officers were running up and down the street and screaming and all of that, my first instinct was, of course, to take some pictures, take some video, make sure I could kind of document what was happening. But then I realized it was not the run-of-the-mill, there's some cop cars on the street. This was something bigger. I started crouching. I started peeking out of the corner of my window, not just standing in front of the window like I might normally looking. I'm trying to stay out of the way of whatever might be happening. And the helicopter, at one point, there were 2 helicopters circling. So in the time I first talked to you to now, there had been 2 helicopters, and there's still a helicopter circling. And it's unsettling. It's disconcerting. Earlier, I felt scared.
Yeah,
I really felt scared.
I think it's sentiment and an emotion that is still felt by a lot of people. I know there's still a lot of parents that are in panic mode right now. And when we had to cut out from speaking with you earlier, because you were kind enough to join us during the 4 o'clock hour during live television, it's because things were unfolding before our eyes, including someone being led away in handcuffs. And we have since found out that there were people that ran from the scene, and as part of the process and as a precaution, the officers detained those individuals and have since said, hey, we don't have any suspects in custody. But it just goes to show they don't know who they're looking for at this point, right? Everybody is a possible suspect. So
and we talk about the Edmund Burke School. The Edmund Burke School is where I go to vote. That's where I go to vote. So this is, you know, when you talk about, I think a lot of times when news people use words, regular words like neighborhood, the Van Ness neighborhood, it really is our neighborhood. You know, you're talking about the reunification centers at the Cleveland Park Library. That's where I get my books. You know, I've walked by that Bank of America a zillion times. You know, the place where they're taking people and leading them across the street, that's part of my walking route. This is my neighborhood. This is where I live. This is where I lived for 20 years. And I can honestly say I've never been scared like this before in this specific space. It's really disconcerting. And you know, and I look on TV and I see the pictures on TV and I'm like, that's right at the corner of my neighborhood. This is not a movie. This is not a promo. This is not, you know, in some more dangerous area of this city or any other city in America. This is up at the corner of my street. And I honestly can't believe it. It's unbelievable. I'm not trying to be dramatic and I'm not trying to overstate it. I really am not. But it truly is unbelievable. I just hope they find the person. I hope that the scenes we're seeing on TV aren't setting that person or persons off in any way. I've covered hostage situations before where that has happened. And so, you know, I have a little bit of a flashback of that going on in my head. But, you know, I'm in my apartment. I live on the 11th floor. So I have a very good vantage point for all of this.
Yeah.
You know, I can see it all.
And we're glad that you are been a source for us throughout these last couple of hours. We're going to continue to rely on you throughout the evening. We want to thank you so much for calling in once again, but please stay by your phone because we may come back to you. And Diane, she talked about the Edmond School where she goes to vote. We also know that that is an area where there was gunfire there. There's a bridge with glass that connects two buildings of the school, the Edmond School, which is a co-ed school.
This is a place that's just booming with life, booming with activity. And on a Friday sunny afternoon, you can imagine why everyone is just so blown away by this. Marina Morocco standing by to really just set the scene and to map it all out. Marina, what do you got?
Bear with me here because this is obviously a lot to take in, and I'm going to walk you through this scene. Obviously, this is the epicenter, the main focus here, this red spot. This is the immediate area of where this shooting took place. To the top here is the north. To the bottom here is the south, and you see here, this is Connecticut Avenue Northwest. This is a main egress thoroughfare at this hour on a Friday afternoon, heading north out towards the Beltway. This is the Van Ness neighborhood. At the very top here, we have the Van Ness Metro. We're going to show you towards the left of that red dot. You see the Chinese embassy. There are so many buildings there. The majority of them are embassies, Shanghai Embassy, Israel Embassy, Saudi Embassy, and that is why we've seen such a large Secret Service presence, because there are so many embassies that are in this neighborhood. To the east of that red square there, the shooting location, north there on Van Ness Street, that's the Ava building. Throughout the last 3 hours, we have seen masses of residents being evacuated out by DC police, guns drawn as they got those people out. You saw them with their hands up, some of them with their pets, some with luggage trying to get out. South there, Edmund Burke School, and we heard their Assistant Chief Stuart Emmerman say that was the immediate area of that shooting at about 3:20 this afternoon. School had just let out at 3:15. Two buildings there, a glass walkway in between, and that showed us where this happened. We know 2 people, adults shot, 1 juvenile shot. Again, this remains an incredibly active scene. Skyfox over Connecticut Avenue. Connecticut Avenue at this hour remain shut down, and still there are more buildings. We could continue. Howard School of Law, and towards the south, a couple blocks south, that's the Cleveland Park Library, and that is the reunification center at this hour for family and for students, if they can let those students out of the Edmund Burke School. And it seems like at this hour, 6:20, 3 hours after that first call, sweeps continue, and they have yet to clear the scene. Rob, Angie?
All right, Marina, thank you. We also know that 2 students were injured from the glass and that walkway over at the Edmund Burke School. So let's go back down to the ground where our Josh Rosenthal has been covering it for us all since this all started. Josh, what can you tell us?
Rob, we're back at Connecticut and Van Ness. The situation is very much the same as the last time we talked. Come on up, take a look. We're right up at the police line here at the edge of the perimeter. We have seen several more groups of people, presumably coming from these buildings, at least from that area, being escorted out by police. I will tell you, you never want to read too much into any one, reaction. One, or in this case, several people. But while earlier in the day, we saw people running. We saw them being escorted by police officers who had long guns drawn, pointed back towards this building. In one of these more recent groups of people that came out, 2 women were laughing. One man appeared to be waving over in our direction, in the direction of all these people who were standing by, trying to see what is going on. Again, you don't want to read too much into anything. Those reactions don't necessarily mean anything at all. However, it is extremely different than what we saw when we got to the scene here several hours ago. Otherwise, I do want to show you what we're still dealing with here. If we zoom out just a little bit, large police presence over to the left where you're looking now. We have ambulances. They've been standing by the whole time. And this may be difficult to see, but this is a really important part of the story. If you look past some of the members of the media, let's say across the street, for instance, might be the easiest to see, to our right. Sinan Davis doing a great job here. This is not easy at all to be a photojournalist here. A lot of the people who you see standing by behind members of the media here, these are parents, they're kids. All afternoon have been in their schools where they're supposed to be safe, where they're supposed to learn, and instead they've been locked down because this is happening. People have been shot. Children have been injured, and there's great fear. Even there are some parents who I've talked to, they're in contact with their kids. Their kids have their cell phones, and this is still just about as nerve-wracking of a situation as you could possibly imagine. Your kid, for whatever reason, because of what's happening, is locked down. They can't leave school. Again, the place that they're supposed to be safe, the place that they're supposed to learn. And instead, what you have parents, you have grandparents who we've talked to out here standing by nervously. They've been here for hours, and they're just wondering when they're going to get to wrap their arms, once again, around their kid. Sinan Davis, photojournalist, doing a great job. Come on back up one more time, because I do just want to show the rest of the scene to our right. You are now looking up Connecticut Avenue. This is a major thoroughfare. This is Connecticut and Van Ness, so about the 4200 block of Connecticut. That has been shut down all afternoon, and obviously it's hard to see. You're looking at what I'm looking at, but it appears as though these police vehicles, they go for a long way. You take a look back up Van Ness. I've now counted 3 of those heavy-duty armored vehicles up there. Previously, I had only seen 2. And then if we go to the left again, past those ambulances, the other side of Connecticut, still shut down as well. Ambulances still standing by. Lots of media, lots of parents wondering what's happening with their kids. Lots of people standing by because they live here, wondering when they're going to be able to get back into their homes. Also wondering, frankly, as they should be, given this police presence and everything else, when it's going to be safe to enter their homes again. So very much a fluid situation. Not a lot has changed over the past half hour or so, but still a very difficult situation, guys, for the people who are out here. And really, they are all doing just what we're doing. Police included, to some extent. They are standing by, they are waiting, in many cases nervously, trying to figure out what is going on behind this tape, up that road, up Van Ness.
All right, Josh, thank you for that. And we want to bring out, we have somebody on the phone right now, an Allison Randall, who is a parent of a student at Edmund Burke School. Allison, can you hear me?
I can. Hi.
Thank you for joining us this evening.
Sure.
I know it is a crazy situation for you. I'm sure you are worried, but have you heard from your child, and what do you know about the situation and the safety of your child and those attending the school there?
I have heard from her. We've been texting pretty constantly, and she's in the library with a police officer and a couple of her classmates. And I'm also standing with some other Burke parents outside of the old Intelsat building, and we're just kind of waiting. But yeah, the kids are safe, and they're in different areas of the school. Some are in classrooms, some are in the theater. but they're all safe, and I guess just waiting until they are released. And we've been asked to meet the kids at the Cleveland Park Library. So.
Yeah, Allison, this is Angie Goff here, and I appreciate you taking the time to chat with us, because I know that this is just such a tough time for you, along with all of the other parents that are sitting there just waiting with a lot of hope to find out when you're going to see your kid again, when they're going to be released. As we know, though, the facts that have been presented to us is that they're still looking. They're still looking for someone out there. And so, you know, we've heard from people who live in this area. A former Fox 5 reporter, Diane Roberts, she said this is just something that she would never expect to happen in this place.
Yeah, well, I grew up in D.C., not far from here, and my kids and I live about 4 blocks north on Connecticut Avenue. And no, this is not something I think any parent expects or wants to happen. But I am grateful that the kids are in good shape, and they don't seem to be freaking out as much as I'm freaking out. So.
Well, I'm sure that definitely brings you some relief, Allison. But if you could, take us through the last 3 hours for you. How did you learn about how everything was unfolding when you heard from your daughter, and, you know, up until this point? Take us through that last 3 hours.
Sure. She started texting our family chat at about 3:30 or 3:20, saying, I love you all, which is not that unusual for her, except she kept doing it. And then she said, there's a shooter and we're locked in and there are police. And then I went on Twitter and started looking at the news, and she said that that she was safe, that all the kids were safe. And I asked her, did she hear anything? And she said, yes, she heard gunfire very loudly, very clearly, and it was terrifying, but they got the kids situated quickly, and then the SWAT team came into the school, and their different officers are staying with different groups of kids. And she said she knew that the bridge, there's a glass walkway that joins the old building and the new building. She said that was hit. She knew that. But we've just been texting, and both of her siblings are at college, and they're texting saying, you're going to be okay, you're safe. And
I mean, let's be honest. It's just hard not to freak out, right? It's you want to stay calm. You want to stay calm and collected, but the reality is this is your child in there, and there are a lot of people in the same boat. And I know that you mentioned you learned about the reunion spot there over at the Cleveland Park Library. I'm interested in knowing, because in the 4 o'clock hour, when we started this, we did not, all the parents we spoke with said that they had not heard from the school yet. So have you gotten any updates or had any communication with anybody there at Burke?
No, they sent out an email and a text alerting everyone to the situation. And in that, they said because they were sheltering in place, they would not be able to answer emails or phone calls, which I totally understand. So we have not heard from Burke since. And I'm as close to the school as I can get right now, and I'm not going to leave here until I know for sure that that's where I'm supposed to meet her, at the Cleveland Park Library. So.
Well, Allison,
wait. Okay. Actually, I have an update. Another parent just handed me a notice from Burke, and it says all students and adults are still in the buildings, and officers are currently interviewing everyone. When interviews conclude, students will be transported to the Cleveland Park Library, which is the reunification point. So that's from the school, and that just came through.
Okay.
So you just heard from the school that
promising.
That they will be reuniting the students with their parents at the Cleveland Library.
Yeah, just with no timetable. It doesn't sound like they've given you a timetable, which I know it doesn't really help that much. But at least we know that they are on the way.
Yeah.
And we are hoping for the best, and we hope that process is expedited. And we really appreciate you taking the time to talk with us and give us some insight on the situation.
No, of course, and I appreciate all your coverage, because this is a very chaotic situation on the ground, and it's good to get the information. I mean, I know our parent, we have a grade chat email, and a lot of parents are sharing news that they've been hearing on the news. So
yeah, and at a point like this, communication is key, and we will do everything in our power to try to make sense of it all and do it in a clear, concise, and accurate way. And so talking to people like you helps us piece that puzzle together, so we do appreciate it.
Thank you.
Appreciate your time, and
yeah.
all the best to you and your family, and we hope you get reunited with your daughter very soon.
And now we want to go just south of where our Josh Rosenthal was there at Van Ness to Paris Jones. He joins us live now. And really, Paris, where you're standing, you're more away from the actual scene and the focal point of this investigation, which happens to be that apartment complex in the adjacent alley. But where you are, it just shows how widespread this is when we talk about impact of this incident and the police response.
Yeah, that's right. We're on Connecticut Avenue and Porter Street, about 5 blocks from where the scene is and where Josh is right now. Like you said, a huge police presence out here. And earlier at the news conference where D.C. police officials were giving an update on the situation, something that they talked about was just how many people were asking about this huge presence. And they were saying it's just because of how many calls they got about this active shooter situation. Now, something they're asking the public to do is not only avoid the area, Van Ness and Connecticut Avenue, where this happened, but also if you live in the area, just to shelter in place as well. We've even seen out here 5 blocks away, they put up police tape to try to get people to avoid going further north where this scene is at. And just take a look what it looks like out here right now. I mean, you can see dozens of police cars, fire trucks, ambulances going on for blocks here. Now, I want to reiterate some of the information that we have out here. Now, to recap, they said 3 people shot, 2 adults, 1 juvenile girl. They said the 2 adults are in critical condition but are expected to survive. They said all victims are in the hospital being treated right now. Something else they mentioned, they don't know the relations between the 3 victims when they found him, when they ended up coming out here earlier. But they do believe the gunfire was in the immediate area of the school. They're still investigating. Like we've been saying, police still looking for a suspect or suspects. They also don't even have a description of the suspect, something the police are doing right now. They're going door to door in some of these buildings. They say this is going to take a lot of time because these are very large buildings, a lot of units in these buildings, so they're going to have to take some time to go through it. Now, earlier, we also saw some videos of people in handcuffs that police were detaining. Now, they said that this was a situation where officers were arriving. They saw a bunch of people running, so they were stopping them just to see, if there were suspects or witnesses. But they determined from the people they've interviewed so far that these were witnesses and not, in fact, suspects. Again, they are still looking for who did this. Something else I do want to mention, because we've been seeing some circulating reports out on social media about a possible live stream video of the shooter or suspect, and police say they're still trying to see if this is even authentic or not, if this is true. They say they don't know if this is from today, yesterday, or if it even happened in D.C. or this country. That's something that they're still trying to determine, like a lot of things going on out here today. They say it's still early in the investigation as well. But guys, we're still out here tonight. A lot of people confused, wondering what is going on. But we're trying to find those answers out for you.
Yeah. All right, Paris Jones, thank you for keeping us up to speed. Right now, we want to go back out to our Josh Rosenthal, who is over near the place that the police and Secret Service have narrowed in on, which is, of course, that apartment building that is right behind you. I don't know if you heard, Josh, but we were speaking with a mom a little earlier, and she said that they just got word from the school that police are in there right now interviewing everybody that they can. And as soon as these interviews are done, they're going to let the kids go and meet up with their parents over at the Cleveland Park Library. That's some promising news. It looks like they're making headway there. But as far as the search for the suspect, what do we know?
Right now, we have no additional information, Angie, beyond what police told us earlier. This is still a very active scene, that they are looking for a suspect, but to our knowledge, at this time, they don't have anyone in custody. We have not been notified of that. I do want to point out, this is Van Ness and Connecticut. I can tell you that piece of information that you just delivered with the information about the schools, there are a lot of parents here who are just waiting to hear more and more about what's happening. If you want to take a look a little further in, up Van Ness, very similar scene. This is what it's looked like for most of the past couple hours, and I would say that the activity, while clearly still heightened, you have police officers everywhere, you have armored vehicles, it has calmed down considerably from what we saw earlier. So it's all relative on a scene like this, but it definitely is more calm. There's been less activity than we had grown accustomed to over the past couple of hours. I have been able to kind of walk through these crowds, though, talk to some of these people, and I mentioned earlier how there's so many parents here that are worried about their children. But that's not all. I just talked to a gentleman. He said he lives by here. He told me that he actually moved from Southeast because he thought this was a better area. He said one of his friends just got carjacked nearby here in the past, I believe he said, couple of weeks. He said, now this is happening. He just told me, I'm going to move. So that is how unsettling this and other incidents are for people, because when you hear about this crime happening and then you see this right outside of your front door, which is the case for that gentleman that I was just describing, it's daunting. It is absolutely daunting. One more time, up Van Ness. Again, this is where most of the police activity has been centered on all afternoon for hours now, several hours. We're coming up on 3 hours, in fact. And right now there is this calm, but at the same time it's an active scene. So at any moment, you just don't know what's going to happen next. I will mention one other thing, and I'm going to hop back on camera for this. I don't want to show it to you at the risk of giving up police positioning, but actually one of my colleagues from the Washington Post just pointed this out to me. If you look up at the top of some of these buildings around here, lots of tall buildings, DC tall buildings, up and down Connecticut, you do have some law enforcement personnel on top of buildings standing by. In one case, saw a law enforcement person, presumably a police officer with a long gun, kind of monitoring the area, which clearly is a very daunting thing for anyone who's out here right now. Clearly, we're behind the police tape, but I guess the point I'm trying to make is that while things are relatively calm compared to what they looked like earlier, there is still a lot of activity, and anytime you have law enforcement personnel on roofs around here with guns pointed down, watching out for whatever may happen, that goes to show you the gravity of this situation, guys.
Josh Rosenthal for us, and thank you, Josh. Talked a little bit more about the ongoing search for the suspect or suspects. When we talk about the victims, we know that all three were taken to the hospital. Two of the men, adult males, were in critical but stable condition, and then the juvenile girl was in stable condition. All three are expected to survive.
Yeah, meanwhile, they are all advising everybody in that area to stay in shelter, stay safe. We talked about the schools that have been locked down, Edmund Burke School. We also got to mention that Sidwell Friends School is also on lockdown, that we've learned. But we want to bring in Marina Morocco once again with more on the situation, to give people a better idea with a map that we have on display for you. Marina? Well, we're going to get Marina's microphone situations settled right there. But again, this area, we've talked about it throughout the last 3 hours, how so many people are so surprised to learn something like this could happen in that part of town, because this is not something, this area is not an area that is known for violence or gunshots. But just last night we were talking about, we had some news of a shooting not far from that location. We have no idea if it's connected or not, so we don't want to speculate on that. But yes, in the last 24 hours or so, we've seen 2 shootings in the Connecticut Avenue area, and we've talked about all the multiple law enforcement organizations that are on this scene right now. And I do believe, Marina, is your microphone good now to go?
Okay, I think we can, last night, right, that was actually a woman who was bound, who fell off of a building there, and they found a child who was missing. For some clarity on that, unclear, and it seems like that was not connected. But again, this shooting today, obviously, we know 2 people, 2 male victims in the hospital, 1 juvenile. We have that confirmed, and several from shrapnel happening right here. This was the immediate area of the shooting, the Edmund Burke School. Again, this is Van Ness and Connecticut Avenue, and it seems like the point of concern for police
police right now is this Ava building that you see just to the east there of the shooting location from this afternoon. And that's where we've been seeing throughout the afternoon residents being evacuated, their hands up, some of them coming out with pets or whatever the case may be so that they could get out. And Josh right now just telling us that there are law enforcement that are up in these buildings trying to ascertain if there is a suspect, a shooter, multiple shooters, where they may be, and try and localize that person or persons and then try and close in on them. Again, it doesn't appear at this hour that we are any closer to that, but when we spoke to police at 5:30, they said that at that hour there was still nobody in custody. But this area, a very residential area on the west side of Connecticut, we've just signaled out one embassy, the Chinese embassy, but there are a litany of them, and the list goes on. Secret Service also on the scene. When we took that live shot there of Connecticut Avenue, you had seen that maybe the mass casualty response had thinned out a little bit. There were, instead of 3 ambulances, 2, but still the emergency response team on the ground, DC police, all hands on deck until they can get this scene clear and they can finally make sure that there is no active threat. Like you all said, Edmund Burke at this hour, even though dismissal was at 3:15, roughly the same time of this shooting, those students remain there on lockdown, and hopefully once they can talk to those students, get their witness statements, then they can be released. And that reunification will happen far south here on Connecticut Avenue in the Cleveland Park neighborhood at the library. That is where they are hoping those students can get with their parents, and hopefully this scene will now be under control to just this area of Van Ness Street and Connecticut Avenue in the Van Ness neighborhood, guys.
Yeah, Marie, like you mentioned, students and parents are just waiting for police to give the all clear so that they can be reunited with their families at the Cleveland Park Library, although we do not know when that will take place, but we will continue to monitor that situation for you and hopefully get some thoughts from the students and get their perspective on what happened earlier this afternoon.
Yeah, and at this point, unfortunately, during a situation like this, we wish we could get a whole lot more answers, especially when it comes to a timetable, because if you really look at that map, you see just how much of this area is impacted.
Yeah, I mean, from where Paris was to where Josh is, they mentioned that they're 5 blocks away, and that 5 blocks stretches a significant part of Connecticut Avenue. And as Marina mentioned, all the law enforcement on hand. She talked about the Secret Service, MPD, UDC Police, ATF, FBI, Park Police. They are all on hand at this situation, and obviously we have a shot. There's helicopters there patrolling the situation. SWAT is on hand. They have zeroed in, as we've been pointing out, on one building, that Ava building there adjacent to Connecticut Avenue, where there appears to be a lot of heavy presence in that particular area. We saw residents being escorted by police outside of that building, taken to another area where they will probably be questioned, get more information from them to see if they have any ideas of any suspect or suspects on this situation. Again, 3 people were injured, even at the school over at the Edmund Burke School. 2 students were injured during that in that glass walkway that connects 2 buildings because of the glass shedding and falling down to the ground. One student actually had to help another student because they were bleeding so heavily, but we know that 2 students there suffered injuries because of the glass shattering.
Yeah, and at one point we saw in Josh's live shot that they had brought a stretcher in and then took it back out. We still don't know what's behind all that, but we did just get this just in to the Fox 5 newsroom. Mayor Muriel Bowser will be giving us an update, another briefing coming up at 7 o'clock. So I would say in about 15 minutes or so. You definitely want to stay with us here at Fox 5. Not only are we carrying it live here on television, but if you follow us on Facebook, you're going to get the live stream there, as well as in our Fox 5 DC app or at fox5dc.com. Muriel Bowser also spoke maybe about an hour ago or so when she joined the DC Police Assistant Chief. Paris Jones was there, and he joins us now live from where he is, about 5 blocks from the actual scene where the investigation is focusing right now. Paris?
That's right. Mayor Bowser did speak for a few seconds earlier today when they had the news conference with the D.C. police officials, and she basically, thanked law enforcement for their response to this, and also talked about, the residents staying safe in the area. So we are waiting to see what she will say at this updated news conference update that she's going to be at in attendance. And as far as how things look out here, is pretty much still the same since the last time we spoke to you. Still a heavy police presence out here, a lot of first responders in the area. As you can see, still goes down those 5 blocks like we talked about, dozens of police cars out here, fire trucks, ambulances we've seen as well. But we have seen more people, residents who live in the area, come back and forth in the area now. So that was something that we did not see the last time. I actually spoke to one person who lives out here in the area where we're at, near Connecticut Avenue and Porter Street earlier. She says she happens to be a pet sitter. She was sitting, she has 2 pets. She's supposed to be sitting in the Van Ness area, just a few blocks from Connecticut Avenue and Van Ness, where this all went down. She says she had to worry about her own safety, so she stayed clear of the area. She did not go. She says this was actually her first time pet sitting for these owners, which she says she was able to contact one of them. The other, they're all the way in Europe, so she's worried about waking them up right now. So she sent them a text just telling them what's going on. But she has not been able to get to, them right now. So this is what we've been seeing out here. Of course, we've been hearing from some of the parents who haven't been able to get to their students, their children as well. It's reality of this situation out here. A lot of people wondering when they can see their loved ones after this happened. Police are still trying to find the suspect or suspects, and hopefully we get an update on that situation here in a few minutes when we see Mayor Bowser. Guys?
All right, Paris, thank you for that update there. And the mayor did also thank law enforcement for responding so quickly and making sure that everybody was aware of the situation on hand. And Josh Rosenthal, we're going to go back to him right now with more on the situation there on the ground. Josh?
Yeah, guys, Connecticut, Van Ness behind me, pretty much a similar situation to what we've been describing. However, I do want to bring in Silas. Come on in, Silas. I just met him standing by. Silas, you live right up the way there.
Yeah, right over there.
And what Silas was telling me is that typically at the time that the shooting is believed to have taken place, you would have been in that area walking your dogs. Is that correct?
Yeah. I usually take them out for an afternoon walk around 3:30. And today I went out early. Decided I was going to go down the street for a burger. Work was good. Tried to come home, and you see what's going on.
What is it like to live here and to have had something like this happen in a place that on a typical day you might be there? What is that like for you?
I've lived in this neighborhood for about 5 years, so this is pretty upsetting. It's not the way things have been. It's a little scary. There's been a lot of change lately that has made it feel unsafe. This used to be a really very safe neighborhood. I was happy to walk at all hours. I don't know anymore.
You're not the first person I've heard that from. A gentleman who I talked to over there just told me that he actually moved here because he believed it to be safer. He told me that there was another crime, a carjacking that happened to one of his friends. He told me a couple weeks ago, and he said he's considering moving out. Has it risen to that level for you?
Oh, yeah. I signed a lease in December, regretted it by February. We'll see where I am next year.
I'm so sorry to hear about everything that's happened with you. Hang in there. Thank you so much for talking to us, because I really do feel like it's valuable to get this type of information home to the viewer, because this is not just a police scene. This is not just all these law enforcement personnel walking around with long guns. These are real people like Silas, who came home to walk his dogs, happened to go get a burger, come back and saw this. I wish you nothing but the best, and thank you so much for talking to us, Silas. Take care. Guys, otherwise, one more time, I'll move out of the way, take a look up Van Ness. This is the scene. This is what we've been watching for much of the day. I believe not too long ago that one of those, what I've been referring to as armored vehicles, what appears to be armored vehicles, certainly bigger and more fortified than your average police cruiser or police SUV. It appears as though one of them left. We have seen 3 in that area. Also, over the past several hours, we've seen a lot of law enforcement personnel go up into that area, while we have seen some leave, not nearly as many as we've seen gone in. So, whatever that means as far as the active investigation that's still very much going on, I don't know. There's no way to be sure until we get this confirmed from authorities. However, I do feel like it's important to continue giving people this information, because just like you just heard from Silas, people live here. People are waiting to get back into their homes. People have loved ones either still up Van Ness in this direction, or in so many cases, other people we've talked to, they have children. who are still here in school. Guys, for now, back to you.
All right, Josh Rosenthal for us, keeping us up to speed on everything and all the new developments to happen down there. I mean, a whole lot has not changed because the reality is, at this point, the kids are still and businesses and residents can't get in their houses, and the kids are still stuck in the school. They're still on lockdown. We know that they're being interviewed by police at this point. We know that 3 people, including a child, were hurt, and they are currently in the hospital, expected to survive. But this sent a feeling of terror through what is a very, very busy part of Connecticut Avenue and Northwest DC. And now all these parents can do is stand by and just wait. Yeah,
and the biggest reason why is the suspect is still at large. Police still have not given us any kind of description of the potential suspect, and that is what is keeping people on edge because we don't know where he is. We've seen the police eyeing one particular building, the Ava building there on Connecticut and Van Ness, adjacent there, and they brought in, the SWAT. We've seen all the kind of military equipment that they brought in. We've seen a battering ram held by one police officer. We've seen the shield, the armored shields. We've
seen choppers above.
We've seen the choppers, the armored trucks, and that's what's really making the situation very uncomfortable for residents in Northwest DC. And of course, the parents, they're frantic right now. At least we've heard from, the schools telling them that their children are safe. Police are on the scene at those schools, especially Edmund Burke School. We've learned from one of the parents who we had on the air, give us an update live on the air where they heard from the school that the police are interviewing the students, and once they take care of that and the all clear is given, that they will be reunited with their parents at the Cleveland Park Library. When that will take place, it could be well into the evening.
Yeah, we don't know. We haven't been given any type of timetable. What we do know is that there are several active sweeps going on right now. We saw the choppers above. They were scanning from above. Huge ground presence here. Nobody can get in and out. Still a lot of questions as to who this person is. Are they still around? Do they think that they have them still holed up perhaps in that Ava apartment building near the alley where this gunfire erupted and truly just sent people scattering and in a panic? We had heard from witnesses earlier, and they said they were sitting in traffic and it was moving traffic, but every car stopped. Yeah. It was like the world had stopped because nobody knew where this was coming from.
No, nobody at all. And we were talking about the Cleveland Park Library, and that's we're adding more people to the situation to give you more coverage to follow up as much as we can. And our Stephanie Ramirez is at the Cleveland Park Library in Northwest, and she joins us now live with more. Stephanie, what can you tell us?
Hey, Rob. So we confirmed with the mayor's office that maybe in about 5 minutes or less, some 75 students from the Edmund Burke School are expected to be brought here for the reunification process. The Cleveland Park Library here is the setting for that area. You see the officers gathering behind me here. But we do have actually I want to talk with a father over here, if you don't mind. I'm going to bring my photographer Paul back here with us. Hello, excuse me. This gentleman here, Ron Connolly, thank you very much for your time. We are live with Fox 5, and you told me that you are waiting for your son, a 9th grader. First off, I want to ask you, what's in your heart about what's going on right now?
Oh, it's just terrible. I was there at his school when it happened, when the gunshot started, so I saw him. He went into school. I got some texts from him, and he was safe. Eventually, the police moved us all away from the scene, and I came down here, and now I'm waiting for him.
What has your son said about what's going on?
He saw very little of it. They're obviously very, very concerned. They isolated them all into the theater inside of the school, a safe location. So I've been texting with him periodically, and he's safe.
What do you think this moment's going to be like?
It's just very, very, very traumatic in the moment, of course. I'm sure it's something none of us will ever forget. I'm just very grateful that he's safe.
And I want to ask you as well, how do you feel right now about your safety in the city? Is there anything you want the mayor and elected officials to know about what's been going on here?
Crime has been rising, obviously, in the city. We all know that. This appears to be somewhat random. It seems to have been someone in the apartment building behind the school. It wasn't related to the school. It's just very unfortunate. There has been a lot of crime in that area very recently, and we're, of course, worried about it.
Your son is safe.
Yes.
He's on his way. And we look forward to the reunification when you get to see him again. I'm so sorry that you guys had to go through this. Thank you for your time. I appreciate it. Guys, so we're still awaiting for transportation, about 75 students, we were told. At the time, I was told about 7 minutes or less. But you can see, I'm going to turn the camera around. You hear a lot of folks waiting, also a lot of news people as well. But Cleveland Park Library here, about 6 minutes down from Van Ness and Connecticut Avenue, where the main scene is where the reunification is going to happen, and a lot of people will be relieved here. I'm sure they finally get to touch their children again. I'm going to toss it back to you, but we'll continue to bring you the update as soon as it happens here. Angie and Rob, back to you.
All right, that is Stephanie Ramirez over at the Cleveland Park Library, where the students are set to be reunified with their parents at any moment after the police give the all clear there. And we did want to remind you that we are expecting another presser with D.C. Mayor Muriel Bowser. That is expected to take place sometime at the top of the hour or a few minutes following that for another update from the mayor and the assistant police chief of MPD.
Yeah, and I know that a lot of you, while you're watching this, you're also probably on your phones, your devices, trying to find any other information that you can, and there's a lot of stuff circulating out there. During the earlier news, we heard Assistant Chief Emmerman talk about a social media post that that purportedly contained a video of the actual shooting near the school. Now, he did want to warn that they haven't verified anything, and so we just want to put that out there for you in case you've come across all that. But he also wanted to assure everyone, which is really the top priority at this point, is that they believe that the kids and everyone is safe, and everybody in the immediate area. They are under a police guidance right now. They're being interviewed by them, and they will be escorted by them out. But still a lot of unknowns, as you can imagine. Still no suspect, still no motive. And so that is the reason we have these scenes that we're bringing to you live, and that is the roads that continue to be blocked off as the investigation continues. Now we're going on about, what, 3.5 hours?
Yeah, this situation all started a little before 3:30. That's when we first learned about this shooting that took place down there. And here we are more than 3 hours into the situation. You can see all the presence there on Connecticut Avenue. You can see police, fire, ambulance, all on the scene right now as they still continue to look for the suspect or suspects that they've been targeting one building, that Ava building. And we want to go right back now to our Josh Rosenthal, who is standing by on the ground there. Josh.
Yeah, guys, the thing that I kind of want to drive home at this point is just how relatively calm this scene has become. Take a look behind me. Connecticut and Van Ness, this is where we've been for hours now. And for a long time, for a long stretch of that time, we saw a ton of activity. We saw police officers running in, some MPD officers in helmets and vests and long guns. Then we saw people in fatigues. We've seen Secret Service agents out and about. We've seen some plainclothes officers in MPD vests. But right now, you look around this intersection, very different story. There's still this enormous police presence, still very much an active scene. Still anything could happen at any time, as officials have been telling us. However, that level of activity that we saw for well over an hour, close to 2, it's absolutely died down here recently. That's not necessarily indicative of anything, but I do want to make that point for the people at home. Otherwise, talking to people out here, you hear from a lot of folks who live nearby and are very, very scared, not just because of this incident, but because of other crime. I've actually been surprised how many people who live nearby here have come up to me and said, you know, this is the biggest thing that we've seen, but it's not the first thing. I just had another woman, her name is Andrea, come up, tell me the same thing that I heard 2 other people tell me right before then. So again, guys, right now the scene has quieted down. It is relatively calm. However, you still have that massive police presence, and there's still no resolution here. So we're going to be here all night. We are waiting to see how this turns out, what ends up happening. If police end up getting a suspect, multiple suspects, we still don't know. All we do know is that many shots were fired when we first got here. Several witnesses, independent of each other, told us they believed it was close to 100 gunshots that they believe they heard. That's unconfirmed, but that is what we've heard from multiple people. And now, stark contrast, much quieter scene here at the intersection of Connecticut and Van Ness as we wait to see the hopeful conclusion of this investigation and guys, of this ordeal, I think it's fair to say.
We're hoping right along with you, Josh. Josh Rosenthal for us, doing a great job. Been out there since the beginning when this unfolded about 3.5 hours ago.
Yeah, so we expect to hear from Mayor Muriel Bowser in this hour, and we also hope to see the reunification with the students and their parents over at the Cleveland Park Library. We're going to continue to follow the situation. We're going to stay on the air right now. We're going to toss it right now to Jim and Marina as we continue to follow the situation in the shooting.
Okay, and we're going to continue to follow this alongside Fox 5 DC here. I'm Andrew Kraft with LiveNOW from Fox as we await more updates out of the shooting investigation in the nation's capital. Let's go back out now to Fox 5 DC as we await a press conference from DC Mayor Muriel Bowser.
Paris Jones standing by along Connecticut Avenue Northwest in the Van Ness neighborhood with the latest on the ground there. Paris?
Yeah, that's right. We're on Connecticut Avenue and Porter Street Northwest, about 5 blocks from where this original scene happened on Connecticut and Van Ness. And we just got an update from a D.C. official who says Mayor Bowser's news conference will start around 7:30. We just got that information a few minutes ago, where she's supposed to give an update on the situation with D.C. police officials. Now, right now where we're at, again, we're about half a mile from where this was. You can see just the law enforcement presence goes down for blocks. You have Metro Police, dozens of police cars out here, fire trucks as well in the area. And just to reiterate what's been going on, we know, again, 3 people have been shot, 2 adult males were taken to the hospital being treated right now. We also know a juvenile girl as well. Police, of course, still searching for those suspect or suspects in this case. Right now, they don't even have a description, so hopefully we get some more information on that at this 7:30 update that we're expecting. Of course, they're still asking people to avoid the area and also shelter in place if you live in the area as well. And so basically, we're still just trying to get an update on what is going on as far as these suspects. We know police are still going door to door in the area of those apartment buildings a couple blocks away, where they're searching for this person. And we also know that police, again, do not have a description of that suspect, so hopefully that's something that we learn pretty soon here. Again, at 7:30, we're supposed to be getting an update. Mayor Bowser is supposed to be here. She was here at the last update a few hours ago and just thanked police for their timely response to this incident. And something that a lot of people have been asking them is, why such a huge presence? They said it was just the amount of calls they got when this active shooter situation started. There were so many calls, and this is what prompted the response. And, what prompted how many police cars you see out here, how many first responders you see out here as well. We just saw an ambulance leave the scene as well in the area. So a lot of information we still don't know, but we hope to find out within the next 30 minutes or so when we get this update from Mayor Bowser. Marina?
All right, Paris, and some of that you were just recounting has obviously thinned out, but still very much an active situation that lies right on the Connecticut Avenue thoroughfare here in Van Ness. Let's take a look at this really quickly. This red square, that's the imminent shooting location adjacent there to the Edmund Burke School that you see on the south side of the screen here. And a large point of where this investigation hedged was at the Ava building, and that's where we saw throughout the 4, the 5, the 6 o'clock hour residents being evacuated there by D.C. police, so that D.C. police could get a handle as to where the shooter or shooters may have been. Here's Sky Fox over Connecticut Connecticut Avenue. Again, a major thoroughfare that at this hour on a Friday night would be, for the most part, egress out of the city towards the Beltway northbound. On the right side is where the University of District of Columbia would be. That's UDC, but still very much an active investigation that centers around the intersection of Connecticut Avenue and Van Ness Street. On the west side of this live picture, you're looking at a number of embassies, including the Chinese embassy, Israel's embassy, the Saudi embassy, and the list goes on. And that's why we've seen a large presence as well from Secret Service. But again, the main part here, focus near that Van Ness Metro Center. To the south of this would be where we find the Cleveland Park Library, and we know that that will be a reunification site in the next half hour here for families of those students at Edmund Burke School. And we just heard that we got notice from them, Jim.
Yeah, we did, Marina. Let's show you what the school sent out to parents at this hour. All students and adults are still in the building, and officers are currently interviewing everyone. When interviews conclude, students will be transported to the Cleveland Park Library, which is the reunification point. We have kept you posted about that being the point of access for all parents, anybody with concerns who have students inside, because at this hour, as far as we know, many of those students are still in there. There's a live look at Sky Fox over near that scene, over near the Edmund Burke School. We want to get you out to Stephanie Ramirez. She is at the Cleveland Park Library, which is that reunification point. Hey, Steph, are we starting to see some of those students coming back at this point?
Jim, not yet, but we do have family here who are in constant text communication with their loved ones that are saying that they're getting on the bus now, that they're making their way here. One of them is a young man who's actually an 11th grader at the school. And you can see right here, like they're also, the community here is incredible. Everyone just trying to keep each other updated on what's going on. Thank you for your time again. So we're live now. I'm going to sit here with you, but tell me your story again so that everybody can hear it. You were there on campus when this happened.
Yeah, I was there. I was in the alleyway, like I said before. So what I heard was the Frisbee team was there. Then they ran, and then I went from the back to the right side, and then I went to the alleyway because my dad told me he was there, and he told me to come quickly so he could pick me up and we could go. But as soon as I made it there, they started shooting at the glass and shooting at my dad, and then he told me to run, so I ran.
You ran, and you told me your sister is still in the school.
Yeah, she's still in the school.
What has this all been like for you?
Scary. Because honestly, frankly, I wasn't thinking about myself. I don't care about myself right now. I'm just thinking about her. I hope she's okay.
And you've been in contact with her, right?
Yeah. Recently, she just texted me that they're coming right now, so the students should be coming to this location right now.
What's going through your mind right now?
I just hope everybody's safe. I really do, because imagine your coworkers or anybody, they just got shot at, they die. I'm just worried about everybody inside. Because my dad said he heard a girl screaming no and pleading for her life or something. So I don't know, but I don't know.
And our prayers are with you. Thank you for sharing your story. Please give everybody your name.
My name is Rashid Alamiri.
Thank you so much. And we're going to be here. Hopefully we get to see you with your sister on camera. Guys, I also talked to a sibling of a teacher at the school. The sibling told us that she was also in text communication with her sister and that the sister had been hiding underneath a desk inside the classroom with a student for something like about 2 hours. And so a lot of family here on heels waiting for that update that they know is coming, but still just tense anticipation here to wait on what's going on when those vans finally get here. We do have a Red Cross van actually behind us here, so I'm going to turn the camera. Not sure if there are people inside or if this is a support van. It looks like they're bringing materials and items to help everybody inside the library. So we're at Cleveland Park Library. This is the reunification center where the students from the Edmund Burke School. This is an independent school, 6th to 12th grade, near the area of where this shooting unfolded around 3:20 today. That's been on lockdown as the investigation continues. This is where there's a lot of parents now inside of the library. Cameras are not allowed inside. Give the folks some peace, but this is where they're supposed to be reuniting. We have some folks out here that definitely want to be here when these vehicles arrive.
All right, Steph,
we're about
giving us
a good look there at the Cleveland Park Library. As soon as you know that you're seeing reunification starting to happen, let us know. We will come back to you live as we see those families there waiting for their loved ones. On the phone right now with us is Laura. She's in the Van Ness neighborhood. She's actually in one of the buildings near where the shooting took place. And right now at this hour, they are sweeping that building, that being DC police. Laura, give us a sense of what's happening there.
So honestly, we're just not getting a lot of information at all as the residents. What I can see out my window is that there's still a really strong police presence. We've heard, a couple of police come into the building, come into the hallway. I haven't heard them knocking on any doors, but I have seen that some people are being evacuated.
I want to be careful to not exactly say what building you are, but can you tell us, are you on Van Ness Street?
I am. Yeah.
Okay, so you are on Van Ness Street, which is also where the Ava building is. Are police inside your building right now?
They are.
And are they on your floor? Do you hear them?
I do not.
Okay, so they've not knocked on your door right now?
No.
Okay.
And when you mentioned you hadn't heard anything from the building, is there some sort of notification service that you have as a resident? I know some buildings have something like that. Do they have a mechanism in place to give you some information if there was something, if there was an emergency situation, or do you have to rely on the city's service for that?
We did get an email right when things started to shelter in place and to follow whatever law enforcement guidelines were. But we haven't heard anything since around like 4 o'clock.
And the way you know that police are in the building, is that because you're watching them come in through their balcony?
Yes.
Okay, so you are in your building and you're watching police below in Van Ness, and obviously this has been transpiring now for exactly 4 hours. Were you home at about 3:15 when shots rang out?
Yes, I could hear them from my apartment.
Walk us through that minute and what unfolded after.
Sure. I was actually in a work meeting on Zoom, and I heard what sounded like a jackhammer at first. It was so fast and rapid, and then it paused. And then we heard 2 more rounds of that, what sounded like about maybe 20 to 30 shots each.
What did you hear after that? Did it stop? Did you hear people?
It stopped, and then I just heard sirens. And then I saw several neighbors sort of go to their balconies to see what was going on. People who were on Van Ness on the street seemed really confused. I don't think people really understood exactly that it was gunshots. I think a lot of people thought it might have been construction. We've had a lot of construction in the area lately.
Laura, as we see this unfolding at this hour, and I'm sure in situations like this, they caution you, obviously stay away from windows. Just, insulate yourself if you can. But have you, in the first hour or two after this happened, we were just seeing streams of people being evacuated from that building in question. Have you seen any more evacuations in the last hour, or is that calmed down for the most part?
It seems like it has calmed down. Definitely the feeling on the street has calmed down. Earlier, I was out on my balcony before they were telling people to go inside. And you could just hear police officers, shouting, to people to move, get off the street, get off their balconies, get away from the windows. And I think that has definitely calmed down.
Do you see from your vantage point, you kind of gave us a sense of police coming in the building from the street level. Do you have a vantage point for the rooftops of the nearby buildings? Do you see law enforcement there as well?
I cannot see the rooftops.
Gotcha.
Well, Laura, keep us posted here because you're giving us a great sense of what it is right now on that very block where the central focus of this investigation remains there on Van Ness and Connecticut Avenue, and we hope for the best resolution here in the next coming minutes.
For sure. Thank you guys so much.
We appreciate it, Laura. We're going to keep everybody posted as to what's going on right now with the latest information available. Josh Rosenthal's been doing yeoman's work all day long, getting us the latest information from street level here. So, Josh, as people are looking at your shot and they look at what's going on behind you, when we just had that vantage point of that massive police response, there's a big police response on Connecticut Avenue and then also behind you, not too far away from that apartment building. So let's set the scene. What are we looking at right now?
Amazingly, Jim, here in this area, things are relatively calm. I say relative because, like you said, there's still this enormous police presence. You have officers up and down Van Ness walking with very large guns. However, there's a lot less activity than we have seen in a while. Speaking of that activity, one of the things that we have seen over and over again throughout this evening is police escorting people out of this building, this apartment building where at least a good part of this incident is believed to have taken place. I'm told it's called AVA Apartments. I want to introduce you to David. David, come on over. Just met David. He was sitting over here on the side. David is one of those people who was escorted out by police. David said he was outside doing homework. Then he heard the gunshots. Could you take us through what happened from there, David?
As you said, I was doing some homework in the outside area where the barbecue is, and suddenly I heard some gunshots, and I looked up. I didn't see anyone, but I took my laptop, I took everything. I just went upstairs to my apartment, and I wait there. I saw all the police coming in, and then later on, like the police came to my apartment, knocked the door, and escorted me out of the building.
Okay, so you hear these gunshots. We've had witnesses tell us they thought it was about 100 shots. Is that what you heard as well? Was it that many?
Yeah, it was like very loud sound, and it was like, I don't know how many, but it was like probably 5 or 6 shots, like continuous shot. So I don't know, it was so loud.
Okay, so that happens, and I should mention, I told David off camera, I'm incredibly happy that you are okay. I can't imagine going through that situation. But you hear the gunshots, you don't actually see anything happen. You don't see anyone firing shots, you don't see anyone injured. You run into your apartment. What happens when police come to your door? Do they knock on your door?
Yeah, so they knocked on my door, they came in, they checked me out and said, okay, come with us. I went downstairs to the first floor, and they took me, myself and some more group of people outside to a safe place, and just ask questions about what happened.
So they're asking you if you saw anything that could help their investigation, presumably?
Yeah, exactly, yeah. That's it.
You told me earlier when we were talking that you were among the first people escorted out of this building. We've been here all afternoon pretty much, since about 4 o'clock, a little before, and it appeared to me that some of those initial groups that came out of the building, police were nervous, it looked like. Now that's just my assumption, but I'm saying it because they had long guns drawn, pointed back at the buildings, and it appeared as though people were moving out quite a bit more quickly than some of these groups that we've seen come out recently. Was that your impression, actually being there in that moment? And if so, could you tell me what police told you as you were being escorted out of the building?
Yeah, so I saw like the police checking the building while we were moving. They were saying to move fast, move fast. So maybe it was, as we were the first people, they didn't know what was going to happen. So they were trying to move fast, and follow them to down the road to a safe place and talk with them down there.
What's going through your head first as the gunshots are fired, and then I'll have another similar question for you after that.
So as the gunshot, I heard the gunshot was like instinct. So I take my everything with me, and I went upstairs because I didn't know what was happening. And then I saw the police, and I was like kind of safe because I was in my own apartment, everything locked. So I knew that there I was in any trouble.
When you come out of the building and you are exposed, right? Because you're outside, I would have been terrified. How are you feeling during that, David?
So at the beginning I was terrified, but as the police, there were a lot of police down here, so I thought that if they were taking us out, it was because it was safer for us to take us out than stay in there.
You're brave, man. If you don't mind me asking, how long have you lived in this building?
So I've been here like almost a year, since August of last year.
I've heard from a number of people out here, and I'm mentioning it to you because I've actually been surprised how much people have brought it up to me, that there has been, in their eyes, in their view, an increase in crime nearby here lately, certainly not, or not necessarily connected to this incident, but they told me they're considering moving out. I've had 3 different people, unrelated, tell me that. Do you have any of the same feelings? Do you feel differently?
So I'm a student here at the university, so this is like kind of the housing of the school that they give us, so I'm where the university says to me where I should stay.
And at this point tonight, just waiting until police say you can go back in?
Yeah, that's what I'm doing now here.
David, I'm so happy you're safe. Thank you so much for sharing this story with us. I hope you get back in there soon, and I hope there's no more of this chaos that we've seen tonight. Thank you so much, David. Again, guys, this is what so many people, both inside of this AVA building and also out here, have experienced tonight. Utter fear. I don't know how David handled it as well as it sounds like he did, but that is the perspective from someone who was actually in there and heard the gunshots that started this whole ordeal. Back to you.
Remarkable walking us through those moments. Josh there from David, who's been living in the residence there at UDC. Now time is, we're approaching 7:20 here. So the first call came in at about 3:20. That would be the 4-hour mark since this all started. In the next roughly 10 minutes here, we will be awaiting word from DC police. We heard from them 2 hours ago. The concern at this hour now is that they still have not made contact, at least what we know, with a suspect or suspects. They did detain several people who ran away from that scene initially. But when we heard from police at 5:30, they said that they did not have a suspect in custody.
And if you're wondering earlier, because we did see video of somebody early on in handcuffs, and people assumed, well, there were arrests made. No, not the case. During that earlier briefing, we learned that there were some people detained for questioning, but again, no suspects at this hour. We're still seeing people being led away from the area. And by the way, we should point out, you mentioned UDC. We have Howard Law. We still have many students who live in those buildings in that general vicinity. Paris Jones is not too far away from where we're going to be hearing another update in just about 10 minutes or so. So, Paris, let's get the sense of where you are and what you've been seeing from that vantage point.
Yeah, that's right. We're on the corner of Connecticut Avenue and Porter Street Northwest. Like we've been saying, about 5 blocks from where this original scene happened on Connecticut Avenue and Van Ness. Now, what we're waiting for right now is for Mayor Bowser and also DC police officials to give us another update. The last one was a few hours ago at 5:30. We're expecting her to be here around 7:30. You can see their crew is setting up right now for this press conference that we're expected to get an update on what's been going on. And like you said, what we still need to know is about who did this, the suspect or suspects that they're looking for. We still don't have a description of who did this right now, and this is something that a lot of people in the area, even blocks away where we are, they're still trying to find out. They're trying to find out what happened. A lot of people just looking out to see, if they can get an update on the situation, and we are too. And hopefully we get some more questions answered once they start this press conference in about 10 minutes here with Mayor Bowser and also DC police officials. And something about regarding the presence, the heavy police presence we've seen out here. We've seen dozens of police cars, fire trucks out here coming back and forth into this area. Police were saying earlier, just the sheer amount of calls they got when this situation first went down is why you see the response that you see this afternoon. And pretty much it hasn't changed in the 4 hours since this all started. We still see this street lined up with dozens of police cars, fire trucks, etc. And it extends all the way down to where this original scene happened earlier this afternoon. So hopefully we get an update about what's going on here coming up at 7:30. We expect, again, to get that update from Mayor Bowser and also DC police officials about the suspect or suspects involved into this case. Also want to just reiterate on a few social media rumors going around. We heard that there was a live stream video of the suspect or shooter when this was all happening. Police told us earlier today that as far as they know, that is not authentic. So there's something that we can ask about again if they were able to authenticate that video at all. When we spoke to them earlier, they said that could have been from today, yesterday, maybe not even in DC. So that's something that they're looking into as well, that we will try to find out coming up in a few minutes here. Guys?
Yeah, Paris, thank you. And that video is certainly something that we should press on in that press conference and hopefully get more clarity there from DC Police. Fox 5 has viewed the video. And again, until police release it or say that they have or have not authenticated, we will retain that video for public viewing. Again, this is very much an active scene. 7:23 here, 4 hours after that first initial call. To recap here, we do know that there were 3 gunshot victims two of them, two male adults, both of them in stable condition tonight. One female victim, a juvenile, also in stable condition. And there appeared to be several other students at Edmund Burke School who may have been injured from the shrapnel after that glass walkway between two buildings there seemed to have been part of that shooting. And we heard from the assistant chief there, Stuart Emmerman, saying that the school was the imminent vicinity of today's shooting. Speaking of Edmund Burke School, let's head back to Laura Evans, a former Fox 5 anchor here. Laura, you have been keeping us abreast of this throughout the evening. Your eldest daughter at the school, at that walkway when the shooting happened. You have still not been reunited with her. Give us the latest now.
Well, we're just waiting for them to be let out of the school. The last I heard was that they were still being kept in the theater. They'd been interviewed by police, and that they would be bused to the Cleveland Park Library to be reunited with the parents. And that's where my husband's waiting for her with several other parents.
You know, Laura, when we talked to you earlier, we had some uncertainty as to the extent of the injuries. And at that point, we were just told that several people had been injured. And then in that first press conference, we learned of a girl being injured, a young girl being injured there. And as mentioned before, when we talked to you, your daughter, Sienna, was with a child who was hit by flying glass in that bridge. You know, as we've gone 3 hours past that point, any new information on that front that you've heard?
I don't have any other information other than what I've said before, which is that this girl who, Sienna tells me, is a sixth grader, was walking near her and was hit, Sienna believes, by glass. But there was a lot of blood. I know Sienna has blood on her dress, and she used her jacket to stop the bleeding, or to help, stop it as much as she could. And when she texted me early on, said that she was, holding pressure on this wound. I know there was an officer who came in and took the girl for treatment, but I don't know the status of her injuries right now.
You know, and one other thing that we picked up earlier is just, as you mentioned, the number of people who have stepped up to help others in this time, and your daughter falls into that category. And I think that speaks a lot to the education and, the upbringing of doing the right thing at the right time. And I'm sure as a parent, while this is a tremendously scary situation, it's something that you look back and say, well, my daughter was in the right place at the right time, and thank God for that.
Yeah, man. I mean, if I'm in a situation where I need somebody to act quickly, she's on it. And we were talking earlier about these trainings that they've had in the classroom. They're way too young to be threatened with, or even having these trainings about what happens if an active shooter comes in. But she jumped into action and knew what to do. So we're just waiting to hug her tight and have her in our presence tonight.
Laura, when you spoke to her last, where's her headspace now? Because, you live through something like that, then you're whisked away, police sweeping the building. They finally get some sense that they're in safe hands. And yet still, they're still at school 4 hours after they were supposed to be let out. This happened right at dismissal. What's the sense that you get from where she is right now as far as, and everybody around her?
Well, we were able to speak with her briefly. All of her texting, she was in, go mode, just in business mode. But she broke down in tears. She's traumatized. She's very traumatized. It's going to take a while. We're just going to circle the wagons tonight and be around her. And she's going to need some time to heal from this.
She's got the best people to do that around her. We know your husband is down at the Cleveland Park Library. We've got a reporter down there, and hopefully we can see that reunification happen here shortly so we can get your daughter home tonight safe and sound. We really appreciate you walking us through for the past few hours here, basically taking us inside the building through way of your daughter, and we wish you all the best.
Thank you both.
We'll be thinking of you, Laura, no doubt about that. And we're thinking about you and Mike and Sienna and the rest of your family. Hey, I just want to point out here, as we've been going on, as you said, 4 hours at this point, and we've gotten some messages here, and people said, well, why are we paying so much attention to what's going on right now? Well, we could tell you, you have a community that was pretty much evacuated, and there are still people who are being told to stay in their homes tonight. This is certainly not a situation. I don't believe we've had the clarification. I mean, the gunman here is at large. It's not necessarily the gunman or suspect or suspects, because we've not been given any indication if it's one or several, but it's not necessarily an active shooter situation. But still, when you have a response like this,
there's no question there's an active threat, right?
Yeah.
If not, this would at some point have ended. And as you see, Connecticut Avenue remains completely shut down. We are taking a live look here on a different angle on the right side of your screen where you do see some traffic, but that immediate area, at least 3-4 blocks there near the University of District of Columbia, is still shut down. So this threat continues at this hour, and we are aware there are at this hour, sadly, other shootings that are happening in the District of Columbia. And this is a topic of conversation of public safety that has been brought up time and time again. Since this mayor has been in office, we have seen a violent crime continue to rise. It has been a conversation in this very neighborhood. Just last night, there was another incident. So this is something that we continue to bring up. We are covering. We know our viewers are asking about other shootings that are happening at this hour. We do have crews on the way there as well.
Yeah.
But again, this right here in Van Ness continues to be an active threat. And while it has not been classified as an active shooter this afternoon, it is still very much an active scene, as if we know who the shooter or shooters may be, and it doesn't appear as if they are in custody.
Marina just mentioned other shootings happening right now, and I can tell you another one's happening. The one you were referring to, 3 people shot, 600 block of Kennedy Street in Northwest, not too far off of 16th Street. But, you know, you mentioned about the crime and the concerns, and everybody we've talked to who live in that area, that's what they've been dealing with out there. You know, we've had people express some concern about that.
To Josh, even on the
Right.
street, we heard them say, we are considering moving at this point. And that's obviously a very general, broad picture of what's happening. But still, there is without question in the air concern over safety across the city tonight because of the active situations, and without question in the Van Ness neighborhood because of today. But again, we hear that Mayor Bowser is about to speak here, as is DC Police, and hopefully provide an update as to where we stand now more than 4 hours after that initial call of a shooting near the Edmund Burke School in Van Ness.
We've mentioned many times, too, just about some of the other incidents we've seen in this city. We've had young children who have been shot and killed throughout the city. And we've also been dealing with a 12, 13-year-old girl today. And it doesn't matter. These are innocent kids who should not be put in the line of fire. And it's a callous disregard for the welfare of others. We've talked about that family reunification site. That's where Stephanie Ramirez is. Let's go back to her live right now. Stephanie, I saw you were gearing up to talk with some parents out there. What's going on?
Yeah, Jim, so the vehicle that the students are arriving in has not arrived yet, but we do know they're definitely preparing for it. We saw the Red Cross van come up, bring some resources, water inside. I can tell you right now, though, a lot of parents are waiting, getting those hopeful messages that the kids are on their way. But I did find a couple ladies here who are in their car waiting as well. Okay, so who's who here?
We're family with one of the students that attends Burke.
Okay.
Her mom is actually inside right now waiting for her daughter to come. They've been on lockdown, I guess, for quite a while. They've been communicating with each other via cell phone, but we didn't have any specific updates with what's happening. So we finally got the message and rushed down here.
And who was everyone to you?
So we all live in the same apartment building just up the street, but she's family with the child's mother.
Okay. And the mother and the child, you know, what grade is she in? Is she okay?
Oh, so she's a junior at Edmund, and she's okay. Yeah, she's okay. From what her mother has been talking with her about, you know, she's doing all right. Yeah.
What has it been like just sitting here waiting, not knowing what's going on?
I think it's a little nerve-wracking, especially seeing all the police presence that's out here. It's obviously a lot more going on than we don't realize, and it's actually kind of nerve-wracking because we don't know if there's a shooter on the loose still. I see people out here enjoying, you know, a nice Friday night dinner, but we don't know where this shooter could potentially be. So I'm actually a little concerned sitting out here with all this police presence. I heard there's Secret Service and the whole 9 yards. So, you know, we're very concerned. We just want to get the kids and go home.
And just to show you what she's talking about, Paul, if you could point the camera over this way, you know, there's some businesses out here where folks are outside I guess, enjoying their Friday as all this is going on, to what you were talking about. And it's a very interesting atmosphere here. So we're about 6 minutes down from where the shooting happened, still waiting for the arrival. Mom, how is she doing?
We were at our home earlier on, and she was like basically on pins on needles. But as soon as she got a text message from her daughter, we literally jumped in the car and got down here as soon as we can. Again, seeing the Red Cross out here and all the police presence, it's a little nerve-wracking, especially since they're these young kids that are involved, especially when it's your close family members. It's very concerning, and having actually no details as to what's actually happening.
I can't imagine anything like this has ever happened to you before, or anyone that you know before.
No, this is definitely unprecedented, for sure. Yeah, and I work in the hospital. I'm a nurse, and I'm used to, things that are not typical and not normal. But when it's so close to you, it's a lot concerning.
What do you want the public who's watching to know about what's all happened here today?
I think right now, for the general public, especially for us that live within the vicinity, I think we really need to be mindful. I mean, DC is a big city. It's well known around the world. I'm not from here. I'm actually from Canada, and everybody knows, DC. And we end up being a lot of targets for a lot of things. And I think, and it's a very walkable city. It's a very outdoorsy city. I think we just have to be very mindful every time that we're out and about. And I think I need to take that advice myself, just to be aware of our surroundings. Again, be very cautious, and if we see something out of the ordinary, to please contact someone, because this lets us all know that this can actually happen. This is a reality. This is not something that is just made up on TV or in TV shows, especially when we live in a city like this that's so well known.
Thank you so much for your time, and we can't wait until everyone is reunited. We are standing here outside of Cleveland Park Library. So, guys, I will let you know as soon as that vehicle arrives. Police, they did up the time a little bit, saying that the bus or vehicles that are bringing the children over should be here within the hour. We were told earlier about half an hour, and then that dropped to about 5 minutes. But we're told it's happening. Messages are being sent that the kids are getting on. So hopefully we will have that update for you soon. I'll toss it back to you right now.
All right, Steph, we are waiting any moment to hear this next press conference from the city about what happened. In fact, Mayor Muriel Bowser is set to come out right now. Let's take a look at the scene as we give you a look at where the epicenter of everything is. And there is the press. Here comes Mayor Muriel Bowser. Well, there she is. She's still down the street, so I guess we have a moment here.
Yeah, and again, to me, what is missing here is D.C. Police Chief Robert Conti.
Okay, and this is Andrew Kraft back here as we've been listening into Fox 5 in Washington, D.C. We're about to get the latest press conference here from officials, especially D.C. Mayor Muriel Bowser, on the latest in this shooting investigation. We're going to go to this shot right here, and as they hopefully give us more details about what exactly has transpired today in the nation's capital, in the Cleveland Park neighborhood, and as those students get reunified with their parents, with their friends. Let's listen in.
Everybody ready? Good evening. I'm Muriel Bowser. I'm the mayor of Washington, D.C. I am joined by members of my public safety team, including the Metropolitan Washington Police Department. We are joined in a response to a shooting on Connecticut Avenue in Washington, D.C. By our federal law enforcement partners. We are providing our second briefing on this active investigation. We have some additional details to provide in MPD and our partners to continue to investigate. I do want to say earlier when we talked about students from the Edmund Burke School who were in a lockdown situation. I'm pleased to say that we are beginning to reunify those students with their families. I want to continue to thank all of our residents for their patience and continue to ask them to follow law enforcement guidance so that we can locate the person responsible for this violence in our community and keep everyone safe. So with that, I'm going to turn to Assistant Chief Immerman, who is going to provide details of where we are with the investigation.
Thank you, Mayor Bowser. Good evening. As we briefed a little while ago, our investigation is continuing here on our scene. At this time, based upon the things we have seen on social media, based upon the information that we are investigating, we are seeking a person of interest that we would like to speak with. That individual's name has come to light as a Raymond Spencer. He is a 23-year-old male. We will be posting information on our social media shortly to get the public that information. We would like to speak with Mr. Spencer. We'd like him to come forward to the police, turn himself in so we may speak with him further as a person of interest. As the mayor alluded to, we are in the process of working to get the students out of the schools that are in the area and get them towards our reunification center. Officers are still in those schools with those children, making sure that they are safe while we do that. If any parent or any family member is in contact with a student who is not in the presence of the officers that are in that school, if they're in a classroom, if they're somewhere where the officers aren't with a larger group, please tell those students to come down towards where the officers are in the building, in the hallways, so that way we can get everybody together and that way we can get them safely out of the school and back down to the reunification center with the families. I'll take any questions if we have. So his name came up through some of the social media things that we have seen so far. Again, we want to have a conversation with him. We want to figure out what's going on, if he is involved in this or not in any way, shape, or form. We do not know if he's in the area. We are working to determine whether he is or is not at this time. That is still part of our investigation.
There are bullet holes in storefronts down the street and also in a car. Is that related to what happened up here, or do you know?
So at this time, our detectives are aware of those. Our officers have responded down, and we've met with the individuals at those locations. We will be looking at that to see if it is linked forensically, but it is very possible. Yes, thank you. I appreciate you asking that question. A fourth victim did respond to our officers here on the scene. That individual is a 60-year-old, mid-60s female who sustained a gunshot wound to the upper back, probably described as almost a graze wound, and medical treatment was rendered here on scene. That individual did not have to go to a hospital. But that is our fourth victim. Our updates on our other victims, the 54, I believe, year-old male is stable at the hospital. The mid-30s female is also stable at the hospital. And as we said earlier, our 12-year-old female victim who was shot in the arm is also stable. So at this time, we have 4 victims that we are aware of.
Are you aware if this is connected at all to the triple shooting we saw on Kennedy Street this afternoon?
I have no information that would lead me to believe it's related, but we will investigate all those angles. That is all still part of our active scene. We are still searching through buildings. We're still doing some tactical searches up in that area. So all of that will hopefully come to light.
Were the shots directed toward the glass bridge between the two buildings at Edwin Burke?
That we don't know at this time. We have not determined where the shots came from or where they were directed to.
Can you circle back to that video, the social media rumors about this being live streamed possibly by the suspect or shooter? Any update on that?
So we are still looking at that to determine the authenticity of that. As I said earlier, this person of interest name is linked to some of those social media postings. So that's why we want to talk to that individual, is to determine that that name does come back to an individual.
Can you tell us more about the other scene that was just referenced, where that was and when it was?
So the restaurant that was shot, that sustained damage, is further down here on the block on Connecticut. I apologize, I don't remember the name of the restaurant, but they came forward to us to let us know that they had received that damage to the property.
Was that before or after?
We were already on the scene here when we were alerted to what happened down there. So I'm not sure if they didn't know about it at the time, didn't realize it, but we're looking at it to see if it is in fact related.
Chief, do you know if there
I don't have that information at this time. Again, at this time, we don't, we'd like to speak to Mr. Spencer, figure out, if he has any role in this or any connection to this, and hopefully that'll lead us in a direction to identify what happened here and why. We're going to be here until we're confident that we have the safety of the community in mind and that we're continuing this investigation. So we are working to clear buildings as we can safely, similar to how we're doing it with the schools and with the reunification center. So as we can safely do it, but we still would appreciate folks not heading up towards that area of Connecticut Avenue.
Did you mention the age of Mr. Spencer in the description?
He's a 23-year-old male, and we're going to be putting his information up on our Twitter. It's been put on our Twitter already, and our social media accounts.
Were you asking people to shelter in place still?
We would prefer people to stay inside up there and to avoid that area. Okay. Thank you.
Thank you. I want to reiterate my thanks to all of our law enforcement partners who are here. It has been mentioned that MPD is also responding to 2 sites. So we are very focused on getting people help and stopping gun violence. I think it should be mentioned that unfortunately I had to look in parents' eyes tonight who were terrified. And they were terrified thinking of what might happen to their children. And we have experienced this too much in our country. The epidemic of the gun violence, the easy access to weapons has got to stop. People should not be scared taking their children to school.
Okay, so we just heard from Muriel Bowser, the mayor of D.C., along with officials from the Metropolitan Police Department. This is what we know so far. They have named a person of interest, Raymond Spencer. He's 23 years old, and his name came up through social media channels. They want to talk to him, police do. They want him to turn himself in for some questioning. They don't know if he's in the area. They also gave an update about essentially the conditions of the victims, and we now know there was a 4th victim. This is new, a 60-year-old female who sustained a gunshot wound to the upper back. Police described it as a graze wound, and so she did not require hospital admission for that injury. She was treated on the scene. I believe Metro PD did put out a photo of 23-year-old Raymond Spencer, and we're about to get that very soon here so we can show you his picture. But as for the other 3 victims, this is what we know. They're all still in stable condition. They are expected to survive their injuries. That's a 54-year-old male, a mid-30s female, and a 12-year-old girl. As parents and friends are still waiting for their kids to be reunified with them from the Edmund Burke School there in the Cleveland Park neighborhood. Let's head back out to Fox 5 DC. They actually have the tweet from Metro PD with a photo of Raymond Spencer.
Over the course of the night, and you're right, she brought up those questions towards the end of it. Our concern really not so much of whether or not these were connected incidents, which they said they weren't. It's just a matter of the fact that this is happening and continues to happen across the city. And look, the mayor's right in that parents and kids shouldn't be worried about going to school. The question is, how do you address this?
Absolutely not. And she's the mayor, so hopefully she can provide some answers as to how this is stopped in her city. In the meantime, 7:47 here. We continue on Fox 5, our coverage. The sun is setting. Josh Rosenthal has been on the scene since this all started to unfold. Josh, again, you've been walking us through what's happened, and it seems like there's no letting up on this scene as they continue to search for Raymond Spencer.
Yeah, Marina, just like everybody else, we were sitting here listening into the mayor's comments. I can tell you here at the intersection of Connecticut and Van Ness, this has kind of been the center of the action, for lack of a better term, all day long. The scene remains relatively calm. We know, listening to the mayor, listening to authorities, the police, that there is a lot going on behind the scenes. But here, where we have seen so much activity throughout the day, it's kind of slowed. It's a little bit of a lull. Take a look behind me. I want you to look up. This is Van Ness. So let me just kind of set the scene for you. This is where we've been looking all day. On the right, you see AVA apartments, and we believe that to be where most of the shooting and this ordeal took place. We've heard it from witness after witness. Right now, things are relatively calm. All these police officers that you see around, certainly an enormous police presence, but they've pretty much been standing right where you're seeing them right now. For hours, we saw groups of people being taken out of the building, people who were inside being escorted to safety by police. We just talked to one of them not too long ago before the mayor started speaking here on camera. He said he heard the shots. He went to his apartment. Police went up there, knocked on his door, escorted him out. He was one of the first people escorted out. At that time, people were still, to an extent, some of them running away from the building. Police had their long guns drawn. Very different scene now. As you can see, still lots of people around. You might be able to see these fire and EMS technicians there sitting on the back of these ambulances. They have been there all night just in case they're needed. Thankfully, at least from our vantage point, since we've been here a little since before 4 o'clock, we haven't seen anyone have to use their services over there. This place was covered in parents earlier because Edmund Burke School is so close by. Many of those parents presumably have gone over to the library where they're hoping to reunite with their children. You heard Mayor Bowser say that parents shouldn't feel unsafe or be scared sending their children to school. However, I got to tell you, we have talked to parent after parent, and that is precisely what they said. They are scared. They were scared before this, and then it's kind of your worst fear as a parent. Something like this happens in proximity to your child, and then you are sitting here, and even for the parents that were able to talk to their children on the cell phone, this has still been an incredibly nerve-wracking experience. We have not seen much movement again among law enforcement personnel here in front of these AVA apartments, which we believe to be one of the main areas where these shootings took place. That is what we've heard from many, many witnesses. Although, as you just heard from police, this is still very much a fluid situation. It's still very much an active scene. So we are still seeking confirmation, but we're bringing you what we know, to the best of what we know, as we can. And that's the situation right now, guys. It is relatively calm. I've been saying this all night, but I'm using the word relatively because certainly it's a huge police presence. I just walked a couple blocks that way, which is where we parked our news vehicle to grab a bottle of water. There are still police as far as you can see. And I know you guys have the aerial shots and have been able to see it too, but it really is a staggering number of law enforcement personnel here working hard, trying to make sure that this community is safe. But for right now, right here, this area that has very much been the center of police attention all day long, and with very good reason, it is relatively calm here tonight. Not much movement, Jim and Marina, that we've seen probably in about the last hour now. Guys.
Yeah, Josh, and you've got to imagine.
Okay, and Fox 5 DC reporter there, Josh Rosenthal, is doing such a great job, though. Let's take this full here. This is the tweet from DC Police with a photo of 23-year-old Raymond Spencer of Fairfax, Virginia, and police just named him as a person of interest in this shooting investigation. They said that they found his name. It came up through social media channels, but they're not sure if he's still in the area, but they do want him to essentially come in for some questioning in relation to this shooting that left 4 people injured today in the Cleveland Park neighborhood of Washington, D.C. We're going to stay on this story until the top of the 5 o'clock hour out here on the West Coast, almost 8 o'clock on the East Coast in the nation's capital. We don't know if we're going to be hearing from officials again tonight, possibly if an arrest is made. Remember, family members of those students at the Edmund Burke School have gathered at the Cleveland Park Library to be reunified with them. And so we're being told that that should be happening at any moment here. Let's go back out to Fox 5 in D.C.
And then you can flip over to Fox 5 Plus WDCA. We will continue to keep you posted there. We, of course, are keeping all of our social media channels amped up for you with all the latest information, fox5dc.com, as well as the Fox 5 app.
Yeah, and we take this shot, and it's interesting to hear Josh how he walks us through. When we say active scene, there is no question this is an active scene, but it has now become a different type of scene. Now it's not so much the imminent danger that the people in this neighborhood are in, which there's obviously still always a potential threat until the suspect or suspects are neutralized. But in the meantime, it's trying to find this person. And I think now you deviate resources into locating where this person of interest may be to try and finally put an end to what has been an incredibly long day in Van Ness here. And the main part of this investigation has been surrounding the Edmund Burke School. And 7:54, and we still know that students have not been reunited with their families as we await word. We heard here when the mayor was speaking that they were going to be transferred to the Cleveland Park Library and hopefully meet up with their parents there. But again, this has been slow going as they assess the situation, make sure that everyone's okay. Jim, we also heard from the assistant chief that not only was Connecticut and Van Ness Street one main focal point of this investigation, there are businesses down Connecticut Avenue where owners, after the initial calls for gunfire, called DC police saying that they were now realizing that their storefronts had also been shot at, that there were vehicles that were shot at that were different to this Edmund Burke location. So unclear if this may have come from the same gun at the same time or how that happened. But now this is part of that puzzle and timeline that police are trying to put together to try and get a sense of how exactly this all happened and how and when this started and if it continued down the street and down Connecticut Avenue.
All right, one of our reporters out there at the scene is Fox 5's Paris Jones. He's standing by. He was at that news conference there, which wrapped up just a little while ago. And that was a question asked, was there a connection there? But Paris, at the very end, we started hearing the mayor talk about just this rash of shootings across, whether it's Kennedy Street or Blair Road or here on Van Ness in Connecticut.
Yeah, that's right. Definitely something that they talked about tonight and something that we asked them about, that triple shooting on Kennedy Street. And just getting back to this situation, the person of interest, 23-year-old Raymond Spencer, that was something that we asked about as well, both in this last update and the one that we just had a few minutes ago. They say that video that we had been talking about on social media that had been circulating, some people said that this was video of the suspect or the shooter. Now, that was something that police were still looking to authenticate, but now we find out that Raymond Spencer is possibly linked to that video, and this is why they want to speak with him to see if he had anything to do with this, something that we had brought up earlier. Something else that they mentioned in the press update.
One more press conference tonight.
And this is something that they're talking about now. There's going to be another press conference. There's going to be another press conference at some point later tonight is what somebody from the mayor's staff just brought up, guys. Sorry about that. But basically, police also talked about there being possibly a fourth victim. Well, there is a fourth victim now, a woman in her 60s with a gunshot wound. She is expected to survive as well. They also gave an update on the other 3 victims in the hospital. They said they are still in stable condition tonight. So it's a lot of information that we're still looking for as far as this person of interest, 23-year-old Raymond Spencer out of Fairfax. We hope to get some more information about just who he is and what his role is in all of this right now, guys.
All right, Paris, thank you. Again, we are going to give you a live look at the scene and remind you in just a few moments, our coverage on Fox 5 will end for the time being. We're going to go over to Fox 5 Plus, and then, of course, Marina and I will be back here on Fox 5 at 10 o'clock with the latest. I did not hear behind Paris. They did not give a time, I believe, when this next briefing will be. But when that happens, we'll bring it to you wherever it may be, Fox 5 Plus or on fox5dc.com and the Fox 5. More people crossing the street there.
we're trying to adjust the contrast here. Obviously, this is a difficult time of day as the sun is setting, but again, waves of people that continue to come out of Van Ness Street and being evacuated. And we heard from we spoke with another resident, Laura, earlier in the 7 o'clock hour, and she was saying that she was across the way from the Ava building, which seemed to be a main point there for investigators and for police, and that she saw police coming into her building and they were doing a sweep. She said she was high up in the building and they'd not yet reached her floor. She hadn't gotten a knock on the door that it was time to evacuate, but it seemed to me that she got the sense that that was coming, and clearly they're trying to get that block as clear as possible to make sure that they can finally close out that there is no threat on that street until they find whomever is responsible. But again, that person of interest identified as 23-year-old Raymond Spencer of Fairfax, Virginia, and police clearly calling for Mr. Spencer to turn himself in.
As mentioned, too, we have been keeping tabs on other incidents across the city tonight in what has been a very violent evening with 3 men shot on Kennedy Avenue in Northwest D.C., a man in a wheelchair reported to be shot on Blair Road in Northwest D.C. Those situations remain under investigation at this hour, but clearly the focus on here, and I would say arguably rightfully so, is the fact that in this situation you had an entire school locked down, kids forced to shelter in place for hours. We also had several businesses nearby shot up. In this area, you mentioned about the embassies nearby, the institutions of higher learning. This is an area that's very busy. This is a major thoroughfare through the city itself. But there is a broader conversation to be had, which we will certainly have that conversation. But
without question, yeah, we're wrapping up our coverage here on Fox 5 as we take this shot here from Sky Fox over Connecticut Avenue in the Van Ness neighborhood. And here is a live picture of that reunification of those students from Edmund Burke who are getting off at Cleveland Park Library. We are going to go live back to Stephanie Ramirez. That will happen on WDCA Fox 5 Plus. You can continue to watch our live coverage, again, Fox 5 Plus, right now.
All right, Fox 5 DC's coverage there ending. Just wanted to give you a last live look at this tweet put out by the DC Police Department of a person of interest now in this shooting investigation. His name, Raymond Spencer. He's 23 years old from Fairfax, Virginia. Just want to go back out live to DC as students now have been bused to the Cleveland Park Library to be reunited with their parents. And we did just briefly hear again that there will be another press conference later tonight. We don't know exactly the timing of it, but when we do get it live, we'll bring it to you here for any more updates in what has been a very busy Friday afternoon, Friday night in the nation's capital. We do have a live now look at the White House. President Biden making his way back to the East Coast after his Pacific Northwest trip. We'll hear from him in Washington State from a little bit earlier today. In the next hour, he is flying into Philadelphia and then heading to Delaware for the weekend. We also are monitoring this press conference out of Washington, D.C., where we're going to be hearing from the Prime Minister of Ukraine. And then when we come back from the commercial break, we'll have an update on many of these wildfires that are burning in the state of Arizona, where we are here at Live Now from Fox. We'll get an update on the ground about the tunnel fire, how much has been contained, are evacuations still in place, and so much more. We'll be back in 2 minutes. Welcome back here to Live Now from Fox on this Friday night. I'm Andrew Kraft. We're just a little bit after the top of the 5 o'clock hour here, where we're monitoring a few of these breaking stories happening right now, especially out in Washington, D.C. Children from the Edmund Burke School now being reunited with their families at the Cleveland Park Library. We'll have more updates on that. We're also tracking as well this live event out in Washington, D.C. as well, where the Ukrainian Prime Minister is speaking. We'll show you more of that in just a moment. But right now we want to get an update on the tunnel fire. Many forest fires have been raging in the state of Arizona this week. Joining me now from the scene near Flagstaff, Arizona, Fox 10 reporter Nicole Garcia is there. Nicole, what do we know at this hour?
Well, it's kind of strange to be talking about a wildfire because right now it is cold up here. It's like winter weather. We've seen rain and we've seen snow. Unfortunately, that's just really only dampened the air, hasn't doused any flames in the tunnel fire, which rages on mainly because of these winds, these ferocious winds, pretty much negating any kind of effect that the precipitation has had on that fire. Evacuation orders remain in effect for about 750 homes, and that means nearly 2,000 residents are waiting and watching on edge to see if their homes will be spared from this wildfire. Mother Nature sprinkled some much-needed precipitation over the tunnel fire Friday.
The fires had a little bit of moisture this morning that slowed it down a bit, but as you can see, the winds have picked up and it's taken all that moisture, the effectiveness of that out of the picture right now.
A snow shower passed through during the afternoon, but the fire continued to spread, ferocious winds moving it northeast. Many residents have been out of their homes for several days now. Deputies escorted dozens of residents back to their houses to gather more belongings.
Currently, we believe that the fire is about a block or two from our house.
His home is located in the area where a spot fire popped up overnight, burning about 300 acres. He's hopeful his house will be spared.
The whole point we're here right now is we're trying to get home so that we can go turn on our hot water heater. It's supposed to get cold over the weekend. We just don't want our pipes to freeze, assuming it's still there.
Nearly 400 fire personnel are now on scene battling this massive wildfire. Ground crews are digging lines, engines are protecting structures. Meanwhile, Coconino County deputies continue to enforce closures and have arrested 2 who tried to ignore orders. Tom Clyde was booked on suspicion of DUI, and Gary Sharp was arrested on aggravated assault charges after charging a roadblock, nearly hitting several people.
It's not understandable that you almost hit an officer. It's not understandable that you almost hit anybody. We do understand that the residents are frustrated and there's a lot of anxiety to get back in.
Now, the tunnel fire, it's been burning since Sunday, and so far, 5 days later, it's just about 3% contained. So there is little progress, and obviously this colder, wetter weather makes it easier for firefighters who are on the ground trying to battle these blazes. But again, unfortunately, even snow and rain didn't make much of a dent in the tunnel fire, and the cause of this fire remains under investigation. Andrew, back to you.
Yeah, Nicole, that was my kind of main takeaway from your story. It didn't seem like this cold weather, the rain, the snow, really made an impact, and still the wind in that whole arrangement is still a problem. Nicole Garcia there live for us. Thanks so much. We'll talk to you again. Okay, we have been following that ever since it broke out earlier this week, like Nicole said, and we'll stay on top of it here on Live Now from Fox, especially since it is in our backyard. It is up a little further north from where we are here at Live Now from Fox. So a very busy and active fire season already. Well, we have a few Live Now looks still that we're monitoring on this Friday. Of course, back out to Washington, D.C., where we were told that we'll get another police update tonight. We don't know what time. But we'll carry that live for you here once we know and once we get it into this shooting investigation now in police's hands. We do know that there is a person of interest now in this whole story. His name, Raymond Spencer. He's 23 years old. He's from Fairfax, Virginia. Police want to talk to him. Right now, we also have a live look outside of the Cleveland Park Library. And so that was the reunification center for students. That's Fox's Stephanie Ramirez there. As parents are still waiting to be in touch and talk with their kids since they had to be bussed there from their holding location during this whole ordeal, this police investigation that has really crippled parts of the Cleveland Park neighborhood. Right now, we're going to go to some other top stories that we haven't yet got to yet. Of course, we told you President Biden making his way back to the East Coast from his Pacific Northwest trip. Let's hear from him today, speaking about the economy, speaking about what he's going to do to try to bring down inflation, what middle-class families need this year, particularly. His remarks in Washington State from earlier.
Hello, my name is Elisa Graceffo. I am a mom of 3 kids from Sammamish, Washington. It's about 30 miles north of here. On Christmas Eve in 2008, my oldest daughter, Juliana, who's standing here, she was then 4. She became pale and lethargic. She was feeling so bad that she skipped our Christmas Eve dinner. We thought it was the flu. She continued to feel worse and worse throughout that evening, and by the middle of the night, she started having difficulty breathing. We called 911, and an ambulance came and took us to Seattle Children's Hospital. When we arrived, the ER doctor asked if anyone had checked Juliana's blood sugar. No one had, and when they checked it, it was over 700. A normal blood sugar range is between 90 and 100. The ER doctor told me immediately that Juliana had type 1 diabetes, which is an autoimmune disease in which the body attacks the insulin-producing cells of the pancreas. This restricts her ability to get energy from food. Type 1 diabetes lasts a lifetime, and people with type 1 must take insulin to live. Juliana spent the next 36 hours in a coma-like state called diabetic ketoacidosis in the pediatric ICU before they were able to stabilize her. We then spent the next 3 days in the hospital learning how to take care of a young child with this disease. It's a 24/7 process of checking blood sugars, counting the carbohydrates of everything your child eats so you can calculate the right amount of insulin to give, and then giving insulin shots. Blood sugars going too high or too low can have devastating short-term and long-term consequences. Living with type 1 diabetes is a family affair. One of my philosophies in life, which I try to impart to my children, is that when life gives you lemons, you should make lemonade. Our family has been involved in raising awareness and funds for type 1 diabetes research to help prevent, treat, and cure type 1 since shortly after Juliana was diagnosed. We are proud that through our Team Juliana efforts, we have raised nearly $500,000 for diabetes research. But it's hard to make lemonade when the cost of some of the ingredients can be so high and steadily increase. No one should suffer or die in America because they cannot afford insulin. That is unacceptable. Fortunately for us, today, Juliana is in high school and thriving. But as a parent, the worry never ceases. For the millions of other families across America, there is no time to lose. We need to act. Thank you for this opportunity. I'd like to invite my daughter Juliana to share a few words now.
Thank you, Mom. It is an honor for my family and me to be here today to talk about the importance of insulin affordability. My name is Juliana Graceffo, and I am a senior at Eastlake High School in Sammamish, Washington. As my mom just recounted, I have been living with type 1 diabetes since I was 4 years old. Here, in fact, is the insulin pump that delivers the essential insulin hormone, which I need to survive, to my body through this tube and into my skin. Once my family got over the initial shock of this diagnosis and gained some confidence in how to manage it day to day, we turned our attention to advocacy. As a high school freshman, I represented Washington State with a group that went to Washington, D.C. to lobby Congress to pass the Special Diabetes Program, which provides $150 million in research funding over 3-year cycles to this cause. And we were successful in getting that passed. Thank you to Senators Murray and Cantwell and Representative Schreier for their support on that. The federal government has such a huge role to play in advancing basic research on diabetes and so many other areas. And we have seen real results too. When I was 4, type 1 diabetes treatment consisted of 10 or more finger poke blood tests a day and 10 to 15 insulin injections a day with regular syringes. Today, I wear a continuous glucose monitor on my skin, which tests my blood sugar level every 5 minutes, and this data is wirelessly transferred to my insulin pump, which then uses advanced software algorithms to calculate insulin dosages on my behalf, then delivers the necessary insulin through a tube into the site on my skin. None of this progress would have been possible without the support of the federal government and private organizations. But the common element in these improved treatments is insulin. We have better ways to dose and deliver the required insulin, but we still need the insulin itself. And here, during my 14 years and counting as a diabetic, we have seen nothing but increase after increase in the cost of insulin, a human hormone whose DNA sequence exists in the public domain. In fact, this cost has tripled over the past decade, while the insulin itself is largely unchanged. We need something to change, and I am honored to introduce someone who is working to deliver that change. A president who understands the hopes and dreams of families like mine across this country. Please welcome President Biden.
Juliana. My colleagues, I'm taking her back to Washington. We're going to get the rest of my bill passed. We're going to get it done. By the way, I don't embarrass her, but she's off to Notre Dame next year. I've done the commencement there a couple of times. I told her if she sees me on campus, I don't want her to say Joe who when I come up to see her. Promise?
Promise.
God love you. Thank you very, very much.
Thank you so much.
Thank you, Mom. Lisa and Juliana, thank you for that introduction. And, as my mother would say, God love you. You're saving lives. You're saving lives by pointing out what needs to be done. I want to start off, though, by pointing out a couple things. Number one, as was mentioned earlier, my wife, Jill, is a community college professor. I believe she's the only first lady ever to work full-time, and she's still working full-time as a community college professor, and that's why she's not with me today. But one of the things we're also working on, just parenthetically, and this is a great college, it really is. Thanks to the leadership of the governor, you have one of the best systems in the country. And I want you to know, though, that we know, and I know firsthand, my wife's an English professor and teaches writing as well. The number of students who come back to schools like this and the community college where Jill teaches, Northern Virginia Community College, are coming back having not been in school for a long time, many times. Coming back because they want to better their lives, breaking their necks to get here. Some of them, and the average age of my wife's students is 28 years of age. That's the average age. People coming through difficult circumstances they find themselves in, and back east, a number of immigrant families coming through. And the cost is still, no matter how the states try to control it, still matters. So one of the things that it didn't do all I wanted to do, but was just able to sign a new budget bill that increases the Pell Grants by $400 a year. The largest increase in 10 years, but we have to do more. Look, I want to say a special thank you to Governor Inslee for his welcome and his partnership across a broad range of issues. including strengthening the economy, your economy, and fighting the pandemic. But, you know, I refer to him, and he knows this to be true, because when I was back seeking the nomination, he is the environmental governor of the nation. This guy is leading the whole country. And you have one heck of a congressional delegation. Starting with my friend Patty Murray. You know, when we passed the Recovery Act, the first bill we passed, I went to Patty and I said, I want to deal with the child tax credit, which was something that had to be done. Patty's been fighting for it for years and years and years. I got it passed. We got it passed. And it reduced child poverty in America by 40%. But because of a couple folks, because we don't have this, we lack one Democrat and 50 Republicans from keeping it from passing this time around. But it really fundamentally changed the lives of millions of people, Patty. You know it better than I do. But it reduced child poverty by 40%. And she talked about earlier about the cost of child care. I was a single dad for 5 years when my wife and daughter were killed in an automobile accident. And everybody, and I commuted every day, 250 miles, 270 miles a day, from Wilmington, Delaware to Washington, D.C. on Amtrak. Everybody thought I did it because I just wanted to be home. That's true, but I did it because I couldn't possibly afford child care. I was a United States Senator. I had the dubious distinction for 36 years of being listed as the poorest man in the Senate, but I was making a lot of money as a senator from my perspective. And I didn't think I should be making any money other than my salary as a senator. And I could not possibly afford, even back in 1972 and 3, I could not afford child care. That's why I went home every single night, over 200,000 miles worth of my career. And folks, there's easy answers. There's easy answers. We can do all that Patty and I and others have been talking about, and not one person in America making less than $400,000 a year will see a single solitary increase in their taxes. Not one. Not a single increase. And folks, you know, I sometimes been called by some of my interesting Republican friends, Democrats are all socialists. I'm a capitalist. And I think if you can make $1 billion or $1 million or $100 million, you should be able to do it. But pay your fair share. Pay your fair share. I come from the corporate state of the world, Delaware. More corporations are incorporated in Delaware than every other state in the union combined. And I got elected 6 times as senator, notwithstanding that. Here's the point. On the Fortune 500 companies, 40 of them last year, they made $40 billion and didn't pay a single solitary penny in taxes. It's not right. It's just not fair. All they got to do is just pay a fair share. And we can do all of this and so much more, but that's not what my point being here tonight. Today, I should say. And Senator Cantwell, she's been a champion in this state to keep clearing the bipartisan infrastructure law and delivering high-speed internet all across the state of Washington. And because we're going to outcompete the rest of the world. She understands how we do it. We got to have you have access to that information. Think about it. During the pandemic, how many of you parents had to drive your kids into a McDonald's parking lot to get on the internet to be able to do your homework? Not a joke. This is the United States of America, for God's sake. The United States of America. Because of this lady and others, we are going to see to it every single place in this country, rural, urban, and suburban, has access to high-speed internet. Congressman Shire, who represents a district, a doctor, an MD, who knows what folks go through in our healthcare system and knows how to make it better. You know, this includes how to fill the nursing shortage to help colleges like this one train and prepare the next generation of nurses and healthcare workers. My wife and her went to Delaware Community College and now in Northern Virginia teaches an awful lot of nurses, And by the way, docs are okay. I've been a significant consumer of healthcare in my career. Unfortunately, I was hospitalized for the better part of 7 months with 2 cranial aneurysms and an embolism, and my son Bo came back as a decorated war hero from Iraq after a year of stage 4 glioblastoma, and spent 15 months at the end just hanging on. And you know, doctors let you live. Nurses, male and female, I'm not joking, any of you in nursing programs, they make you want to live. Not a joke. Not a joke. I think it's the single most underrated profession in the United States of America. I really mean it. When I was at Walter Reed all those months, I'd lie there in that ICU and look at the monitors. And you know, if any of those lines go flat, you're in trouble. But seriously, after a while, and you've seen this, Doc, you just get tired. Wasn't in pain, just get tired, just want to stop. And my nurses, I remember to this day their names. They'd come in and they'd change the pillow, they'd rub my head, they'd do something, they'd keep you moving, talk to you. That's why what I did was they said everybody comes out of an intensive care unit, the joke is in hospitals is they either get taken out in the nurses never see me. They either get taken out in a bag and or they never want to come back. I used to go back once a month and have dinner for the nurses every night on the night shift to thank them. So any of you who are, anybody in here, well, I'm not sure how many are part of the college, but any of you studying nursing, keep it. Well, God love you. Oh, I really mean it. And I don't want to disappoint you, because the male nurses are as consequences of the female nurses, okay? Not a joke. And so anyway, I just wanted to mention that, and I want to thank Congresswoman Kilmer and for the nearby district, the 6th district, I guess. He's leading the charge in the economy to make sure that that we leave no community behind. And we're also joined today by Larson and I know. You're gonna. No, I got it. Del Bene, who's a real champion for working families. And while she couldn't be here today, Congresswoman Jayapal is doing an incredible job in the state. She's visiting. She's been a great partner of mine and worked really close with me. And she's visiting her family now, and she'll be back shortly. But folks, we're all laser focused on lowering the costs for you and your families across the board. And a big way to do that is lower the cost of health care. Health care, especially in the area of prescription drugs. The governor in this state has already gotten insulin down to $35 for, I guess it's a year you've done it so far. Is that right? Well, either early this month, President Obama came back to the White House. He's a good friend. He came back to the White House for the first time in a long time to celebrate the 12th anniversary of the Affordable Care Act. And we talked about how hard it was to get it done in the first place and why we were so determined to get it done. It was for the people who desperately needed it and had no alternatives and deserved to be treated with, as my dad, the word he used most, is everyone is entitled to be treated with dignity. Everyone. And there's no loss of your dignity like not being able to take care of a child who's sick or a wife or a spouse or husband. And countless Americans lie in bed at night staring up at the ceiling, wondering, what happens? What happens if I get sick? What happens if I get prostate cancer or my wife gets breast cancer? What do we do? How do we take care of the family? Who's going to pay for it? What's going to happen? Thousands and thousands of Americans stare at that ceiling. So we did it with the idea that an American health care should be a right, not a privilege. And well, with the help of the leaders here at a federal and state level, we began to make some good on the proposition of fighting and defending and improving the Affordable Care Act after it got passed. You know, if we can hold for a second here, remember, my colleagues will remember, I was out of office 1 year as vice president. They ended the term in the 2018 elections. And remember, the other team wanted to do away with Obamacare. They had scores of court cases, scores of votes to try to eliminate it. But what happened was a lot of people didn't, Barack is kind of a humble guy. And I used to say to him after we won that Affordable Care fight, I said, you ought to take a victory lap. Let people know what happened. He said, we don't have time. We don't have time. Oh, guess what? I went into 58 races that year to campaign where there was an incumbent Republican and a Democrat running. I only went to Republicans who wanted to eliminate the Affordable Care Act. And what I pointed out was, if in fact that Republican won that year and they took back the Congress, what was going to happen? Anyone with a pre-existing condition could not get coverage again. Not just an Affordable Care Act, but couldn't get coverage in your personal insurance you paid for. And all of a sudden, people went, whoa, we won 44 of those races. On the one thing, knowing they were going to eliminate the idea that if you have a pre-existing condition, you couldn't get coverage. Now you can under the Affordable Care Act. Within the first months of my administration, we passed the landmark American Rescue Plan, a law that not only helped us get COVID-19 under control and our economy back on track, but millions of people more insured under the Affordable Care Act. We made it easier for people to sign up for coverage in the middle of the
Okay, so we've just been listening to President Biden. That was the last leg of his Pacific Northwest trip today, speaking there in Auburn, Washington, talking about lowering costs for American families, touting the Affordable Care Act, talking about his work with former President Obama when he was vice president, and so much more. Also, we heard from him as well in the Seattle area today on the occasion of Earth Day, talking about the administration's climate change policies. We'll have those remarks a little bit later on. We're going to take a quick commercial break, but there's a lot of drama right now amongst House Republicans, especially House Minority Leader Kevin McCarthy leaked audio suggesting that he was about to tell former President Trump to resign in the days following the January 6th Capitol insurrection. We'll be talking about that. We'll be talking also about Congresswoman Marjorie Taylor Greene. She was on the stand today in a Georgia courtroom about her re-election prospects and whether or not she can remain on the ballot. So a lot of drama amongst some of these House Republicans. We'll be breaking it down in 2 minutes.
House Minority Leader Kevin McCarthy is facing political fallout after audio obtained by the New York Times reveals he considered pushing former President Trump to step down in the wake of the January 6th Capitol riot.
The only discussion I would have with him is that I think this will pass, and it would be my recommendation we should resign.
The clip, taken from a call between McCarthy, Congresswoman Liz Cheney, and other top Republican leaders, took place just 4 days after the attack. It's now part of a new book in which the authors detail the gap between what Republicans say about Trump in public versus what they say in private.
It's going to, I think, tell a very different story about this period than the story that many people are trying to tell right now.
Before the audio was released, McCarthy slammed the New York Times, calling the reporting false and wrong. The call potentially jeopardizing McCarthy's aspirations of becoming House Speaker and putting Republicans in an awkward spot as the House committee's investigation into January 6 ramps up. In Georgia, a critical day as well for Congresswoman Marjorie Taylor Greene. She'll take the stand in a case that seeks to bar her from re-election for her role in the January insurrection.
This is a solemn occasion. This is not politics. This is not theater.
As for who leaked the audio of McCarthy, a spokeswoman for Congresswoman Liz Cheney says she did not record or leak the tape and does not know how reporters got it. In Washington, Malta Rivera, Fox News.
Madeline, thanks so much. Joining me now to discuss this even further is Mariana Alfaro. She is anchor of Post Politics Now at the Washington Post. And Mariana, good to see you. You know, I had kind of thought that there would be more of a backlash, but it's been, what, almost, I think, 24 hours now since this all came out. And kind of crickets amongst House Republicans. And it looks like Kevin McCarthy is going to weather this just fine. Is that your view?
That appears to be the case. You know, one of the first stories we heard this morning, right after the tape came out last night, one of the first things we heard this morning was that McCarthy called Trump, and he said, no, we're fine. Like, the president wasn't upset, according to what, you know, people said about the call. And, you know, I think people woke up this morning thinking that it was over for the minority leader. It might get a little tough for him, but if Trump gives him the clear, then I think, you know, he might weather the storm. Again, we haven't heard this from Trump himself. Tomorrow he's going to be in Ohio at a rally. Who knows what he might say then? You know, he often tends to go off script. So I think we'll if we hear something from Trump, it might come tomorrow. Just a bit more clear official statement on this situation.
Yeah, and Mariana, you know, McCarthy's office put out a pretty scathing statement denying it outright. And, you know, the truism in politics goes that everyone lies in politics, but this was a very, very bold-faced denial. But then the New York Times reporters, they had the receipts, they have the audio. So what does this say about McCarthy's office, and especially about his chances to become Speaker if House Republicans take back the majority in the midterm elections? Do you think that will, you know, jeopardize that at all?
You know, the thing about that, how quickly he kind of got, you know, the receipts were pulled out, it just kind of shakes the caucus's confidence on him. You know, he's saying one thing, denying it completely, and then there's just, you know, all of this audio. So I think there might be some doubt showing, you know, there's other people in the party who could lead, who could pick up for McCarthy. There's, you know, Steve Scalise, number two, for example. Like, we don't know exactly yet what's going to happen next, but we do know that this is a kind of situation that makes people not trust the leader if he can't keep a story together or, like, straight.
Yeah, and of course, that phone call that we've all heard by now, he's speaking to Liz Cheney, and we know how their relationship has devolved since January 6th. But I found it interesting. Cheney's office was very quick to put out a statement saying, you know, that the New York Times reporters, they didn't get that audio from her office. I guess just from political reporter to political reporter. Are you curious? Where do you think it came from?
I am very curious about where, and I kind of expected that statement to come out quickly, just washing their hands off. My first thought when I heard it was, wow, if they did do this, what an ace to pull. But, you know, there's someone in there who does believe that this truth has to come out one way or another. You know, Liz Cheney has been really good at sticking on the side of, you know, the election was fair. We can't keep this going. This is going to undermine democracy. So wasn't her, but I believe it was someone in the party who might, stick to those beliefs too, and just kind of doesn't want to see the Republican Party continue going down this road.
Yeah, and Mariana, what does it say, too, about so many Republicans when Trump was in office, since Trump has left office, kind of their public-facing statements and what they say about the former president kind of behind closed doors in these phone calls that, you and I are not privy to until reporters get them while they're leaked, especially in the events surrounding January the 6th. I mean, in that phone call, the 25th Amendment was brought up, resignation was brought up. They essentially were quite confident that even the Senate was going to convict.
Mm-hmm. I think it just shows how much all these politicians kind of play for the sound bites and the clips and, the statements and the scenes that they can use on a campaign trail, while in the background, they kind of obviously know how the Constitution works. They know how the law works. They know that there's a line that they can cross, that they can cross publicly, but they can cross it legally. And so I think that's kind of what we're going to be seeing more now that we are getting deeper into just January 6th insurrection. People say a lot of things, but when it comes to acting, and knowing that some stuff can really get you in trouble, that's where they draw the line. And I think that's what we're seeing with McCarthy right now.
Yeah, and of course, the investigation goes on at the committee level, and we will see if former President Trump does talk about this in the next couple of days. You never know who is going to be under his wrath and ire comment-wise in statements. Briefly, though, Mariana, let's talk about another House Republican, Marjorie Taylor Greene, Congresswoman from Georgia. She's on the stand today for a trial, though. What is going on here for those of us who have not been up to speed on this?
Yes, so a group of activists in Georgia are representing Georgia, a group of Georgia voters saying, she helped the insurrection happen. She was one of the few Congress people who kind of allowed this or promoted this idea that the insurrection, that kind of led to the insurrection. So they're saying that because of that, she should not appear on the ballot in her district, violating some sort of part of the law there. It is very unlikely, that the proof that they've shown and what's come out on this trial could lead to her being removed from the ballot. But the argument here is that the whole situation here is that we are hearing the first congressperson under oath talk about January 6th. She might be saying certain things, all of this is under oath, but she kept saying, I don't recall, I don't remember, I don't know when I said that, I don't remember when I said that. So it's interesting to see how she remembers January 6th, especially because so much of the stuff that she said was on Twitter, it was on video. She recorded herself saying and doing these things. So what we're seeing right now happening in Atlanta is that she is telling us for the first time under oath how she interpreted that day.
Yeah, and we know the January 6th committee is also looking at the actions of some of their fellow Congress members as well. This also happened, I believe, with Madison Cawthorn, the Republican from North Carolina. There was a similar effort, am I right?
Yes, they're kind of, the January 6th committee itself is not having a lot of success getting all these people to talk to them, but there are other efforts outside in the states that are getting, because there's so many, it's not just the investigation in the Capitol, there's so many other investigations ongoing about what happened that day, that they are kind of getting them to testify or give their own thoughts on what happened that day in many different ways. And it's just the thing at the end of the day is their interpretation of the events is very different than what we are slowly seeing uncover through investigations, through official statements, through witness accounts. And at some point, the stories just don't match up. And I think it's not going to be solved that quickly.
Yeah, and I mean, not only their interpretation, but the line of questioning today to Marjorie Taylor Greene was, their alleged even role in having January 6th even happen. So I thought that was really, really interesting, too. I guess going into the weekend, final thoughts, Mariana, what will you be looking for? I'll
definitely be looking out for President Trump tomorrow in Ohio. I'll be very excited to see, specifically what he says about J.D. Vance, because he just endorsed him in that race, very packed race. But I'm also, wondering if he's going to say something about the turmoil within the House Republican caucus.
And we'll be watching for that as well. Mariana Alfaro, thank you so much from the Washington Post. Have a good weekend. Okay, and we're going to take a quick commercial break. When we come back, though, we're going to be showing you parts of the testimony today from Congresswoman Marjorie Taylor Greene in the courtroom there in Atlanta as she is facing re-election this year. We know it's a busy midterm election year, and so some activist groups are trying to get her off the ballot for whatever her alleged role or interpretation of January 6th is and was. More on that after the break.
I became a member of Congress by being elected by the people of the 14th District.
Okay, but you actually were permitted to take your seat in the House of Representatives because you took an oath of office. Isn't that correct?
I swore an oath on January 3rd.
And that oath required you to swear that you would support and defend the Constitution of the United States, right?
Yes.
And it required you to swear an oath that you would support and defend the Constitution of the United States against all enemies, right?
Yes.
And part of the oath that you took says that you were going to undertake that obligation to defend the Constitution against all enemies freely, without any mental reservation or purpose of evasion. Do you recall that part?
I think so.
Okay, well, let's have a look at it. This will be Plaintiff's Exhibit 63. I just want to make sure you get a chance to see it.
This is the excerpt from the congressional record.
No, Your Honor. This is...
Which one?
This is Exhibit PX63.
Okay.
This is a federal statute, 5 U.S.C. 3331, which sets forth the oath of office for federal officers, including members of Congress.
Okay.
And as well as if you could make that a little bit bigger, I want to make sure the representative can see it. The highlighted portion, please. So if you see about a third of the way, 2/3 of the way down, it says that I will take this obligation. I take this obligation freely, without any mental reservation or purpose of evasion. See that?
Mm-hmm.
And you now recall that was part of the oath, right?
Yes.
And what did that mean to you, Congresswoman Green?
About taking it freely without reservation?
Yes.
It means I'm swearing the oath and I have no reservation.
Great. Now, one part of the Constitution, Representative Green, is the 12th Amendment, right?
Yes.
You're familiar with the 12th Amendment?
Yes.
That's the one that provides for the constitutional process for counting electoral votes in a presidential election, right?
Your Honor, I object. Under the speech and debate clause, she cannot be questioned about what she does on the floor of Congress pursuant to her legislative responsibility.
And I don't intend to ask any question of that sort, Your Honor. I just want to have her understanding of the Constitution. This is a case about Representative Green's state of mind, including her understanding of the oath and the Constitution.
Then I further object, because this case is not about her state of mind, is whether or not she engaged in insurrection or rebellion, engaged connotes conduct.
I concur.
And a direct.
So sustained. Next question.
Ms. Green, if somebody tried to unlawfully interfere with the process of counting the electoral votes, unlawfully, that person would be an enemy of the Constitution. Wouldn't you agree?
Does it define that way? Is it defined that way?
Well, I'm asking for your understanding. If somebody broke the law in a way designed to interfere with the process of counting the electoral college votes, that person would be an enemy of the Constitution.
You mean interrupting Congress? Is that what you're referring to?
Doing anything unlawfully to interfere with the process of counting the electoral votes.
Interrupting Congress, like when the Democrats interrupted Congress and had a sit-in on the House floor and stopped Congress?
Excuse me, Green.
Yes.
Would you rephrase your question?
I'm entitled to ask my questions in the way I'd like to ask them, Your Honor. I ask that you listen to my question and simply respond. May I proceed?
Yes.
So if someone broke the law in an effort to interfere with the counting of the electoral votes, that person would be an enemy of the Constitution. Am I right about that?
Breaking the law is unlawful. There's been over 700 people charged for what happened on January 6th.
Right, and those people were trying to interfere with the lawful process of counting the votes for the Electoral College, right?
I would assume, yes, they did. They stopped the electoral count. Yes.
Right, and so those people would be enemies of the Constitution. You would agree with that, right?
I don't know if it defines it that way.
Well, having taken the oath that we saw on the screen, if you were aware that someone was going to unlawfully interfere with the constitutional process of counting the electoral votes, you'd be obliged by your oath to try to stop them, right?
Your Honor, I object. The claim is not she violated her oath. The claim is under Section 3 of the 14th Amendment. And so her opinion on words like enemies are words of art often in the law is just irrelevant to the matter, to whether or not she engaged, did a direct and overt act of insurrection.
Your Honor, we had a 1-hour presentation on the law from Mr. Bob. We did not object to that.
I will let you answer the question. I've forgotten what it is. Could you repeat it?
Can we ask for it to be read back?
Question: if you were aware that somebody was going to unlawfully interfere with the constitutional process of counting electoral votes, you would be obliged to have them arrested or stopped, right?
You may answer.
You may answer the question to the best of your ability.
I had no knowledge of any attempt, and so that's a question that I can't answer.
Well,
I can't answer that question.
I take your representation that you had no knowledge for the time being. I'm asking it as a hypothetical question, just to understand
I can't answer a hypothetical question.
Well, I'm permitted to ask you one, so I'm going to ask you again. If you had knowledge in advance that someone was going to unlawfully interfere with the counting of the electoral votes in a presidential election, under your oath, you'd be obliged to do something to stop that, right?
I object. She's not being charged for violating her oath. There is no foundation laid that she had any knowledge about anything like that.
We'll come to that.
And so these hypothetical...
Sustain.
Let me try it a different way, Ms. Green. You remember the part in the oath where you talked about taking on the obligations of the oath freely and without mental reservation or purpose of evasion? You recall that from a few minutes ago, right?
Yes.
Okay. If you knew that people were planning to interfere with the constitutional process of counting the electoral votes, you knew that before you took the oath, and you took the oath anyway and decided not to do anything about those plans, that would be a mental reservation. Don't you agree?
I object. She is not being charged with violating the oath. The question is, did she engage in insurrection or rebellion?
Her state of mind is relevant, Your Honor. We think it's very important to have her understanding.
What, Mr. Chair?
It's relevant to whether she engaged in insurrection during the time period from January 3rd to January 6th. And we're going to be talking about her state of mind all day.
You may come back to that question after you have laid a foundation for why it ties into her activities from and after the
Fair enough. Fair enough, Your Honor. Ms. Green, you're familiar with social media, right?
Yes.
And that's a form of communication, right?
Yes.
You know what Facebook is and Twitter, right?
Yes.
You use those as an important form of communication in your work.
Yes.
You post messages on Facebook, right?
I post statements, messages, yes.
Videos also, right?
Yes.
And you also respond and react to other people's comments when they're posted on Facebook or Twitter, right?
Yes.
And you do that as a way to get your political views out into the world.
It's my freedom of speech to do so.
I agree. And you've been very successful at using social media to get your views out into the world, right?
I would say that's an opinion.
Well, I'm asking your opinion. You've got hundreds of thousands of people who follow you on Twitter and Facebook, right?
No, not really, because my personal Twitter account doesn't exist anymore.
Before it was suspended by Twitter, you had hundreds of thousands of people following you on Facebook and Twitter, right?
Yes.
And by the way, the way Facebook and Twitter work, is my understanding, is they don't have to necessarily follow you to read what you have to say, right?
I guess so.
So it could be millions of people who have read the things that you have said on Facebook and Twitter over the years.
I don't know that.
But it could be. You would agree with that, right?
No, I don't know that.
Okay.
I don't know how many people read or see what I post on social media.
But what you post on social media is what you want people to know about your political beliefs, correct?
Sure.
Okay. You're not putting stuff up there as a joke, are you?
Sometimes, yes.
Well, we'll come back to that. And you use Facebook and Twitter to communicate with your constituents in the 14th Congressional District here in Georgia, right?
Yes.
So immediately after the 2020 election and through January 6th, and even beyond that, you issued a number of tweets and made statements on Twitter and Facebook about the election, right?
Yes.
You tweeted a whole lot of material about your views of what happened in the 2020 election.
Yes.
And the thrust of those tweets were that you felt that the election was stolen from the sitting president.
I object. That is...
You can ask the question, what is your opinion?
Well, I also want to ask whether she communicated that opinion through... Well, let's do it that way, Your Honor. I take your point.
Where are you going with this, counsel?
I'm going to show the witness a number of her tweets, and I wanted to make sure that I understand the context of them, that's all.
Well, she said she posts on Twitter.
Right. And my question is whether she posts material that reflect the opinion that you have. Strike that. Ms. Green, you had the opinion between November 2020, when the election happened, and January 6th, 2021, that the election was stolen from President Trump.
I object.
Am I right about that?
Answer if you've got questions about specific documents or specific things. Go ahead. Let's not bandy around.
Let's go to PX 2A, Ms. Wells, please.
I'm sorry. Which one is this?
2A, Your Honor. Can you see that, Ms. Green?
Mm-hmm.
And what we have here in 2A is a document. Well, I'll ask you, can you tell us, is this a statement that you posted on Twitter on December 3rd, 2020?
Go ahead. Go ahead.
Sure.
I'm sorry.
Yes, ma'am?
Yes.
Yeah. And this is a statement where you talk about that you were looking for a senator to join yourself and Representative Mo Brooks to reject the fraudulent votes for Joe Biden and to keep the real Donald Trump in the White House, right?
I object, Your Honor, to the... You can hear my objection.
I'm waiting. I'm waiting with bated breath, Jim.
All right. This violates her right of free speech. There's nothing in this statement that meets the Brandenburg test, even if speech could be considered, since it can't when we're dealing with engages, which is conduct, not speech. And it does not even meet the incitement test, which requires directed to inciting or producing imminent lawless action.
Your Honor, we heard an hour of argument this morning on this.
Hold on. Go ahead, Mr. Bob.
Thank you, Your Honor. That is likely to incite or produce action in the quote. So it's objectionable. And to call her into account for her First Amendment free speech is unconstitutional.
Mr. Bob, I appreciate your argument, but that's argument. I'm going to allow the question. Go ahead, Mr. Shelley.
When you sent out this, strike that, did you send out this tweet, Ms. Green? Ms. Wells, could you put it back up?
Yes.
Okay. And when you sent out this tweet, you wanted the people who read the tweet to know that it was your view that the votes for Mr. Biden for president were fraudulent, or some of them were, right?
That really wasn't the purpose of that tweet.
I'm just asking whether when you sent this, you were communicating to the people who read your Twitter account that you believed that there were fraudulent votes for Mr. Biden and that your goal was to keep President Trump in the White House.
I was communicating that we were looking for a senator to join our objection, which is very much part of the responsibilities and duties that I can do as a member of Congress.
I agree with that, but the purpose of that was because you believed that the votes for Mr. Biden were fraudulent, right? Or at least some of them.
We had been spending a vast amount of time reading and researching and talking to people, and had seen tremendous evidence of voter fraud. I don't know if you're aware, because I know you're not from Georgia. We currently have our Secretary of State has an
Your Honor, I would move to
going
strike
on
this.
into
I'm entitled to get answers to my questions, Your Honor.
Thank you. Thank you, Representative Green. All right, let's back up.
By the way, Your Honor, I'm sorry to interrupt, but we missed something very important. Can the representative be sworn?
Oh, thank you. No, I swore in.
Oh, you did? Oh, okay. I didn't see that. I'm sorry.
I'm sorry. Thank you.
All right. And can I ask the court to acknowledge that this is an adverse witness, a hostile witness?
Yes, she's an adverse witness, and you can therefore cross-examine.
Right.
Even though it's only your case in chief. Yes, I acknowledge.
And I would ask the court to remind the witness that in this posture, she has to answer my questions. She can't give speeches. Is that fair?
You're entitled to an answer to the question that is asked.
She's not entitled to make her answer.
You're not entitled to answers that are to require her to answer when the question is objectionable, violates her First Amendment rights, is irrelevant to the charges that are being made, just to what? Fishing expedition, political theater, what is this?
This is cross-examination.
No, this is cross-examination.
I'm entitled to a yes, no, or I can't answer response.
Let's go ahead.
Unless this is objectionable.
You have a standing objection, Mr. Bopp, to everything in the world. I want to question your witness. Let her testify. She's doing fine.
Wait a minute. That's enough. Stop. Mr. Bopp, please sit down. Next question, Mr. Kelly. This is not theater. This is not an argument from the Supreme Court. This is an evidentiary hearing. So let's get going. Go ahead, Mr. Kelly.
Ms. Wells, can you pull up Plaintiff's Exhibit 2C, please?
So what was which number?
2C. Ms. Green, is this a tweet that you sent out from your account on December 19th, 2020?
Yes.
And in this tweet, let me go back a second. Your Honor, I would just ask that the previous exhibit, which I think was 2D, be admitted into evidence. 2D.
2A.
I'm sorry, 2A.
All right, so 2A is in. Yes, I'll admit it.
And I'd ask that 2C be admitted into evidence.
2C. All right. Say that again. I was distracted. Go through it again.
Sure. I asked the witness if this was her tweet. She said it was.
This is your tweet. Okay.
And I ask it be admitted into evidence.
I object. It's not probative. It violates her First Amendment rights.
Well,
it has nothing to do with engage. It doesn't. Before January 3rd.
It's in for what it's worth, Mr. Bob.
Okay.
I mean, I don't know that it's worth anything, but it's in. Go ahead.
And I apologize, Your Honor.
It's okay.
I do think it's my responsibility to make pertinent objections.
I respect it, Mr. Bob. I respect it. Go ahead. Go ahead, Mr. Taylor.
Thank you. Representative Green, in your tweet on December 19, 2020 that we've marked as Plaintiff's Exhibit 2C, one of the things you're communicating to the people who would read this tweet was that you want them to come to Washington on January 6th for a demonstration. Is that right?
For a march for Trump.
Right. March for fight for Trump. The phrase that you use there is hashtag fight for Trump, right? That's what the words say.
That's what it says on my tweet.
Okay. And you posted that because you, in fact, wanted people to show up on January 6th, 2021 in D.C. in order to help you stop the theft of the 2020 election from your point of view.
No.
Okay. Well, I'm not sure we got a clear answer on this. You did believe at this time that the 2020 election had been stolen by the Democrats from Mr. Trump, right?
I was asking people to come for a peaceful march, which is what everyone is entitled to do under their First Amendment, but I was not asking them to actively engage in violence or any type of action.
My question is really simple. It's about your opinion. When this tweet came out and in this period, it was your opinion that the election had been stolen from Mr. Trump or was about to be stolen, right?
Under my opinion, there was a tremendous amount of fraudulent things that happened in the election, and under my opinion, I want to do anything I can to protect election integrity and to protect the people of my district in Georgia, people's votes. They should count.
Is it fair to say, Representative Green, that from election night of 2020 until January 6, 2021, your personal opinion and your wish was that Congress not certify Joe Biden as the winner of the 2020 election?
No, that's not accurate.
You believed that Joe Biden had lost the election to Mr. Trump, right?
Well, yes. we saw a tremendous amount of voter fraud. We have investigations going on right now in the state of Georgia. There's investigations going on in multiple states. My own husband showed up to vote on the general election, and when he went in to vote in person, he was told that he had already voted by absentee ballot, when in fact he had never even requested an absentee ballot. There's many instances.
Oh, Your Honor, we could do this now. I understand there's an IT issue that requires a pause.
Okay, well.
Should we take?
How long do we need? 2 minutes? All right, well, everybody just be patient while it's done.
Thank you to all of our viewers watching here with us on Live Now from Fox. So this again is from earlier here today. Representative Marjorie Taylor Greene on the stand here as she's being asked a number of questions about the election where President Trump continued to say was stolen from him. It did result in that January 6th Capitol riots. We're going to be stepping away for our own 2-minute break as they were working on getting this tech issue finished. It's been interesting to listen to that back and forth, though, with her on the stand. So we'll continue to listen into this right here for you when we return. Live Now from Fox did want to show our viewers we do still have some live pictures coming to us from the Washington, D.C. area where police are still searching for a shooter who left 4 people injured. And right now, we do know that they are specifically looking for one person of interest. They had put out his picture. Let's go ahead and pull that up here for you on Live Now from Fox. This is a tweet from the D.C. police saying they're seeking this individual, 23-year-old Raymond Spencer of Fairfax, Virginia, to question them related to this shooting that took place just around 3:30 in the afternoon. So right now we do know that there was 4 people who were shot. The 4 victims included 2 women and 1 man and a 12-year-old girl. This is all according to authorities who've been giving us a few updates throughout the afternoon and into the evening. We are still expecting at least one more update here tonight from police. As soon as we get a time, of course, that will be something that we'll be jumping into right here for you as we continue to track this breaking news from D.C. on Live Now from Fox. Until then, though, let's go back into that courtroom where we did have Representative Greene speaking. She's being questioned on the stand as, again, there is a lot of investigation surrounding those January 6th Capitol riots.
I can't see real well, but I think that's the date.
Maybe we can make it a little larger.
That's what it says.
And what you were doing in this tweet was you were tweeting out a story from the Epoch Times about President Trump saying that the protests that were planned for January 6th were going to be, quote, wild, right?
I object. We don't have the, where's the article?
Right there under the picture of President Trump.
Does it quote that?
Yes, it says, Trump, supporters should join wild protest in D.C. on Jan 6th.
Okay, I withdraw my objection. I can't see that. I can't.
Could you make it a little larger, Ms. Wells? You can answer the question, Representative Green.
What was your question?
My question is, what you were doing in this tweet is you were tweeting out a story from the Epoch Times about President Trump making a statement that the protest on January 6th would be wild, right?
I tweeted an article that had the details of the dates and times.
Right, and also included President Trump's statements that he expected the demonstrations on January 6th to be wild, right?
I don't think that's what my tweet was about.
Okay, well, but you see that the article says Trump, supporters should join, quote, wild protests in D.C. on Jan 6th.
I don't remember tweeting that specifically for what you're saying. Those are your words.
No,
Those aren't mine.
I'm actually reading from what's on the...
You're speculating on why I tweeted that, but I don't remember tweeting it for that specific reason.
Ms. Green, I'm just asking questions.
I'm just answering.
And in your tweet, you mentioned earlier that your words, join hashtag March for Trump in D.C. on January 6th to fight for Trump, that you were urging people to come to Washington for a peaceful demonstration, right?
Peaceful demonstration,
right.
Absolutely.
That word peaceful is nowhere in this tweet, right? Have a look. That word peaceful is not in this tweet.
I can't read it. There's only half of it there.
Let's give the representative a paper copy of that one. Just want to make sure I'm not missing.
No, I can see it now. It was scrolled up just a second ago.
Okay, peaceful's not in there, is it?
Well, like...
Is the word peaceful in there, Ms. Green?
It does not say peaceful right there.
That's my question.
But you're asking me, and I said for peaceful demonstration, just like people have the right to do in their First Amendment.
I'm asking, there's not a secret code in there that's supposed to be peaceful, right?
Well, I never mean anything for violence. I don't support violence of any kind, and I've said it over and over again. So I'm telling you.
You just didn't say it on this occasion, did you?
I never mean anything for violence. All of my words never, ever mean anything for violence.
We'll examine that question. Go to Plaintiff's Exhibit 2F, please.
2F? F as in Frank?
Yes. And I'm looking at this top half of the exhibit. Ms. Green, this is a tweet that you sent out on January 2nd, 2021, correct?
I'm not sure.
Okay. You don't recall this?
I don't recall tweeting that, no.
Okay. You can set that to one side. Well, let me ask this question. Does anybody tweet things on your Twitter account? Strike that. Did anybody in January of 2021 tweet things on your Twitter account without your permission?
On what day?
Any time from November of 2020 to January 6th.
I don't remember. That's difficult to answer.
Okay. You'd be surprised if somebody got into your Twitter account and tweeted something without your permission, wouldn't you?
Well, no one tweeted anything without my permission. I just don't remember who tweeted what.
Fair enough. Now, would you agree, Ms. Green, that this tweet from January 2nd, 2021 is something that we can fairly attribute to you, being that it was tweeted on your Twitter account?
I'm sorry, I don't know.
Okay. You can take that down. Ms. Green, you've had your disagreements with Speaker Pelosi. Isn't that right?
I'm not sure what you mean.
You've had political disagreements with her. You don't agree with some of the things she's done in her career, right?
Politically speaking, that would be correct.
Right. You don't agree with a lot of things she's done, right?
Politically speaking, that would be correct.
In fact, you think that Speaker Pelosi is a traitor to the country, right?
I'm not answering that question. It's speculation. It's hypothetical.
You've said that, haven't you, Ms. Green, that she's a traitor to the country?
No, I haven't said that.
Okay. Put up Plaintiff's Exhibit 5, please.
Oh, no, wait. Hold on now. I believe by not upholding the securing the border, that violates her oath of office.
Fair enough. I'm not interested in her oath of office. I'm interested in that you said that she's a traitor to our country, right?
I object, Your Honor. She is not. This is.
I don't see the relevance of that, Mr. Shelley. Next.
Your Honor, can we give Mr. Bopp a standing objection on the First Amendment grounds?
No.
Because this is an effort to interrupt my examination of the witness. I am attempting to establish the witness's desire to engage in insurrection during the period January 3rd to January 6th. Now, it's true that some of the things that she said are relevant even though they occurred before January 3rd. But there's no First Amendment objection to evidence, Your Honor. She said what she said.
There is First Amendment objection.
We don't agree.
Well, but I get to make my objection.
You can make the objection. You can have a standing objection.
I don't want a standing objection.
Because he wants to interrupt my flow, Your Honor. That's not appropriate.
I don't object to everything.
Okay.
Okay. I have specific things that I think I object to, and I should be extended the courtesy to do that.
You may object.
Plaintiff's Exhibit 5, please.
Well, 5 now. 5. Okay.
So I'm placing before you what we pre-marked as Plaintiff's Exhibit 5, which is an article that appeared in CNN on January 26th, 2021.
A hard copy of this available?
Should be in the book.
I mean, does she have a hard copy? I mean, she can't read it off the screen.
We have one for her.
Good. Let's start using hard copies. You can't read stuff like this off the screen.
May I approach the witness, Your Honor?
Yes, sir, you may. You have standing permission to approach the witness to deliver copies of documents as to which you're going to ask your question.
Thank you. Ms. Wells, if you could scroll down a bit. One second. Ms. Green, I want to direct your attention to the bottom of the 4th page of the exhibit. Mm-hmm. This is a paragraph that starts out, "She's a traitor to our country." Do you see that?
I object, Your Honor. What possible relevance could it be that she had political disagreements that resulted in hyperbole that is commonly used?
Your Honor, this is an argument.
Overruled. Next.
Thank you. I just want to ask a narrow question, Representative Green. Did you say, referring to Speaker Pelosi, she's a traitor to our country, she's guilty of treason, she took an oath to protect the American citizens, she gives aid and comfort to our enemies who illegally invade our land, that's what treason is, and our law representatives and senators can be kicked out and no longer serve in our government, and it's a crime punishable by death, is what treason is. Nancy Pelosi is guilty of treason. Did you say those words?
I said, this is what I was telling you, she doesn't uphold our laws.
It's a simple yes or no question, ma'am. Did you say those words?
Without being instructed by him to say yes or no.
I don't agree, Your Honor. This is cross-examination. She's entitled to an answer to my question, not a speech.
Did you say these words that are quoted on the bottom? Did you say that?
According to the CNN article, I did. I don't remember.
Do you recall saying?
I don't recall saying all of this, but I do recall having said this about I totally disagree with the border issues.
Okay.
And
Ask and answer. Next question.
Okay.
And Representative Green, you have advocated the use of physical violence against people you disagree with politically, right?
I object without context, without anything.
Overruled. Go ahead. What's the question again, Mr.
You've advocated the use of physical violence against people that you disagree with politically.
That's a question.
Yes.
Is that true?
I don't think so. I don't know how to answer that.
Next question.
Well, have a look at what we've marked as Plaintiff's Exhibit 5.
P5.
P5.
Thank you. That's the same one.
Same one.
Correct. Okay, thank you. You've got a copy of this, Representative.
Oh, is it the
Yes,
same one?
the same thing.
Okay.
And, well, let me ask a foundational question. You understand that on social media posts like Facebook and Twitter, one of the things, well, I guess on Facebook, one of the things you can do is you can like someone's post, right?
You can like people's post.
Right. And when you like someone's post, that's a way of signifying that you agree with or admire or think it's correct, that the post is correct, right?
I don't know. I don't agree with your phrase of questioning.
Well, I'm asking you. Isn't it true that when you personally, Ms. Green, like someone's post, you're signifying your approval for what the post said?
No, I don't agree with how you're phrasing that question. No, I don't agree with that.
Mm-hmm. So it's true, though, that you liked a post that suggested that, quote, a bullet to the head of Nancy Pelosi would be a quicker way to remove her as Speaker of the House than impeachment, right?
Now, you're using a CNN article, which has CNN has lied about me multiple times, and you're using a CNN article.
I'm asking you to answer my question. Did you like a post that said it's quicker, that a bullet to the head would be a quicker way to remove Nancy Pelosi from the role of Speaker?
I have had many people manage my social media account over the years. I have no idea who liked that.
Okay. Are you testifying under oath it wasn't you? Just want to be clear on that.
I am testifying. I have no idea who liked that comment.
Fair enough. It could have been you. Right?
I am telling you, I do not know.
She's answered the question. Go ahead. Next question. Yeah.
Okay. By the way, you know, Ms. Green, that one of the places inside the United States Capitol building that was invaded by people who were doing violence was Ms. Pelosi's office, right?
I was inside the chamber during on January 6th, so I do not know all the places that those people went. I only know where I was.
Are you telling us that in the more than a year since these events occurred, you have not become aware that one of the offices that was invaded by people who were illegally in the Capitol was Nancy Pelosi's office?
I've seen that on the news.
Okay.
But I don't know for sure. I haven't investigated all of that.
Now, you mentioned earlier in response to some of my questions that there was a demonstration that was being planned for January 6, 2021 called the March for Trump, right?
We talked about it on one of my Twitter posts.
Right. And that demonstration was being organized in part by an organization called Women for America, right?
I don't remember who organized it.
Okay. Ms. Wells, can you pull up Plaintiff's Exhibit 2D?
I'm sorry, which one, Mr. Kelly?
I'm sorry, 2D, Your Honor.
D or B?
D.
B as in boy.
No, D as in dog.
D as in
sorry.
dog. Thank
And
you.
we're going to do this on paper, so I gotta. I placed in front of you what's a document that's been pre-marked as Plaintiff's Exhibit 2D. Just begin by asking, one of the things that you can do on Twitter, Ms. Green, is you can retweet or send out again somebody else's tweet, right?
Yes.
Okay. And on Plaintiff's 2D, which I placed in front of you, you are retweeting a tweet sent by Kylie Jane Kremer on December 19th, 2020, right?
I don't know if I retweeted it.
Well, if you look carefully, it says Marjorie Taylor Greene. There's an American flag, and it says retweeted.
I don't know if I retweeted it.
You don't recall one way or the other.
I don't recall.
Mm-hmm. And it's your testimony that if this got retweeted from your account, that would have been done with your permission, right?
I don't recall retweeting it.
That's not my question. You don't deny that Kylie Jane Kremer's message was retweeted from your account in the form set forth as Plaintiff's 2D on December 20th, 2020. I'm sorry, December 19th. You don't deny that, do you?
This is what your picture has, this paper has. I don't have this Twitter account anymore. So I don't remember retweeting this.
Okay, but you do remember that there was this thing called the March for Trump. It was going to be on January 6th, right?
Yes.
And that Women for America were one of the organizers, right?
I don't remember, but that's what this says.
Okay.
Thank you again to all of our viewers who are watching here with us on Live Now from Fox. I know you see it right there up on your screen. We do have yet another update coming to us from D.C. police and officials. We are expecting them to begin any moment. As soon as that does happen, we'll, of course, be jumping into this in full. As a reminder for all of our viewers who are watching here with us, 4 people were shot earlier here today. This happening in the northwest part of D.C. It happened near a school as well. They had been evacuating the area, searching for the shooter, and now police say they are going to be giving a media briefing very shortly. So we will be keeping our eyes on this live picture while we continue to listen into just some of that testimony from Representative Greene on the stand earlier here today.
I'm sorry again. Mr. Shelley,
PX 33.
X? PX?
I call it PX. P33, Your Honor.
P33. Okay.
Plaintiff's Exhibit 33.
Oh, I got you. Sorry.
I've placed before you, Ms. Green, a document that was marked as Plaintiff's Exhibit or Petitioner's Exhibit 33. And I'm just going to ask a couple questions about it. Does this refresh your recollection that there was a website known as wildprotest.com that was encouraging people to come to Washington for a protest on January 6th?
I don't remember the website, but I'm seeing it here on this, on your paper.
Okay. And wild was the term that President Trump used to describe what he thought was going to happen on January 6th, right?
Wild is also a term that high schoolers use when they talk about spring break.
Fair enough. But whatever the
All right, guys, do want to just bring this shot in full for you here. Our photographer just zoomed in a little bit down this road. It looked like a group of officials walking this way to the microphone where we are going to be getting an update after 4 people were shot in D.C. Police last had said they were still searching for this suspect, and this briefing is set to begin any minute now. They tweeted out just a few minutes ago that the media briefing will begin shortly, so we can expect to be seeing some of those individuals walking up to the microphones giving us those latest updates, especially since earlier it was quite a chaotic scene as we had a number of our police officials and others who had came out in response to a shooting that happened just around 3:30 in the afternoon. Looks like we have even more personnel who are starting to gather here in this area. We also saw a number of vehicles starting to leave the scene too. All right, and this just into our Fox 5 DC team confirming some reports that had just been coming out that the suspect in this incident has been found dead in an apartment bathroom. So the suspects, again, was the person of interest police had wanted to be speaking to about this incident. And again, sources have been talking with our Fox 5 Lindsay Watts, saying that the shooting suspect found in an apartment bathroom after this incident here today. So police and officials going to be giving us this press update, especially since they had some tense moments earlier here today when they were evacuating that building, running those individuals out of the area. And even remember at one point when we were on this breaking news scene earlier here today, they even pushed some of those folks and the media folks back further when they were escorting those people out of the apartment building area as well. They even had some police officers who were using their guns to be drawn. They were pointed up at that apartment building. So I know that there is going to be a lot of people who are wanting this in full, and that's what we're going to do here for you, is bring it to you live, raw, unfiltered. Let's go ahead, listen in. I'm sure they're just giving us some mic checks and some directions, but we always like to confirm it as they walk away from the microphone. But again, right now, we have had some Metropolitan Police officers as well as some of our other special units who all had been arriving on scene after the call had came out about a shooting that happened near a school in the northwest part of the D.C. area. There was so many parents who were concerned because their children then were on lockdown. They weren't allowed to evacuate the school until they knew that that area was safe enough to bring all of those children and kids and teens out of that area. So they were doing some evacuations of the building earlier here today. You're seeing our photographer zooming in on that group of DC leaders who are once again making their way down that road, coming up to the microphone. I know one of the people I can kind of spot there in the background. I know it's very dark, but it looks like DC Mayor Bowser. She was wearing that white blazer earlier. You can see as those lights are bouncing off of those individuals, it looks like she's once again in this group of leaders who are going to be speaking and giving this update. So when there was this report of this shooting in D.C., LiveNOW quickly worked to take you out to those live pictures. We also jumped into our Fox 5 DC's newscast and had brought to you out to each and every single update that the D.C. Police Department had earlier here today. So we had one initially when they were still searching for the suspect. They didn't know if it was one person, if there was multiple people. Then they had a second update later in the evening saying they knew who they had wanted to come into contact with. And I do still have that picture up. So since we still have these leaders making their way down, I at least want to show that picture of the person who that they were searching for. Once again, it was in a tweet earlier here today. They were looking for 23-year-old Raymond Spencer, and now we have had it confirmed with our Fox 5 team that they do indeed know that the suspect was found dead. So let's go ahead. We're going to listen into this update live, raw, unfiltered for you right here on LiveNOW from Fox.
We ready? Good evening, everyone. I am Robert J. Conti III, Chief of Police here in Washington, D.C. of the Metropolitan Police Department. I'm joined by the Mayor of the District of Columbia, the Honorable Mayor Muriel Bowser, as well as several of our partners from area law enforcement agencies. I want to give you an update on the incident, the shooting that we had here on Connecticut Avenue earlier today, just after 3 o'clock p.m. Today, evil reared its ugly head in our community. People were unnecessarily shot in our community as a result of a senseless act of violence. So far, I can report to you that the victims, we have 4 victims, and those victims are being treated at area hospitals. 3 of those 4 victims are being treated at area hospitals. The suspect that we believe is responsible for this is now deceased. We believe that the suspect took his own life as MPD members were entering or breaching the apartment where the suspect was located. I am unable to confirm the identity of the suspect at this time, pending official notification to the family. But I will say that we put out a person of interest earlier, and we are no longer looking for that person of interest. I will also tell you that one of the individuals who was shot, the male who was shot, is a retired member of the Metropolitan Police Department. There's one juvenile child that was shot, and then the other 2 are adult females that were shot. I want to thank the members of our law enforcement community, our federal partners from the ATF, FBI, U.S. Secret Service, United States Park Police, UDC Police, the entire resource, the entire law enforcement resource of the District of Columbia collaborated tonight to ensure the safety of this community. I can report to the community that we will be breaking down this perimeter so that residents will be able to get back home. All of the children that were in the schools that sheltered in place are safe and being reunited. With most of them have been reunited with their families. We probably have one kid that we're just waiting on a family member, but all of the children have been reunited with their family members. So we're very thankful that no more of our children were injured tonight. I can also tell you that inside of the suspect's apartment, we've recovered over 6 firearms, to include several long guns, multiple rounds of ammunition, and handguns as well. This investigation is ongoing. As we work with our partners, our federal partners from the FBI, ATF, and all the other partners that I mentioned, we will get to the bottom of this. We will find out what the motive is. And right now, we do not have that answer. But the answer that we do have is that our communities are now safe. And they are safe because of the swift work of police officers who were very methodical in their efforts to ensure the safety and security of our children and to ensure the safety and security of the residents and visitors here to the District of Columbia. That will conclude the formal statement. And if you have any questions, I can take a few questions to talk about what else we can share at this point.
Did the individual who killed himself have a connection to the Edmund Burke School, and did he obtain the weapons legally, as far as you know?
As far as I know, we're not sure if he had a connection to the Edmund Burke School, and it appears that the weapons that he has, based on some preliminary information, that they may have been obtained legally. Next question.
Chief, Casey Nolan, WUSA 9. What can you say about this video we've seen? Did he stream this act live?
We don't know if it was streamed live or if it was recorded and then posted. That's part of our investigation, and we just don't know the answer to that right now. Yes, sir, you here.
Eric Bells from CNN. We heard reports of a tripod in the window of the man's apartment facing towards where he was shooting. when MPD went into his apartment, did they find evidence of a tripod or anything pointing out of a window?
I can confirm that. This was very much a sniper type setup with a tripod, and this person, obviously his intent was to kill and hurt members of our community.
Chief, was he the only shooter involved in this situation, or were there more?
We do not believe there are any other shooters. We believe that this is the shooter. The members of the Metropolitan Police Department responded very quickly, and based upon collaboration with community members, they were able to isolate the location where the shooting was coming from, the fifth floor of this particular apartment building. So they were able to lock that down and ultimately, again, breach the location where the suspect took his life. Next question. Clarence, I'm sorry. Is there another question over here? They were going about their business. They were on the streets of the District of Columbia when they were shot. Next question. Yes.
Connect the victims at all in any way? Does it appear that he was shooting them at random? Is there any pattern or anything that you
It just appears that this person was just shooting randomly at anyone who was out there. It's unfortunate. It speaks to the depravity of some of the individuals that we have to face in our communities. But again, I am so thankful for the collaboration with community members, for community members who had a swift eye to what was going on, who alerted their law enforcement officers, who were able to respond very quickly to that location, to that floor, isolate that location, extract residents safely from the building, shelter the children in place in the school, send police officers there to the school to assist in comforting those kids, and ultimately getting the kids out of the line of fire to a secondary location where they could be successfully reunited with their parents. You know, that's really if there's anything that's good that comes out of this, is that not more people than what were hurt ended up being hurt, because there could have been a lot of damage done tonight, more damage done, and lives lost as a result of what this gunman did tonight. Any other questions? I'll take one or two more. Yes, sir.
That video that's circulating on
Yes.
social media, you can confirm that that is the video, at least images of the shooting, and if it is, what role did that play, if any, in locating this suspect?
It appears that it is the video. Obviously, as we go through forensically and do our examination, we'll be able to make that determination for certain. Certainly, if you've seen it, I've seen it. It looks very much to be authentic, but we want to just make sure of that. And I would say that it was also very helpful in us in terms of making sure that we were focused in on the right place. Yes, sir. The gentleman in the back with his hand up.
I love Mel Bowser. She's the best. Thank you, baby.
Well, and
Tell us what floor the suspect's apartment was on? What
yeah,
floor?
On the fifth floor. Yes. One last question. Any other questions?
Chief,
I'm sorry, I can't see. Where are you? Okay.
You're right here,
yes.
Sir. What were any of the victims inside the school?
No, the victims did not. Someone may have ended up in the school, but there were not shots that were fired that ended up striking someone that was inside the school. At least that's my understanding right now. Again, this has been a very it's been a very fluid situation, as you all can imagine. You know, to have an incident of this magnitude to occur right here in one of the busiest corridors of our city. Things have been unfolding. Information has been coming in very rapidly, and we're just, again, sifting through everything to make sure that we have all of our T's crossed, all of our I's dotted, and we really get to the bottom of what the motive was behind this. I can't express enough. I just think that it speaks to the depravity of some of the individuals that we deal with out here. Someone who would do something like this, you know, I really don't really have a lot of words for it, but again, I'm glad that that person is no longer a threat to the citizens of the District of Columbia.
1, 2, 3.
Well, Chief, you used the word sniper. This is a city that knows what it's like to have a sniper on the loose 20 years ago or so.
Yes, sir.
Just put that in some context for us, what you were dealing with as you were trying to track him down tonight.
Yeah, I mean, it's a very tense situation. I mean, you don't know what you don't know in that situation. I mean, we all, you know, recall, you know, back in that time when we had the DC sniper situation unfolding. Unfortunately, that situation unfolded over the course of several days. This incident was over and resolved in a matter of a few hours.
Yeah, does this person of interest or suspect, has MPD or any law enforcement had engagement with him in the past? Does he have any kind of criminal record that you know about?
Not that I can tell so far. Of what I've been preliminarily told, no. Yes, sir.
Chief,
can you tell us a bit more? This idea he was shooting from a sniper's nest. How wide an area was he spraying, and can you give us some sense of how many shots did he fire? We heard witnesses saying as many from 20 to 80. How many rounds were fired? How, it's a widespread area, or was it targeted around a single block or a courtyard or an alley? Can you describe the kind of the fire?
I can't get that specific. I can tell you he was shooting from north to south, and there were multiple rounds. I would say definitely in excess of 20 rounds. I don't know what the specific number was, but he certainly fired a lot of rounds. Obviously, this is an inside scene. We're securing a search warrant for the location, but we'll have to methodically go through, count the number of rounds that were fired from the weapon to really kind of give you a better estimate on what those numbers are. But right now, I don't have that specific information.
Is there any chance he fired more than one weapon? I mean,
that's very possible. Absolutely very possible that he fired more than one weapon. All right.
Chief, those shots at the shops down the street here, a block and a half, does that fit into this, or is that just some weird coincidence?
No, we think that's based upon the weaponry that I've seen that's inside of this location, that it is very probable that is one of the rounds that was fired from this location here. Okay, well, I want to thank the citizens of the District of Columbia for their patience tonight, especially those who were not able to get access to their homes, to the family members who had children in school. Thank you for your patience with us tonight to bring about a resolve to this very unfortunate situation. Good night.
All right, well, there you have it. Our officials stepping up and giving us the latest update, saying that they do indeed know that the suspect in this shooting has been found dead. Again, that suspect was living on the 5th floor of that apartment complex when this afternoon they started shooting on the street. I did want to show our viewers just some of that tense video from earlier here today when they were evacuating that building. Multiple groups of people had been ushered out by police during this situation. So they were still trying to evacuate the building, get it cleared to make sure that they were able to then also evacuate the nearby school and other surrounding buildings too, because that individual did have such a vantage point from that 5th floor to the street. They didn't know if they were going to start shooting again. They had to rush different groups through and out of that immediate area. So once more, we were on top of this live breaking news for you ever since we had it started. You can see just how tense those moments really were with police. They had their guns drawn most of that time this afternoon, pointed upwards at those balconies in this one apartment complex, and officials now do say that they do have a person of interest who they know was the suspect in this incident. They were found dead inside of their apartment building. Still do have quite a few of our cameras out there live on the scenes as well. Again, police now stepping up, saying that they had found that individual, but the investigation is not yet over, so they're still going to be looking into even more background. They did not name the suspect too, so for those of you who are just joining us here on LiveNOW from Fox, I wanted to point that out. Police did not name the suspect, who this individual was that had done the shooting this afternoon, who they found dead inside of the apartment building. But they did say that the person of interest they had put out before, 23-year-old Raymond Spencer, they're no longer looking for that person. So you can try to put 2 and 2 together, but of course, you don't want to assume anything until they have officially released a name of who that suspect was who did this shooting this afternoon. And once more, you could just see how upset all of those DC leaders really were, especially since this seemed to be such a random act of violence. I believe at one point even the police saying that it's evil for it to have happened this way. So earlier, police had named, again, 23-year-old, but they did not confirm if that's who indeed was the shooter. As they mentioned, 4 people had gotten injured from this shooting, including a 12-year-old girl, all expected to be okay, all expected to come through with this, said to be in stable condition. Some of them earlier today were mentioned to be in critical but stable condition. So again, those who were getting treatment at local hospitals said to be in good condition enough to survive from this shooting. And it could have been much worse. You heard that the shooter had a tripod set up at that window at the balcony where they had a huge vantage point of just anyone who was walking on that street. So it could have been a very, very sad and upsetting story. It, of course, is sad and upsetting to be reporting it, but it could have been much worse, as police had pointed out. Live Now from Fox, always going to stay on top of breaking news like this for you, no matter where it happens, whether it's across our country or even around the world. Let's go ahead, take this opportunity to step away for a 2-minute break. We'll be getting you into even more news stories after we return again in just 2 minutes. Welcome back here to Live Now from Fox. Just wanted to give you one last live look at our cameras and teams who are there down on the ground. Again, we just heard from D.C. police that they do know that the suspect who was the one who did this shooting, this random shooting in the middle of the afternoon on a busy street in the middle of D.C., has been found inside of their apartment complex dead. So right now, again, police giving that final update here tonight. If we hear any more developments to this story, of course, we'll be continuing to update our viewers right here on Live Now from Fox. Let's go ahead and take a live look here at the White House. President Biden going to be spending the weekend away from the White House. We did have a couple of his events that happened earlier here today. We'll replay those a little bit later on Live Now from Fox. But we just heard the president make the announcement yesterday. He's going to be sending even more military aid to Ukraine, especially in a time when we are now coming up onto day 60 of this war. So I do believe we're on day 58, and the shelling continues. There's been so much fighting in different regions and areas across Ukraine. Right now, I want to play out a press conference that happened in the D.C. area. Now, this is the Ukrainian Prime Minister. He's been working with just so many different partners and allies of the United States to continue to get that aid that is much needed to his people who are there fighting day in and day out. So let's go ahead and listen into that update as he spoke just earlier here today.
Dear colleagues, a briefing of the Prime Minister of Ukraine, Denis Shmyhal.
Доброго вечора, шановні колеги.
Good evening, dear colleagues.
Ми маємо перекладати мікрофон чи ні?
Ні, все нормально, все добре.
Отже, завершується дводенний візит до Вашингтону. Ми мали декілька дуже важливих перемовин, зустрічей, декілька дуже важливих напрямків цих перемовин.
Actually, our visit is coming to an end. We've had some very good meetings, very productive negotiations, and overall the visit has been very successful.
58-й день в Україні триває надзвичайно важка кровопролитна війна.
It's already the 58th day since Russia waged its bloodthirsty war and the very horrifying war on Ukraine.
Українці героїчно захищають свою країну і відчувають надзвичайно потужну підтримку цивілізованого світу і наших партнерів, особливо Сполучених Штатів Америки.
The Ukrainian people have been heroically defending their nation, and we can feel a lot of very substantial support from all our partners, and the majority of the support, and the most important one probably, is coming from the United States of America.
Наш візит в Сполучені Штати розпочався з чудової зустрічі з президентом Байденом. Далі ми мали зустрічі з рядом секретарів, з державним секретарем Сполучених Штатів, з рядом керівників міжнародних фінансових організацій. Також була участь в весняній зустрічі міністрів фінансів країн G20, а також інших розвинутих цивілізованих країн.
At the beginning of our visit, we met with President Biden, and then we've had meetings with a number of department secretaries, also leaders of the international financial institutions, and also we participated in the course of the visit in the spring meetings. That's the financial ministers meeting of G20 countries.
Ключові питання, які обговорювалися на всіх зустрічах, це безумовно військова ситуація в Україні, гуманітарна ситуація в Україні, ситуація в Маріуполі з тим, як росіяни і російська армія вчиняють свої військові злочини проти українців, проти цивільних людей.
Actually, there were key issues that we've been discussing in all our meetings. First of all, this is warfare that is still waged on the Ukraine. Also, we discussed the humanitarian agenda, because there are many issues there as well. And we were particularly discussing the situation in Mariupol, where Russians continuously commit very serious and horrifying crimes against humanity, and they are actually committing crimes against civilians primarily.
Ключові речі, які я повідомив нашим американським партнерам, це те, що ця війна йде не проти військових, а проти цивільних, тому що кількість цивільних жертв в Україні в десятки разів перевищує кількість вбитих військових, на жаль.
Amongst the other things that are reported to our partners here in the U.S. has been the war that has been posed by Russia on Ukraine, and I emphasized so many times that they're fighting not against the military alone, but they're fighting very severely against the Ukrainian civilians, and that is why this war is being even more bloodthirsty.
Російська Федерація вчиняє в Україні найстрашніші злочини проти людяності, вбиваючи цивільних, здійснюючи просто звірячі злочини, які бачить уже весь світ.
Russians actually commit very horrific crimes against humanity by killing civilians, and their atrocities are just horrible, and that's what's been seen by the entire world today.
Всі ці речі відбуваються навмисно. Окрім цих вбивств, Росія також вчиняє дії, які спричиняють і призведуть до декількох геополітичних наслідків, а саме до міграційної кризи, що вже відбувається в Європейському Союзі і в багатьох країнах, які сьогодні приймають українських біженців, жінок і дітей, які вимушено покидають свої місця проживання, тому що там ідуть бойові дії.
Russians are deliberately committing all of the actions to destabilize the situation, to commit their crimes, and not only that, they also orchestrate a lot of potential crises that may appear not only in the European continent but also around the world, because they're trying to actually force migration. There are waves of migration, particularly those are women with their children, and also they're trying to orchestrate another crisis, which is food crisis in the whole world.
Інші кроки, які вчиняє Російська Федерація, це провокація великої продуктової кризи в світі, тому що Україна є одним з найбільших експортерів продуктів харчування, зерна, сонячної олії, інших харчових продуктів, кукурузи для країн Африки, для країн Азії, для деяких країн Європейського Союзу. Сьогодні блокуванням українських портів Росія фактично не дає вивозити врожай минулого року, і очевидно, що це спровокує зростання цін на продукти, а в деяких країнах, наприклад, в Єгипті, який на 100% залежить від імпорту продуктів харчування з України, може спричинити і більш тяжкі наслідки.
This way Russia tries to provoke the famine actually and starvation in so many different nations because they are blocking our seaports, and as you know probably, Ukraine is one of the major suppliers of grain, sunflower oil, and corn, and some of the countries are heavily dependent on the Ukrainian supplies, and we cannot now make our last year's harvest marketable in the global markets, nor are they allowing us to do this year, because they're blocking our seaports, and Ukraine can no longer trade with its commodities.
Сьогодні ми також обговорили, і вчора також обговорили основні виклики, гуманітарні виклики перед нашою державою, перед світом, які спричинила ця війна. Це розмінування величезних територій, це підтримка внутрішньо переміщених осіб. І головне – це підтримка людей, які сьогодні страждають через знаходження на лінії фронту або поруч, не маючи роботи, не маючи світла, води, не маючи можливості купляти продукти в магазинах, страждаючи. Тобто всі ці речі сьогодні мають фінансуватись державою і підтримуватись нашими партнерами.
We've also been discussing the number of challenges on the humanitarian side, because we not only have to support the IDPs who were forced to leave the country, but also there are problems with the people on the ground. I mean, the people who live next to the warfare or are being exactly on the front line without jobs, without electricity, with no other supplies. They do not even have an opportunity to go to a store on the next block or around the corner to buy food for them. And this is why this requires very resolute support from Ukraine and its international partners.
Наприкінці хочу відмітити і наголосити, що українська армія, українські люди, українська нація фантастично вмотивовані захистити свою країну, захистити наше житло, нашу землю, наші сім'ї, захистити демократію в світі, в Європі. І ми, звичайно ж, будемо боротися і налаштовані захистити свою землю і перемогти окупанта і ворога на нашій землі.
So, I have to tell you, coming to an end of my intervention, that the Ukrainian armed forces are highly motivated. Their morale is very high to defend their nation, their land, their homes, and their families. And not only that, but also the entire democracy and the democratic values that our country has been pursuing for so long. So definitely, our country has to win and must win in this deadly war.
Дякую.
Thank you.
Yes, your question, please.
Bill Stewart from Reuters. Is defeat in Mariupol inevitable? Is there something that can be done? And secondly, should the United States reopen its embassy in Ukraine?
Thank you for this question. First of all, situation in Mariupol. For today, there are some thousand of Ukrainian soldiers. They are on the territory Azovstal Enterprises. This is in a big enough plant, metallurgic plant, which take about 25% of the entire city of Mariupol. They are still there. With them, there are many civilians, women and children, and they're protecting them. They are still fighting against Russian occupants. They are surrounded by Russians army, but they're still there. We are speaking to our partners. We try to say and sounded this to Russians that they create humanitarian corridor and let all of these people, civilians, and even these protectors, these military people, to go out from them, because now they are bombing this territory and absolutely destroying everything, every buildings, and even every shelter where our people are hiding from their bombarding. So the situation in Mariupol is terrible. This is the biggest humanitarian catastrophe during this and maybe during last centuries, because many dozens of thousands people, maybe many thousands of people are died in Mariupol, and we will see the terrible atrocities and terrible war crimes in Mariupol when it will be liberated from Russians. So this is the first part. The second part, many ambassadors coming back to Kyiv, because Kyiv now is safety enough, and we are waiting all ambassadors in Kyiv and invite them all coming back. So we hope that in the nearest future, and Embassy of United States also will come back to Kyiv, because we work there. For me, me personally and President of Ukraine, all of this time we worked in Kyiv, so we ask all of our partners also work in Kyiv.
Did you receive any assurances from the United States that they would reopen their embassy?
It will happen absolutely, but we will wait when.
Your question, Mr. Prime Minister, Nana Sajjadi from Fox News. Yesterday, head of President's administration, Andriy Yermak, together with a group of international and Ukrainian experts, presented this sanctions action plan, and one of the main points was identifying Russia as the state sponsor of terrorists. Have you discussed this issue during your visit here, and do you see the willingness, readiness of the administration to do so? Thank you.
Yes, we discussed this question with Secretary of State, including Secretary of State. This is our position, that Russia is terrorist because there is so much evidences, just Bucha, Mariupol, other Ukrainian city, where you can see these atrocities and terrible war crimes. So only terrorists can do this, because I told that this is a war not against our army or our soldiers. This is war of Russian army against of our Ukrainian civilians, against of Ukrainians, and there are crimes against humanity, and I would told that this is genocide of Ukrainian people, of Ukrainian nation. So we discussed this all. We hope that it will happen, and Russia will be recognized like country which is financing terrorism. In my mind, they do this terrorism. Exactly, their army do this terrorism. So I hope it will adopted by the United States.
Is that a signal you got that United States will recognize Russia?
We will wait for this.
Thank you. We have a question. Yes.
That question from a Fox News producer at this press conference earlier today in Washington, the Ukrainian Prime Minister being asked about possible designation of state sponsor of terrorism on Russia's part. He said that was brought up with Secretary of State Antony Blinken, and so this kind of caps off the Ukrainian Prime Minister's trip to Washington, meeting with so many elected leaders, lawmakers, and the Secretary of State as well. I'm Andrew Kraft. Thanks so much for being with us. We're going to hear from Fox News correspondent Griff Jenkins, who's been in Ukraine for some time, talking about the latest on the ground there. And then we're going to be speaking with experts about what you need to know going into the weekend as we reach almost day 60 since the invasion.
As the battle for Donbass rages on, Ukrainian officials are renewing their allegations of war crimes against Russia, pointing to disturbing new satellite photos showing mass graves just outside the hard-hit city of Mariupol. The Ukrainians say they're non-combatants buried to conceal the truth that Russia is targeting civilians in clear violation of international law.
We are fighting against Russian troops not just for independence, but literally for the survival of our people, so that Ukrainians are not executed.
The new accusations come as Russia steps up its offensive in the east. So far, the Ukrainians are holding their own, stopping the Russians from making major gains on the ground. Moscow still has the tactical advantage. They've got more troops and tanks than Ukraine. But even if they take the Donbass region, the war is far from over.
The Russians, if they're successful here, will have a choice to make. Do they continue to go west, or do they go back to Kyiv to see if they can take the capital down? But the truth is, the Ukrainians have a real chance here.
The new offensive prompting President Biden to announce another $800 million military aid package, including heavy artillery in so-called ghost drones designed to take out Russian tanks without being detected.
We believed that this particular system would very nicely suit their needs, particularly in eastern Ukraine.
And the UN Secretary General wants to give diplomacy another try. He'll visit Moscow and meet with Vladimir Putin. In Kyiv, Ukraine, Griff Jenkins, Fox News.
Griff, thanks so much for that update. Joining me now to discuss all of those updates even further, national security expert Hal Kempfer. And Hal, we're rounding out the week here as we approach day 60 since the invasion began. Let's start, though, with kind of this choreographed meeting that was aired on Russian state television. And Putin was there, his defense minister, Sergei Shoigu, was there. And they essentially announced that they wanted the storming of this sprawling steel plant to end. And of course, they claimed victory because they wanted it to end. They wanted the operation to cease. What does that say? Because the fighting is still ongoing there. And this is in Mariupol.
Andrew, what it really says is they don't want to lose the number of casualties it would take to try and take that place by force. That is a very complex, it's a huge area. It's, I think, 4 square miles, and it's multi-story concrete. You got huge warehouses made of concrete. You got rail systems all over the place. But it's not just surface and above the surface. There is an extensive below surface underground tunnel system used to move things around in that complex. And that gives the ability of the defender to move forces around. So if the Russians come in, make them take a lot of casualties clearing a building, and as soon as they move forward, you rush defenders behind them. And that's just classic warfare. That's the sort of stuff we saw in Stalingrad in World War II, but it's the sort of thing you see in urban warfare. And that's this particular facility provides that capability to the Ukrainians. So what the Russians are doing is they've taken tremendous casualties trying to force their way in there. So now they're standing back, and I hate to say it, we've seen this done a lot with not just the Russians, but a number of countries do this. They simply stand back and declare victory, even though they haven't secured the whole city. They're saying we're declaring victory, and they're literally going to starve them out. Now, there's a lot of civilians that they're in that area as well. They're not letting any humanitarian corridor or humanitarian evacuation of those civilians. So I think what they're doing is it's kind of a terror campaign, if you will, is they're just going to let them starve to the point where the commanders on the scene have to make a decision. What are they going to do? Let everybody starve to death and die, or take the risk of surrender? Of course, with surrender with the Russians, that could also mean summary execution or a number of other things. So that's a very uncertain thing, because the Russians do not comply with the laws of war.
So, Hal, what you're saying essentially is this is a possibly face-saving maneuver in case or in the likely event that they just suffer very heavy losses while they try to take this steel plant in Mariupol. So interesting, he was, Putin, that is, was seen with his defense minister at this kind of choreographed meeting like I was alluding to. I want to just put up some of the video that I saw on Twitter that Russian state television went with today. We can just kind of comment on Putin's seemingly decrepit and frail state. Have a look at this here, Hal. And you can see how he did not even let up from the table. He held the table with both hands the entire time, and it, to me, looks like he's wincing in pain.
I think what you're looking at there is there's been a lot of speculation. I may have mentioned to you that when this thing began, I was getting word from somebody formerly with the World Bank who had spent a lot of time in Ukraine and Russia, and there was a wide-scale belief in the region amongst the financial elites that that he was suffering from some form of cancer. They thought leukemia. I've heard a couple of other cancers talked about, but a number of medical professionals who've looked at him think that that puffy face and everything might be the use of steroids that are used to often counteract the symptoms of cancer treatments. And if you look at him now, notice how he's stabilizing himself. He's stabilizing himself. He's holding on hard because, there may be some sort of involuntary twitching going on, and so he's holding on to something in order to stop the, to visibly stop the appearance of twitching. I think that was a trick that Hitler used to do, actually. He had an involuntary twitch as well.
Okay.
And then the other side is he's probably holding himself so he doesn't fall over in his chair. If it was another Russian leader, I would have suggested maybe excessive vodka usage, because that was also a history that we saw with Russian leaders. But in this case, I think he just looks ill. And it doesn't look like some transitory thing. It looks like he's not looked well this entire time. He's not looked like his old self. And I think there's just something physically wrong. And you know, I mean, it sounds a little trite, but there has been, you know, some have said some of the things he's been saying or doing reminds them a little bit of what they call roid rage, you know, with steroid usage.
Oh yeah.
And it's interesting. I am not a doctor or a medical professional. I'm not a psychiatrist or anything, so I can't say for certainty.
Right.
But there seems to be something physically wrong with them, and a certain sort of strange erratic behavior or erratic statements, very inconsistent with the more methodical, always somewhat diabolical, but more methodical Putin of the past.
Hal, speaking of Russia's side of all this, there was quite a forthright acknowledgement today going back to the sinking of the missile cruiser, the Moskva. Russia says one sailor died and 27 more are still missing after the ship sunk. They say 396 crew were rescued. That is a pretty stunning acknowledgement. Do you think the pressure was so great, you know, with the families of these sailors who are missing, that they demanded accountability? Or why do you think they did this?
Andrew, I think that's exactly it. I think they're having a tough time keeping that cover story going. If someone loses their son, a sailor on that ship, you can only deny that for so long, because at some point you have to produce a live son, all right, a live sailor. And they can't do that if these sailors are gone. And the story they put out today, I mean, this was truly Hollywood. That this one sailor ran down there and, you know, turned off the boiler and saved hundreds of other sailors' lives in some sort of extremely brave moment. But, you know, in whatever this was, somehow he was unable to save himself. I mean, it was a tearjerker when you heard it. And you know it was completely fabricated. That I don't think that happened. What probably happened was two Neptune cruise missile or two Neptune anti-ship missiles hit the side. With that much destructive force going into the ship itself, you're going to lose a lot of sailors. No matter what time of day, you're going to lose a lot of sailors. And then when you start cooking off the ammunition on board, and my guess is the loss of life is actually probably higher than what they're, you know, higher than estimates, current estimates, maybe higher, certainly higher than anything they're saying. And they're just trying to kind of ease this out there as best they can. But at some point, we'll find out what the loss of life was. You know, what's interesting is the ship's complement, the ship's company. I had been reading before this that ship normally carries about 500 to 550 sailors. Okay, so they put out that they evacuated all 395.
Yeah.
Now, I'm not a math wizard, but I kind of did that thing called subtraction. And I noticed we got a little bit of a gap there.
Right.
Which, if that's true, then that ship was actually operating at an 80% strength of a ship's company. Which if that was actually true, that would be a huge indicator of the state of the Russian Navy in the Black Sea. If they're going out to sea with 75 to 80% manning, that would explain a lot of things with why they couldn't do damage control and everything else. They just didn't have the number of sailors they needed to operate that ship safely.
So interesting there. Hal, let's talk about what's going on, though, in the East. We heard from the Ukrainian Ministry of Defense. They say today Ukrainian troops repelled 10 Russian attacks in the Donbas. They say Ukraine's military shot down 14 Russian aerial targets in the last 24 hours. What are you seeing on the ground in the Donbas? What can we expect going into the weekend, and have Russian troops advanced?
Well, Russian troops aren't really advancing much. They're doing a number of attacks. You know, it's interesting. When the quote offensive started, there was a lot of speculation. Well, this is actually the buildup before the big offensive, and now we're seeing more activity. We're just not seeing a lot of forward movement, and they're getting they're getting repelled. Now, part of that is that the Ukrainians are really good at defending the Donbas region. I mean, this is ground. As much as we talk about this is great tank country, and it is. I mean, historically, that is probably some of the best tank fighting country in the world, and the proof is that there's been huge tank battles in that area. So historically, that's always been true. Although the ground is soft because of the rain and the spring melt, so you got a lot of mud, which really limits, even with tracked vehicles, that's going to limit what they can do. And it certainly limits a resupply with wheeled vehicles because they can't go off the hardball paved roads. But with that said, they've been basically, the Ukrainians have been fighting on this ground for 8 years. They have built an extensive defense in depth. They know this terrain backwards and forwards. They know all the firing positions. They prepared all these firing positions. They've been preparing for an offense from the Russians in this area for a very, very long time. And we've been in there training them. And I'm sure we have U.S. military that know that terrain about as well as they know the terrain of any training area in the United States, because they've gone over there and they work so hard. And so they know where to hit them. They know where the anti-tank ambush areas will be. They know how they could, which way they're likely going to come, and then how we would set up to take them down. And I think what you're seeing is all that playing out. They're running these offenses, they're putting out those combat recon patrols, they're putting out those advanced guard movements, and they're just getting their noses bloodied every time they go forward. And with a demoralized force that the Russians have, when they get hit, their inclination is to pull back because they just don't have a lot of confidence. They have a lot of confidence in the plan, but they don't have a lot of confidence in their equipment, the chain of command, anything. And so I think this may not play out. Some experts have said, oh my gosh, this is going to be a replay of World War II with the T-34s rushing and smashing through the Germans and everything else. I don't think so. And I actually looked at the Javelins, the in-laws, these TB2 drones from the Turks, and even, I don't know if they're there yet, the Switchblade drones, but I look at the combination of things, and not just the raw numbers of what they'll take out in terms of battle damage assessment, but the psychological effect this has on a demoralized force. Those Switchblade drones, they're buzzing around up there. That if you're in a tank or an armored personnel carrier and those things are up there, the odds are it won't kill you, but it's going to kill some. And even if it's a tank company of 10 or 15 tanks and it just takes out 1 or 2 tanks, that's enough for everybody else's. Right. Whoa, okay, yeah. So I think there's a lot to be said on the defense. Let's just put it that way.
All right, I want to get to some diplomatic points here. Let's bring some of those up and we heard there from Griff Jenkins that UN Secretary General is planning a visit to the Russian Federation. Antonio Guterres, it'll be interesting to see if he meets with Putin. We know he's going to be meeting with the foreign minister, Sergei Lavrov. That is significant. Do you think anything will come of it?
I'm going to be hopeful. Okay. I don't know. He a very different situation, and the Russians just took a huge hit in the UN. Right. And he can come in there and say things to Putin that well, frankly, no national leader could say. And so I think there's going to be another level of communication here, and probably a better conveyance of global opinion of Russia and what it's doing, with a sense of legitimacy of who's the interlocutor, if you will, of that message going to Putin than there would be. And then, interestingly, after the Moscow visit, he's going over to Kyiv to meet with Zelensky. And I have to tell you, just on that one, the logistics of how he gets from Moscow to Kyiv was something I was kind of pondering, which is he going to fly there? And if so, are they making some sort of special arrangement to allow him to fly from Moscow to Kyiv? It really, it may not sound like a big deal, but the logistics and the coordination that would have to go on just to allow that flight in this current, we're in a pitched war. Right. was kind of interesting.
That is.
And if they do that, I think that will say a lot, below the line, if you will. That will say a lot about what can be done with the Russians and the Ukrainians working together, because there's a lot of coordination to have to happen for that to occur.
Also, we know that Britain today said that they will reopen their embassy in Kyiv very soon. When do you think the United States should do the same? They haven't yet. They've indicated they want to, but that would be a strong show of support. Do you think it's coming soon?
Well, what the U.S. said today, and multiple parties said, "Oh no, we're not going to do it anytime soon." All right. With that said, you may recall that there has been a lot of discussion about a senior official, very, very top senior official from the U.S., going to Kyiv to meet with President Zelensky in the same way that Boris Johnson and other leaders have. And the speculation that maybe it'd be, President Biden or the vice president, or they talked about Defense Secretary Austin. I still kind of think that it might be Secretary Blinken. That would make the most sense. He's the Secretary of State. He's our nation's chief diplomat. Also, he's a lot easier to move around. If they want to do that surreptitious train thing like they did with Boris Johnson, it'd be easier to move him and his entourage that way. You can't really move the president or the vice president that way. It's just logistically very challenging. You can't do it very covertly. Let's just put it that way. He would make sense, but if you're going to open the embassy, the U.S. embassy in Kyiv, coinciding those two events would be a very logical thing. So with all of that said, I don't think it's going to happen this week, but I am looking, maybe hearing something, maybe a couple weeks down the range. And like so many other things, a lot of this will be determined by what happens on the battlefield. If the Ukrainians are holding the line or pushing back the Russian forces, and interesting today, I actually heard some speculation of what happens if the Ukrainians are actually able to move the Russians back to the February 24th lines. I found that very interesting.
That is.
And apparently it's floating around Kyiv, and it was floating around some other experts were talking about that. And it's interesting at this point in the war that we're talking about the fact that they can push them back to those lines. But if something like that were to occur, or certainly the Ukrainians are making great advances, that will provide a sense of assurity that we could probably reopen our embassy in Kyiv, and also it's safe, or relatively safe, to send the Secretary of State there to do it. And so that's a long way of saying I don't know, but that's my best guess. So.
Hal Kemper, as always, we appreciate your time and your expertise into this. We hope you have a good weekend. What will you be looking out for going into the weekend as we near day 60 here? I know that was kind of the points of the topics I wanted to bring up. Do you have any more?
Mariupol. I'm going to be watching Mariupol very closely. I'm also going to be watching what we find out more about the atrocities. These satellite photos of the war, the mass graves around Mariupol. I think this may become a seminal event in terms of it. Depending on what we find, this could shift global opinion in ways that we haven't fully calculated yet. Bucha was bad. The other places north of Kyiv are very bad, but they're not the huge, overwhelming numbers. And if we're talking about, 9,000, or as some have alluded to, potentially tens of thousands of civilians in mass graves down around Mariupol, there is a power to numbers. And I think that may galvanize world opinion. And it's also going to be something that may work its way into that conversation in Moscow with the Secretary General, with Putin. So we'll see. I'm watching that closely.
All right. So, Hal, thanks you so much. We do hope you have a good weekend, and we'll talk to you again.
All right, you too, Andrew. Have a good weekend.
Okay, right now we're going to take a quick commercial break. When we come back, though, we'll be showing you the Pentagon press briefing. John Kirby taking questions from reporters today in the briefing room about all things Russia, all things Ukraine, and as the war goes on there, and American aid gets to the Ukrainian war fighters. We'll have more on that in 2 minutes.
glad you mentioned that. Earth Day. Come on. There you go, baby. I think hopefully you saw today we announced the Secretary's Environmental Award winners for 2022. I recognize installation teams and individuals for their accomplishments and innovative and cost-effective environmental management strategies, which support critical mission readiness here at the department. These achievements by the nominees include significant strides to conserve our nation's natural and cultural resources, protect human health, prevent or eliminate pollution at the source, clean up hazardous substances, pollutants or contaminants, and munitions on DoD sites, and of course incorporate environmental requirements into weapons system acquisition. We want to continue to leverage technology to develop innovative solutions to existing and emerging human health and environmental challenges. So I think we put that press release up on defense.gov and certainly point you to that. So with that, we'll go to questions. Bob.
Yes, thank you. A couple quick things. Do you have any update on the Ramstein meeting next week as far as attendees or anything else, any other details?
Yeah, there were about 40 or so other nations were invited to attend. Invitations are still, RSVPs are still coming in, but I can tell you that more than 20 of the invited nations have agreed to come. So we're looking forward to that meeting, and as we get closer to it, we'll certainly have more detail about it.
Will that be connected to any kind of a NATO activity, like what he's going to go brief NATO on?
No. This is outside of the NATO rubric, and not all the nations that were invited are NATO members. As you know, NATO as an alliance is not providing security assistance to Ukraine, so this is not being done under the NATO umbrella at all. Now, some of the nations invited and some of the nations that will be going are in fact NATO allies, but they're doing this in a sovereign, unilateral way, not as a part of the alliance.
Separate question on Ukraine. A number of House members have written to the Secretary asking that the military provide field hospitals and other kinds of medical assistance for civilian casualties in Ukraine, possibly including armored ambulances that provided to the Ukrainians. Is the Pentagon working on any of that sort of thing?
No, I think we're just now in receipt of the letter. I have no plans to speak to regarding that. We'll obviously will digest the letter from these members of Congress, certainly take it seriously and respond appropriately, but I don't have any plans to speak to at this time. We do still have members of the 82nd Airborne in Poland. There has not been a massive need for them in terms of helping American refugees, but that's obviously, if there would be additional support that we could provide for humanitarian assistance, it would be something that we would do absolutely in lockstep with the Polish government. I mean, it's their country, so we'd want to be talking to the host nation about what they thought the needs would be, and make sure that whatever we're doing is in support of what they're doing to support so many refugees.
So it hasn't been yet considered or ruled out? Or
there's no planning going on at the Pentagon right now to set up field hospitals. Again, we'll take seriously the suggestions and the recommendations by members of Congress on everything. We always do. But whatever you do inside Poland or any other NATO country right now on the eastern flank, you have to do it in full consultation with the host government. It has to be a need that they too believe the United States military can fill. When you look at everything we're doing on the eastern flank, whether it's air policing or maritime domain awareness or additional air defense capabilities, everything we've done since before the invasion has been in keeping with whatever those host nations desire in terms of additional capabilities. And so if it's a desire by the Polish government for additional U.S. support for humanitarian purposes, obviously we would take that very seriously. Yeah. Tara.
Thanks, John. President Zelensky earlier today said that his country will need at least $7 billion a month, likely more, just in operations costs and getting support for global support to keep.
Yeah, I don't think he was limiting that just to defense.
Right. In this long-term meeting planning that's going to go on next week, can you talk through the scope of things that are being looked at? Would this be fundraising or being able to pay for Ukraine's interior defense, their police forces, or would it be to pay the roles of their troops? What's kind of the universe of things that's being looked at?
Yeah, I mean, I would refer you to Mr. Zelensky to talk about where he got that number and what he would want to use that figure for. I think he laid it out that it was a broad range of aid that they were looking for, not just in terms of defense. So I can't give you a laundry list of what $7 billion would go for, because it's an idea that Mr. Zelensky has proffered. I would just tell you that from a defense perspective, as you know, we continue to get them as much aid and material and weapons as we can, as fast as we can. That's happening even as we speak. And one of the things the Secretary wants to come out of Tuesday in Ramstein is the beginnings of a discussion with like-minded nations about long-term defense relationships that Ukraine will need going forward. Obviously, we want to talk about what's going on now. We certainly want to hear from Ukraine and from other nations about what they're doing in terms of immediate defense assistance and how that might change as the fighting there changes. But I think he also wants to take a longer, larger view of the defense relationships that Ukraine will need to have going forward when the war is over. And so well, we don't know. That's why we want to have the meeting. We don't know. He's not going into this meeting on Tuesday, with a preset list of things that he thinks we have to drive to. He wants to hear from allies and partners and from the Ukrainians themselves about what they're doing and what they will need going forward. That's why we're calling it a consultative group, so we can actually consult. But we're not going into this with a pre-cooked set of endings here.
And just one last, earlier this week, we talked about that some nation was sending aircraft to Ukraine, and then clarified that it was parts that had moved in so far. Where does that stand now? Has Ukraine actually received aircraft from any other nations?
I'm not aware that they've received whole operable aircraft from any nation at this time. Kelly?
I have one other, but I was going to follow up on Bob's first question about the letter from members of Congress. They also asked about providing Ukraine with armored ambulances, as well as taking some of the sick and wounded to the U.S. military Langsdale Regional Hospital in Western Germany. Are those other options?
Again, I have no planning to speak to with respect to field medical assistance inside Poland. We will continue to talk to the Poles about how and whether American troops in Poland can be useful in other ways than they already are. And we're certainly open to having those discussions, but I don't have anything more specific on this letter to talk to you today.
And then just wanted to ask you on the reports of the up to 10 sailors who have died on the USS George Washington, some by apparent suicide. Can you explain in any way why there appears to be a cluster of suicides off one dock ship, and some members of Congress say the military isn't doing enough to stop these deaths? So is the department trying to do
Well, I'm not going to get ahead of the Navy and their investigative efforts on these deaths aboard the USS George Washington. I refer you to the Navy to speak to what they're learning, if they can even share that with you right now. Stepping back a little bit, as we talked about yesterday, suicide is a significant concern inside the department. It certainly is a concern for Secretary Austin. You've heard him say many times that mental health is health, period, and that's how he wants the department to look at this. And obviously, we wouldn't have stood up this independent review commission for suicide prevention if we didn't really believe that we've got more work to do. Clearly, we have more work to do. And we know that. And this is a very complex problem, and there's not going to be one single solution that can fix it all. And that's the other thing that we're learning in talking to experts outside the lifelines lifelines of the department, that you have to be a little humble going into this. So we've got this IRC stood up. We're looking forward to getting it manned and actually populated with experts, and then we'll continue to move out on that.
Could there be more deaths? Or you're watching the investigation take place? Could there be more deaths on the ship?
I mean, I don't know how anybody could answer that question. I don't know. I mean, we obviously don't want there to be. Of course not. Regardless of how these sailors have died, no, we don't want to see any sailor harmed or hurt or lose their life, period, regardless of what the cause is. But I can tell you that the Navy's taken this very seriously. Navy leadership has taken this very seriously, and they're looking at what has happened on the George Washington and trying to better understand it. And I know that they, again, I'm not going to get ahead of their investigation, but I know that they're taking the issue of these losses on the GW very, very seriously. Yeah. Anybody over here? Yeah.
Excellent from Reuters.
Are you sure?
Are you?
I'm sure now.
So let's talk about money for a second. The government has $3.5 billion earmarked for replenishing U.S. stocks that have gone to Ukraine. Where are we barometrically on burning through that, number one? And then second, presidential drawdown authority. The president said yesterday he's almost out of it. What's the magnitude being contemplated for the next ask for presidential drawdown authority?
I'm not going to get ahead of decisions that haven't been made. Mike from Reuters. But we are, as the president said, we are reaching near the end of current authorities, and we've also made very clear that we'd be willing and interested in having a discussion with Congress moving forward should there be the need for more. I mean, we're going to continue to support Ukraine as best we can, as fast as we can. I don't have any additional contracting information to give you on the $300 million right now. The only contracts that have been put out of that are the Puma UAVs, but we're working very hard, as I said yesterday, to get the other ones actuated. Okay. Yeah.
John, a fire at a Russian military research facility killed 6 people and injured dozens of others. Do we know what Russia might have been doing at that facility and what could have caused that fire?
I don't, and I don't have any updates on the actual fire itself. No. Laura, welcome back.
Thank you.
Good to see you.
I just wanted to get a little more clarity on this Phoenix Ghost drone from yesterday. Can you tell us specifically, is this drone that's going to Ukraine, has it been tailored for the Ukraine fight? And did the Pentagon accelerate development of this drone for Ukraine?
It was already under development by the U.S. Air Force, and the kinds of capabilities that we were developing it for happened to be very appropriate to the kind of fighting that we anticipate is going to go on in the Donbass region. And so it was again under development, but well suited to what Ukraine's requirements are now. As we talk to the Ukrainians and they tell us, here's what we really need for what we think the Russians are going to do, and the kind of terrain and the kind of capabilities we want our units to have. We realize that in this particular system, we could meet some of those needs. And again, I'm not going to get into the details and the specifications of it, but it was already under development. Capabilities are already being conceived by the Air Force and the contractor as we were working on this, and we realized that it absolutely fit very well the kinds of needs, some of the needs, not all, some of the needs that the Ukrainians had.
Was it pulled forward for this fight?
It wasn't pulled forward for the fight, but we are going to work hard. The development, the capabilities have not been pulled forward because of this particular fight. We haven't adapted that, but we are certainly going to move very quickly to get them the 121 that were authorized in this latest package. I mean, so we're going to accelerate the delivery, getting them there. It will probably, try that again. It will. We anticipate that it will require some training to be done, because this is not a system that the Ukrainians know how to use. It's not something that's in their inventory, so we're working our way through what that training would look like as well. I suspect it'll be something akin to the kind of training we gave them for the Switchblades, which didn't have to take too long. It is a similar kind of capability, more advanced in some ways, so we do anticipate the need to get them trained up on it, but we just don't have all that figured out right now.
And sorry, just my second question is on the announcement yesterday about General Terry Wolf. Can you tell me a little bit more about what his role will be and how will he interface with DOD?
I think that's a better question put to the National Security Council, because that's where Mr. Wolf will be working. But we are certainly as we have in the past and going forward, looking forward to making sure that the whole interagency, all of us that are involved in helping Ukraine, are continue to do that in an efficient, effective way, working collaboratively with one another as we have been, and we would certainly expect that will continue with Mr. Wolf in this new position.
In crafting the packages of assistance with
Again, I would refer you to the NSC to speak. This is a position that they've crafted here, and I think it's really more appropriate for them to speak to. What I can tell you is that as we have been, we're still going to work closely with the NSC. We're still going to work closely with the State Department. We're still going to do everything we can to get the kinds of capabilities and weapons and support to Ukraine, again, as fast as we can. So we look forward to the collaboration going forward. There has been great coordination in the past, but look, there's always room to improve and to streamline, and we look forward to doing that going forward. Yeah, Rio.
Thank you. UK Prime Minister Johnson visited India today and agreed to provide support for India's defense procurement. Is the US coordinating with the UK and other European allies to help India reduce reliance on Russia for defense procurement?
Without speaking for other nations, I mean, we certainly, you saw us talk to this issue last week at the 2+2 over at the State Department. We're always looking for ways to improve our defense partnership with India, and we certainly encourage other countries to do the same. We've been nothing but clear, as other countries have been, that we'd like to see any nations who are reliant on Russian systems not be so reliant on Russian systems. And so we welcome the UK's efforts here, and they're very much aligned with what we're doing. Yeah.
A separate question. Before Russia's invasion into Ukraine, some European countries deployed naval assets to the Indo-Pacific region along with the US to address the growing challenges posed by China. Are you concerned that the Russian invasion could reduce Europe's ability to allocate the military assets to Asia?
No. China remains the pacing challenge for the department, and even as we are bolstering NATO's eastern flank with our own capabilities, even as we are continuing to flow defense articles, weapons and systems to Ukraine, we still have a significant amount of effort and energy applied to the challenges in the Indo-Pacific, and other nations do too. We are a big enough military, we are powerful enough, we are spread out enough, we are organized well to be able to handle both the pacing challenge of China and what we have described in our national defense strategy as the acute threat that Russia poses. Matt.
Thanks, John. I want to check back in on Russia's nuclear posture. Has the U.S. at this point seen any indications that they have raised their alert level or readiness levels of their nuclear forces since Putin said indicated as much several months ago? And secondly, how confident are you that the U.S. would see signs of such an elevation?
We monitor this very, very closely every day. We would never boast that we have perfect visibility on everything that Russia does or decides to do with its posture, be that conventional or unconventional. But we monitor as best we can every day. And all I would say, Matt, is that we've seen nothing and have no reason right at this point to change our own nuclear deterrent posture. We're still comfortable and confident that we have an appropriate nuclear deterrent posture to defend the homeland as well as our allies and partners. Sylvie.
Thank you. I am going to ask, it's always the same question, but I still don't understand. With all the new weapons that the West has been giving and is going to give soon to the Ukrainians, the tanks, the artillery, everything, do you assess that the Ukraine military is now has now the capacity to completely push the Russians out of the country, not out of the new zones that they.
But that's where they are. So, I mean, they're in the east and they're in the south, and
so
that's really the only
push them out.
That's the only places that they are. I I think that's a question that only the Ukrainian armed forces can answer, not the United States military. What I can tell you is that we, in keeping and with another 30-plus nations, are doing everything we can to give them the tools that they need to defend themselves and to push the Russians out. I mean, but as for what their goals are on any given day, I mean, that's for them to speak to. And what their capabilities are in this part of the country or in that part of the country, that's something that they should speak to, not the United States military. What we're focused on is giving them the tools that they need to defend themselves and to defeat Russia's aggression. And that is done in an iterative conversation with them, which we have literally every day. And it's a conversation the Secretary is looking forward to having on Tuesday with other allies and partners when we're over in Germany as well, to make sure that what we're sending, and when I mean we, I mean the big we, not just the United States, but everybody, what we're sending is meeting their goals so that they can do that. But as for their capacity on any given day or in any given geographic area, that's really a better question put to them, not to the United States military. Yeah.
Hi, Elizabeth Fox. CISA had a warning earlier this week that the U.S. and other countries are under an increased cyber threat from Russia. Can you just speak to what the U.S. has done for itself since the Russian invasion to bolster its own cyber defenses and how it's helped Ukraine bolster theirs?
Yeah, I'm actually not going to be very satisfying here. We are mindful of the cyber threat that Russia poses every single day. And every single day from a variety of actors around the world, our cyber architecture gets attacked. We factor that in every day. And cyber resilience is not a static thing. You don't just finally achieve it and then can sit back. You've got to constantly modify your posture in cyberspace. And our experts at Cybercom are doing that, again, every day. I won't speak to specific attacks or specific protection measures that we have in place, but I can tell you we don't take it for granted, and it is something we're vigilant on every single day.
How big of a concern is it?
Very big concern. It has to be. We have seen what the Russians are capable of doing in cyberspace and what they, and what in many cases they want to achieve. Whether that's in malware, whether that's in hard cyber attacks, or whether it's in the spread of disinformation through social media in cyberspace in that way. They have proven that they have a certain agility in cyberspace. We want to make sure we're ahead of that, and we're working on it every day. Yeah. Bob?
Take you back to the Ramstein meeting again. When you described it, I think you said it was to talk about the long-term defense relationship with Ukraine, including post-war. I'm wondering whether you're alluding to, in some respect, security guarantees for Ukraine, or are you simply talking about defense equipment, weaponry, and so forth, and training?
It's really largely about modernizing and making sure their military is still potent and capable going forward. It's not about security guarantees. It's about their actual military posture.
You also used the term industrial base. I'm wondering if you're referring to the American industrial base?
No, I think what we want to have a discussion with is not just our industrial base here in the United States, but the industrial base of so many other nations and how they're faring. Like you've seen us bring in CEOs from our own defense industrial base as recently as last week to talk about production of various systems. And I think the Secretary is interested in hearing what other allies and partners are doing in that regard, or if they are.
Will there be representatives from other?
No, the invites are going out to ministers of defense and senior military leaders of these countries. Yeah.
Thank you, John. Given that almost all U.S. military intelligence assessments regarding Russian invasion of Ukraine are happening now on the ground, do you have any assessment on how long this war will continue, months or years? And secondly, will the Russians focus more on annexation of the east of Ukraine rather than focusing on invading the whole country? Yeah, you made statements that Russians will focus on Donbas region and east and south of the Ukraine, but Do you think that Russians have planned to annex this part like they did in 2015 to Crimea? Thank you.
I don't think anybody can predict how long this is going to go on. What we have said is because the Russians are now concentrating their efforts in a smaller geographic area, an area that they have been fighting with Ukrainian armed forces now for 8 years, and have been occupying illegally in many cases, we would expect that the fighting could be prolonged, I think is how we've described it. But I don't think we're able to put a fine point on that and give you a date on the calendar and say that's how long it's going to take. We don't anticipate that it's going to be over, in days, or even just coming weeks. We think it potentially could go longer than that. Nobody wants to see that. The truth is, and I'm sure you're tired of me saying this, but it could end today. It could end now if Mr. Putin pulled his forces out and stopped this illegal invasion and sat down in good faith with Mr. Zelensky. Clearly, he has no intention of doing that. I understand it, but it doesn't mean it shouldn't still be said. The war could be over now. And I'm sorry, you had another question about, their intentions. Look, I've said from the very beginning, we're not going to be able to get inside Mr. Putin's head perfectly and know exactly what his long-term objectives are, or even his medium-term objectives. It's clear to us that he wants to focus on the East and the South. Again, particularly in the East, an area of Ukraine that he has been fighting with Ukrainian forces over. Now, whether his intention is to try to gobble that up and then sit down at the negotiating table and say, okay, I won, this is what I wanted all along, don't pay any attention to what I said about Ukrainian sovereignty and the capital city and the Zelensky government, this is what I really wanted, and that's the leverage he wants at the table. We just don't know. Or would you want to gobble that up so that you can then use that as staging areas for further invasions more westerly into Ukraine and again try to threaten the capital city? We just don't know. What we do know is that they are focusing on the Donbass and the South. What we do know is that they are putting more enablers in there and they are adding more troops. Even over the last 24 hours, more troops have gone in. What we do know is that they are conducting offensive operations in the Donbass, and certainly they continue to bombard Mariupol. So that's what we know, and that's why we're focused on getting the Ukrainians the kinds of systems and capabilities that we believe, and more importantly, they believe, are going to be useful to them in that fight that's actually ongoing right now. Courtney.
Just one more on the meeting next week in Germany. So it's. I know you said that there's a focus on what Ukraine's going to need, near term, far term, and everything. But is it possible that this could also lead to changes in the?
All right, we've been listening in to Pentagon Press Secretary John Kirby there take questions from reporters in the briefing room today. Also previewing this meeting that's going to be taking place, I believe, April 26th at Ramstein Air Base in Germany with Secretary of Defense Austin and some of his counterparts in Europe, including other Ukrainian high-ranking officials as well, talking about the military aid that's coming their way, that is much needed, that they've been asking for, and still some items on their list that they still yet need. I'm Andrew Kraft. It's been a busy Friday, no doubt. We have a lot more stories left to get to on this Friday night. More where that came from in just a moment. When we come back, we'll be giving you kind of a primer about a major election happening this weekend, not here in the United States, but in Europe, in France. The French presidential elections, the second round of the runoff taking place on Sunday. We'll be speaking with French political experts about what to expect on that front in 2 minutes. And of course, all of Europe will be watching the French presidential elections happening this weekend. The face-off is set between President Macron and his challenger, Marine Le Pen. Joining me now to discuss the election is Simone Rodin-Benziken. She's the managing director of the American Jewish Committee, joining us live from Paris right now. Simone, thanks so much for being with us. And I think a lot of people are wondering, will Macron pull this off, or will Le Pen have an upset? That is very plausible. What say you?
Well, it's always difficult to make predictions, but I would say that at least in the polls right now, it seems that Emmanuel Macron, the current president, will win the elections. But of course, when you look back to other elections, including in the United States, when you look at Brexit, you never know. There is always a chance that despite relatively good polls these days, it seems that he's polling at around 56, 57, 58%, that there's still a chance that she could, at the end of the day, win. It very much depends on who is going to go and vote, if there's going to be a big abstention, if the people, in particular, the voters of Jean-Luc Mélenchon, the third up runner from the far left, they will actually decide to go and vote for him or her. So there's still a lot of uncertainty these days.
Yeah, of course. How do you think this compares to their first matchup back in 2017? Are you seeing similarities, or are the issue sets different? Is polling different from what it was in 2017?
I think the situation is slightly different. First of all, I would say that Marine Le Pen, who comes from the far right, who has inherited the party of her father, has managed over the years to convince voters that she's somehow normal, that she's not the far right anymore. So she's, I think, more and more seen as a normal candidate, representing to some extent the people. And so, yeah, it is slightly different. The issues are, of course, the same. The issue of immigration, the issue of Islamism. Of course, we have gone through 5 years, even more, of different crises. Of course, the Ukraine war, the COVID crisis, the Gilets jaunes, the yellow vests. But yeah, the situation is of course serious. There have been a number of crises, and we'll see who will prevail.
Yeah, of course, that was my next question. Has Marine Le Pen kind of moderated her views this time around? Because there was a really contentious televised debate between the two of them this week, where Macron really hammered her on her ties to Russia vis-a-vis Vladimir Putin, on her calls to kind of weaken the NATO alliance, to weaken the European Union. Do those, I guess, tenets of Le Pen's ideology still hold true to this day, or have they weakened a bit?
Well, she has moderated her position, in particular with relations to Russia. But it's a difficult one to defend. The reality is that Marine Le Pen, over the past decade, has had a very pro-Russian, pro-Putin stance. She has traveled to Russia several times. She has met with Vladimir Putin. She was one of the only French leaders who has recognized Crimea back in 2014. She has also, as Emmanuel Macron in the debate said very, very clearly, she has contracted a loan from a Russian bank. So actually Emmanuel Macron accused her of not interacting with Russia or with Vladimir Putin, but as he said, with his banker. So it's very difficult for her, obviously, to show support for Ukraine, to show support for Vladimir Zelensky. But nevertheless, I would say that it's probably not the only issue French voters will look for. Of course, the issue of the economy, the future of. There are many people, in particular lower middle class people, who are somewhat desperate, who feel that they are losing out in the world of globalization, who feel that the European Union is not delivering what they should be delivering in their everyday lives. And so to them, I think Marine Le Pen has definitely a certain appeal.
That's so interesting because a lot of issues that Americans are facing here at home are many of the same that the French people are facing: high gas prices, inflation, and so much more. But on that point, though, with the war in Ukraine, we have seen this coalescing of European support for the country of Ukraine, for Ukrainians, and especially in the West. If there is a Le Pen victory, I've been speaking to, political scientists and watchers of this in the West, who says that this could be a political earthquake if Le Pen wins, that could really throw a wrench into this alliance that has coalesced so strongly around Ukrainian war efforts. And so are you worried about that? Are the French people worried about that, that it could weaken the support for Ukraine if she wins?
There is definitely concern. I would say there's concern, I think, also from European allies. I don't know if you've seen, but something that doesn't happen very often. Foreign countries, foreign leaders have actually expressed support for Emmanuel Macron. There was an op-ed by the leader of Spain, Portugal, and Germany supporting Emmanuel Macron. There is absolutely fear that Marine Le Pen could be elected, and therefore it could substantially change Europe's position in support of Ukraine.
All right, Simone Rodin-Benzaken, thank you so much for offering that glimpse for Americans, especially into the French elections this weekend, and we'll be watching it alongside you. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much.
All right, hope you enjoyed that conversation there, and we'll have coverage of that this weekend. Remember, Live Now from Fox is live on Saturdays and Sundays, 7 a.m. Eastern to 7 p.m. Eastern with all the latest, because the news doesn't stop, not even on the weekends. We're going to take a quick commercial break. When we come back, though, we'll be getting into the saga and the battle between Walt Disney World and Florida Governor Ron DeSantis. DeSantis signing into law today a bill that would strip Disney of special status it has had in the state of Florida for the last 60 years. More on that in 2 minutes.
Florida Republican Governor Ron DeSantis in South Florida today, signing the Stop Woke Act into law, condemning critical race theory, and signing the anti-Disney bill, taking away its self-governing status. The stripping of its power was led by DeSantis after Disney vowed to fight in court the parental rights in education law, known by opponents as the Don't Say Gay law, which prohibits teachers from discussing sexual orientation and gender identity with children between kindergarten and third grade.
And I'm just thinking to myself, you're a corporation based in Burbank, California, and you're going to marshal your economic might to attack the parents of my state? We view that as a provocation, and we're going to fight back against that.
Still no public response from Disney, but President Biden has now weighed in, saying off camera, "I respect conservatives. There is nothing conservative about deciding you're going to throw Disney out of its present posture because Mickey Mouse should not be able to say, gay." Disney's Reedy Creek Improvement District was originally created in 1967 to bring Disney World to Florida and all the tourist and sales tax dollars. It works like a small government, managing all roads, permits, and emergency services. All of that will now have to be picked up by Osceola and Orange counties, where the mayor says this will be catastrophic for Orlando area taxpayers. Florida's fight is also creating interstate competition. Democratic Governor Jared Polis tweeting, "Florida's authoritarian socialist attacks on the private sector are driving businesses away. In Colorado, we don't meddle in affairs of companies like Disney or Twitter. Hey, Disney, we're ready for Mountain Disneyland." Disney critics also point out that the company is expanding operations in communist yet lucrative China, where homosexuality and gay themes in movies are officially frowned upon. In Miami, Phil Keating, Fox News.
Phil, thanks so much for that summary of what the issue is and how it's playing out there in the Sunshine State. Right now, though, we want to show for you some of the remarks from Florida Governor Ron DeSantis as he signed this piece of legislation into law today, flanked by supporters of it. Let's hear from Florida Governor DeSantis.
I just want to be clear, if it's okay. We have our great Congressman, Mario Diaz-Balart, is here with us. Mr. T. Willard Fair from the Urban League of Greater Miami is with us here today. Thank you. Our next Commissioner of Education in Florida, Senator Manny Diaz, is here. And we also have Senator Ileana Garcia is here. Is Anna Maria here? Okay. Anna Maria, are you here? Where is she here? Okay, I don't think Anna Maria's here. I do know we have representatives Alex Rizzo, Representative Fabricio Barrero. Thank you. We also have parents. We have from Broward County, Christine Chaparro, who's going to be saying a few words. Allie Legg from Hillsborough County is going to say a few words. We also have Keisha King from Duval County. Where is she at? Going to say a few words. We're here today because we believe in education, not indoctrination. We believe an important component of freedom in the state of Florida is the freedom from having oppressive ideologies imposed upon you without your consent, whether it be in the classroom or whether it be in the workplace, and we decided to do something about it. So the bill that we'll be signing here today provides substantive protections for both students and parents to ensure that the education they're receiving in Florida is consistent with the standards of the state of Florida. And those standards do not allow pernicious ideologies like critical race theory to be taught in our K through 12 schools. We are not going to use your tax dollars to teach our kids to hate this country or to hate each other. We believe that every single student matters, every single student counts. We are not going to categorize you based on your race. We are not going to tell some kindergartner that they're an oppressor based on their race and what may have happened 100 or 200 years ago. And we're not going to tell other kids that they're oppressed based on their race. Don't let anybody tell you that you can't succeed in this state. Everybody can succeed. And so we believe in having that true, solid education. I will point out, because you actually will hear people lie about what we're actually doing in the bill, and they'll say they don't want you to learn about history and all the key things. Just understand, in the state of Florida, it is required in Florida statutes to teach about all segments of American history. You have to teach about the Holocaust. You must teach about African American history. You teach about the institution and the abolition of slavery. You teach about the failure of the post-Civil War amendments to take hold and how you needed to fight for civil rights. We teach all of that because it's real history and it's important. But what we will not do is let people distort history to try to serve their current ideological goals. And we see this in examples like the New York Times' 1619 Project, where they teach that the American Revolution was fought to defend slavery, when in reality, you can read the pamphlets, you can look at the Boston Tea Party, you can see what they were upset about because they told us. They wrote it down, and they wrote a Declaration of Independence to fuel their fight for freedom. And so we have to be accurate, and we cannot allow ideologues to try to distort what has happened in this country's history. And so we will absolutely teach all aspects of history that are true. We will study, in particular, the contributions of both women and Hispanics to Florida and to the United States. We will teach about civics, character. We will also have mental health education. This is all very, very important, and we are really on the cutting edge. But what we will not allow is to be taught that members of one race, color, national origin, or sex are somehow morally superior. We are not going to teach that a person, simply by virtue of his or her race, color, national origin, or sex, is inherently racist, sexist, or oppressive. That's wrong. We are going to make sure a person's moral character or status as either privileged or oppressed is necessarily determined by his or her race, color, national origin, or sex. That is not allowed. That is wrong, and we are not going to teach that. We're also not going to teach that virtues such as merit, excellence, hard work, fairness, neutrality, objectivity, and colorblindness are somehow racist or sexist. They are not. Everybody can succeed. Everybody works hard. Everybody deserves fairness. And so we're going to stand by that. If you look, though, there's a lot of focus, understandably, on the schools, and we have seen examples of this ideology in the schools. And another thing that people will say is, there is no course called CRT in our K through 12 schools. And you know, that is actually true. That there are courses like that in law schools, which is really where it should stay. But what we are doing here is actually enumerating the principles of CRT being put into practice in a whole variety of subjects. So yes, we understand that's not just one course, it's an overall worldview that many people are trying to inject into our kids' education. And that is not a true education, that is indoctrination. So it's a significant issue, and parents are going to be able to have recourse if the school districts are not following Florida standards. But we also understand the bill that we're signing is called the Stop Woke Act. And the reason what it stands for, woke, is Stop Wrongs Against Our Kids and Employees Act. Because unfortunately, you've seen employees, mostly working for major Fortune 500 companies that get subjected to this same type of ideology in the guise of workforce training. Coca-Cola, for example, had their employees be urged to be, quote, less white as part of the company's diversity training. Google employee program claims that America is a system of white supremacy and that all Americans are, quote, raised to be racist. Walt Disney Corporation, of course, claimed that Walt Disney Corporation claimed that America was founded on, quote, systemic racism and encouraged employees to complete a, quote, white privilege checklist. Under this law, that is a violation of your civil rights. And so we will have substantive protections, not just for students and parents, but also employees, and we're proud of that. We also define in this bill individual freedom on the fundamental truth that all individuals are equal before the law and have inalienable rights. And all school instruction, instructional materials, and professional development must be consistent with those core principles that this nation was founded upon. Now, as a contrast to critical race theory, this bill requires the Department of Education in the state of Florida to develop a Stories of Inspiration curriculum to inspire students with stories from American history that embody the principles of freedom. You know, it was interesting. I think Senator Garcia showed someone, some partisan group was sending out flyers saying that because she voted for this, she didn't want people to learn about George Washington. And I'm thinking to myself, like, first of all, that's not in here, but if our kids learn nothing but George Washington's character, they could do a lot worse for an education. I mean, I'm just telling you. But we will have the stories of founding fathers like George Washington. You will see people like Frederick Douglass and see his journey, which is really a remarkable journey. You will see stories of people that stormed the beaches of Normandy to defend this country from Nazi tyranny. You will find stories of people who fought for this country against communism, both in the Soviet Union and, unfortunately, just 90 miles off our coast in communist Cuba. So freedom from indoctrination is a central tenet of what it means to be a free citizen in the free state of Florida, and we're proud to take action. You know, some people say, don't get involved in this, and what are we supposed to do? Just let these ideologies overtake our entire education system? We're not going to do that. We are going to fight for what's right, and we are going to make sure that everybody's got a fair shot to realize their dreams and make the most of their God-given talent. So I'm happy to be able to sign this here in a minute, but before we do that, we're going to hear from folks who help make this happen. And, you know, you can sit there and have all these great ideas as governor, but they don't go very far most of the time unless you have leaders in the legislature that share your vision. And when I talked about this and was able to discuss this with the President of the Senate, Wilton Simpson, you know, a lot of people would probably have wanted to just stay away from it. Why worry about it? Obviously, the media will lie about it. The left will lie about it. But, you know, Senator Simpson was 100% on board. He understood how important it was, and he was able to get this across the finish line, which is really a landmark piece of legislation. So, Senator, come on up.
Thank you, Governor. And obviously, the governor's done a great job of explaining this bill. And one other thing I would mention, and Senator Diaz had a big hand in this also, was last year we passed the largest parental choice bill in the history of the country. It's a very good bill. We've heard examples of students and workers being pushed to adopt viewpoints of employers, teachers, textbook authors. It has to stop. Discrimination of any kind is wrong. People are not inherently racist, sexist, or oppressive. One race is not superior to any other race. All people are created equal, and no school or workplace should force workers, students, to believe otherwise. Florida's workplaces and schools are areas where we can have healthy dialogues about race or diversity without losing sight that we are all unique individuals, and we weren't responsible for the sins of the past. Florida students should be able to learn about factual history facts in an environment that recognizes all individuals are created equal before the law and have unalienable rights. This bill protects these individual freedoms and prevents discrimination in public schools and the workplace while supporting factual education discussions for our students. And in the state of Florida, we have the best governor in the country making sure we do that. And I just want to say thank you for your leadership, Governor, all in the backdrop of a worldwide pandemic, and everybody should feel good about living in the free state of Florida. Thank you.
You know, our next speaker, sometimes people get involved in kind of public issues. They'll work for some of these think tanks, and they can spend a whole career and not really make an impact. I mean, unfortunately, that's just the case. Some of these things, these groups in D.C., it's honestly more of a grift that they raise money, they claim they're going to do, and then they never do anything. And so when you see folks that are in the policy space and the idea space, there's a lot of people that have done that and not had very much success. But, I think nobody was able to identify what was going on in these schools and these businesses more than our next speaker, Christopher Rufo. And he went headstrong into it, and he was able to raise awareness across the country about what was going on. And this, I think, this woke ideology, to me, it's cultural Marxism. I mean, if you look what they're doing, they're tearing down statues of Thomas Jefferson and Lincoln and taking George Washington's name off schools. That is what they want to do. There's a reason why they want to do it. They want to erase history and delegitimize our institutions and the founding of this country, and they want their woke ideology to be the foundational ideology of our country. This country would be destroyed if we ever let that happen. And so, but I think what he has done, has obviously helped fuel what we've done in Florida and other states. But the thing about it is, this was an ideology that was taking hold in a lot of elite institutions, the media, corporate America, the bureaucracy, the education establishment. It was not, most Americans don't want anything to do with this stuff. I mean, when you start telling people that men can get pregnant, I mean, give me a break. But that's what you're seeing around the country. They crowned the champion swimmer that was a guy that competed for three years as a man, then switches as a woman and wins the championship, and denied opportunities for these other women. So this is the mindset that we see. We see it in CRT, but we see it in these other things. But it has a big foothold in these elite institutions, and I think the danger for the society was they would just be able to shove this down everybody's throat without any opposition. Well, the fact that he has helped raise the alarm and educate people on this, he is equipping parents, he's equipping people in elected office to fight back. And today we do that. And so I give you Chris Rufo.
It's great to be with you, and it's great to be celebrating with the incredible free state of Florida. Yeah. I've been working hard for the past 2 years to expose critical race theory in the federal government, in the K-12 education system, and surprisingly enough, in America's Fortune 100 companies. And as the governor just said, many times those of us who work in journalism and policy and activism can go for long stretches with little impact. But there's people who have heeded the call, including many of the people in the audience today. These are parents who, after they come home from work, they're tired, they show up at that school board meeting to say, I don't want my kids segregated on the basis of race. I don't want my kids being told that they're either forever doomed to feel guilt and shame because of their skin color, or have no opportunity and no possibility of success in the United States. I look around this room, I see a room that looks a lot like the country. This isn't what the New York Times says it is. It's not certainly what the Washington Post says it is. We believe that this country, out of many, won. And critical race theory takes that American formula and turns it on its head. It says out of one, many. And we're going to pit people who look differently from each other against each other. I've reported in schools where, again, students are segregated on the basis of race. How many of you want that? I've reported on schools where they're teaching kids as young as 7 and 8 years old that if they're white, male, and heterosexual, they are fundamentally oppressive and they have to atone for the sin of their birth. How many of you want that? And how many of you, people who come from all over the world, racial minorities, including my own wife, my own children, would like to be told that this country is out to get you, wants to punish you, and wants to make sure that you have no possibility of success? How many of you want that? And so I think it's a great testament to not only the legislators in Florida, but the greatest governor in the country right now standing up to these people.
Okay, Florida Governor there, Ron DeSantis, with supporters kind of taking a victory lap here as they sign into law this anti-woke bill, also this other piece of legislation that strips Walt Disney World of special privileges it has enjoyed since the late 1960s in this Reedy Creek Improvement District that has essentially operates as kind of like a Vatican City within the state of Florida, if that metaphor makes sense. But it will be no longer. But it doesn't go into effect until next year. We're waiting to see how this plays out in the courts as well. Disney is going to be probably quite litigious and probably sicking their lobbyists on the Florida legislature there to see if they can stop this from going forward. Remember, this is all because of Disney's perceived support for some of these woke policies, these woke corporate policies that we've seen time and time again, especially when it comes to their business dealings with China. Also, the parental rights in education bill that they came out against. It's also known by its critics as the Don't Say Gay bill. So a lot happening in the Sunshine State. We're going to move on, though, on this Friday night. We have some other stories we want to bring to you still. One out of the state of Texas, sad news about a Texas National Guard member who is presumed to have drowned trying to save a migrant woman crossing the Rio Grande. We'll have more on that after the break. Welcome back here to Live Now from Fox on this Friday night. We learned today that a Texas National Guard member has gone missing while attempting to save a group of migrants in a river on the U.S.-Mexico border. The Texas Military Department says the soldier assigned to Operation Lone Star went missing during a mission-related incident in Eagle Pass, Texas. Despite earlier reports The TMD spokesperson says the soldier has not been found. The Texas Military Department, Texas DPS, and Border Patrol are working rapidly and searching the water to locate the soldier. The news comes as Border Patrol agents have expressed concerns over the influx of migrants at the border, a crisis that is expected to worsen when Title 42 is lifted next month. And of course, Fox News correspondent who covers all things immigration, Bill Malugin, has reported that the Texas Military Department says due to strong currents, search operations must cease for the night for that Texas National Guard soldier who is believed to have drowned there in Eagle Pass, Texas, while saving a migrant in the Rio Grande this morning. So if we get any more details on this story throughout the weekend, and we hope they do recover that soldier's body. I'm Andrew Kraft. Thanks so much for being with us. We're going to move on to some of these other stories, especially out of California. Fox 11 in Los Angeles puts together great segments on really these key button issues here, including mask mandates, wearing masks, especially on public transit. We know what happened with that judge's ruling in the state of Florida earlier this week, but the CDC wants the DOJ to appeal it. This has created so much confusion, especially in Los Angeles, where you have transit systems, specific locations, opting to still have those mask mandates enforced, while other areas of the county, of the city, do not. Here's Fox 11 special report in Los Angeles.
Fox 11 News special report.
And welcome everyone to this Fox 11 special report. Thanks for being with us. I'm Marla Tejas.
And I'm Alex Michelson. All right, just when you thought the masks were done, the rules about wearing masks are about to change again, but only in LA County.
Starting just after midnight, masks must be worn on commuter trains, subways, buses, taxis, and ride shares. That includes Uber and Lyft. The mandate also applies to transportation hubs such as Union Station and airports, including LAX and Burbank. Health Director Barbara Ferrer says this move aligns with the CDC's guidance to maintain the masking requirement on public transportation and the CDC's desire to overturn a federal judge's ruling to drop the mandate. Well, today I asked her about the confusion and that whiplash this causes.
I feel really sorry that it will create confusion and, as you noted, Marla, perhaps even the sense of whiplash, like who are we to believe, what are we to believe? But I think it's important to note that the CDC did not change their requirements.
They didn't change their requirements, Marla, but the law changed. I mean, we have a situation where a federal judge said that the CDC overstepped its bounds. That right now is the stated law of the land. The CDC said to the Department of Justice, we want you to challenge this in court. DOJ said, we're going to challenge it in court, but that challenge has not been heard yet.
No, it hasn't. And to be clear, this is about, does the CDC have the authority to do this, right? And so Health Director Barbara Ferrer, she was asked about the legality of all this, and this is her response to that.
There have been court cases over the last 2 years around CDC's authority, and it has been upheld every time that they do have authority, and we're grateful that they have authority to protect all of us. I mean, we do need a national system for public health, and that's CDC.
All right, Ferrer says this mask mandate will be reassessed when either one of these three things happens: when COVID-19 transmission in LA County drops from substantial to moderate, or when the CDC determines masking on public transportation is no longer necessary, or in 30 days, whichever occurs first.
Okay, Supervisor Catherine Barger, who we have on the show all the time, not happy with this. She sent us this statement, quote, "Today's decision defies consistency and common sense. Having different rules for public transit systems that routinely cross county lines is confusing at best, and the fact that this policy was announced only 3 days after the mandate was lifted nationwide only adds to that confusion. We're mistakenly creating an environment that chips away at the public's belief and confidence in our public safety policies. Blanket mandates are blunt tools, and should be reserved for times of imminent crisis. For now, we have passed that moment in time. Essentially, she's saying, look, this is so confusing and so all over the place and seems like it's not that big of a crisis when you're on a train, it goes from LA County to Orange County, and you can now take off your mask. You're in an Uber that goes from LA County to Ventura County, and you can take off your mask. Does that make sense?
Well, that's why Dr. Ferrer says that she's sorry about the confusion that this causes. Does it make sense? I don't know if I'm equipped to answer that. If I'm the one, I'm not a medical doctor. But let's talk about the numbers in COVID-19.
Yeah, where are we at right now? Because clearly Barger's saying we're not in a crisis.
Right, and we're averaging about 1,200 new daily cases in this county. In mid-March, we were about 600. But in January, we were regularly 40,000 new cases a day at the height of the Omicron surge. So 1,600 cases, the positivity rate hovers around just 2% in a county of more than 10 million. So right now, COVID-19, according to Ferrer, a substantial transmission. The way that we look at it, right, is that, okay, 1,200 cases, and this isn't to discount any of those cases, but the good news is hospitalizations and deaths, those are low, those remain stable and even declining. And that's what people worry about, right? If you get a cold, you recover. If you get COVID, you recover. We don't want people to end up in the hospital, and that is not happening right now.
Thanks to the fact that a lot of people have been vaccinated or have had COVID at this point. Which is why we're seeing some of that as well. I mean, just another hypothetical, if we actually follow through with what the county is saying we're supposed to do here, and maybe this is going to have a legal challenge against it. Essentially, you go to LAX, have to wear your mask inside the terminal, get on the plane, go up in the plane, take off the mask,
take it off,
land in another airport. Right. Nobody's wearing a mask.
Right. The other thing, though, is we had Susan Harrisuna out there getting a reaction from actual public transportation passengers. Most of them still wear the mask. That's what she found out there. And even a new AP poll shows the majority of those polled, 56%, I think it was, still want to have that mask mandate in place. They don't mind it. So, you know, while we may say that this isn't sensible, people seem to not mind. Some people. I know there's both sides, of course. Now, I did ask Dr. Ferrer today, is this a precursor for the general population having to bring back that indoor mask mandate, or even in schools? Is this a precursor for schools? And she said no.
All right. Well, we'll see. Let's bring in, expand this conversation now with Dr. Nina Shapiro from the UCLA School of Medicine. We can talk about sort of the medical reality of this. Dr. Nina, I think why it's confusing for a lot of people is the belief that if COVID is that bad and masks are that helpful, then wouldn't everybody want to do this? And the fact that everybody doesn't want to do this, does it take away credibility for those that do? Does that make sense?
Yes, I think that, as you said, you know, you're crossing these county lines. The virus doesn't know the difference between LA County, Ventura County, and Orange County. The virus doesn't know the difference between LAX in the terminal or on an airplane. So the consistent inconsistency on this is baffling. And I think that, you know, we're in a different place than we were a year ago or 2 years ago when it comes to protection and concerns and worries. We have so many more layers of prevention, and the virus is different now than it was initially, and Delta and Omicron 1. You know, BA2 is a new animal that we're dealing with, and I think people are really sort of chasing it as they go. I think that it's not, you know, it's nice that Barbara Ferrer apologized. It's not really her fault. You know, she's really, you know, the source of so much blame, but I think she is just doing, you know, sort of reacting to what, you know, she's hearing and what's supposed to be happening. Unfortunately, this was a 3-day swap, so it is really whiplash. But you know, I think we don't yet know what this is going to do. And as you said, Alex, it's completely inconsistent to be on a bus or a train or an Uber and cross a county line, and all of a sudden, somehow the virus doesn't exist,
or
it exists in one place.
Or the fact that right now, if you're in an Uber in LA County, you don't have to wear a mask, but in just a matter of 5 hours, you will have to wear a mask. So that doesn't make much sense. Alex posed the question, does this make sense? And I said, well, I'm not the one to ask. I mean, I could give my opinion, but I don't want to do that. So I want you, Dr. Nina, does this make sense?
You know, I think that the one difference where I would say it does make sense is that public transportation, buses, trains, taxis even don't have great ventilation, and it is a very, very congested environment. And same with, you know, an airport, as opposed to an airplane with very good ventilation, or other facilities with excellent ventilation and more spacing, offices, for example, schools even, for example, but packed into a bus where there's really no space, there's zero distance between people, and, you know, people are breathing on each other, coughing on each other. In that sort of thing, there is certainly logic to wearing a mask. The logic of flipping it in 3 days is terrible, because it really does send a very mixed message on people, you know, to people who are saying, well, what am I supposed to do? I'm trying to follow the guidelines, and you're switching this every few days. But the actual science of being in a congested area as opposed to a well-ventilated area, including airplanes. I think that airplanes should have masks, first of all, but an airplane has much better air circulation and ventilation than LAX.
Yeah, there really haven't been any outbreaks linked to actual airplanes. We do know that. All right, Dr. Nina, as always, we're appreciative. Thank you.
And the mask confusion does continue. Of course, the DOJ, the Biden administration, not seeking an emergency stay that would essentially put the federal mask mandate back in place. So we'll just have to follow this on the appellate level and see where it goes, which so many will be watching. We're going to hear again from Fox 11 in Los Angeles. They had an exclusive interview with the Secretary of Energy, Jennifer Granholm. Here's that conversation.
Welcome back. 8:44 right now. President Biden is spending Earth Day in Seattle, where he will sign an executive order aimed at protecting old-growth forests. That order will reportedly ask land managers to identify threats, including wildfires and climate change. While he is in Seattle, the president's energy secretary is here in Los Angeles. Not just here in Los Angeles. She's actually right here. Jennifer Granholm is here in studio to talk about Earth Day, climate change, clean energy, gas prices. We have a whole lot to talk to you about. We want to get right into it. But first of all, thanks for coming in. Really appreciate
happy to be
it.
Here. Thank you.
Why did you land here in the West for Earth Day?
Yeah, well, in fact, I've been doing a rural tour over the past week and a half. In fact, was in Nevada and Arizona at Salton Sea here.
That's a big issue.
Salton Sea is a huge issue, and I hope we can talk about that. And yesterday, I decided we were going to end it with the Los Angeles Clean Tech Incubator to talk about the next generation technologies that will help us electrify our transportation system. And today, I'm actually going to be in Santa Monica, because Santa Monica has been an example of a city that has really embraced green, a leading city.
You know, we talk so much about clean energy and all those sorts of things, and it's almost like we're pulling teeth to get people to go along with it. Conceptually, they understand, I think, the kinds of dangers that we're facing and things that are going on, but actually trying to put those things into practice, that's a little different. Are you finding that challenging?
Well, it's true, because people just want to turn on the light and have the light go on, right? They're not as focused on how the electricity, those electrons, get to their light bulbs. So this is why the technology side of things. So I'm head of the Department of Energy. We have 17 national labs that are all trying to figure out what are the technologies to make it easier for people to be able to not even have to think about, really, the fact that they're getting clean energy. Now, I will say, a lot of people really do care. A lot of people care about the planet.
Conceptually,
Yes. And the question is, how do you make it easy for them to not contribute to greenhouse gas
but
emissions?
Is it easy?
Well, it's easy through technology. Nothing is easy. But through technology, the solutions come much easier. So, for example, as we try to electrify our transportation system, that means we want to be able to make it easy, meaning cheaper, for people to buy electric vehicles. And part of the president's plan is to bring down the cost of those electric vehicles at the dealership. That's what he's asked Congress to do. And we're, at the Department of Energy, bringing down the cost of what's inside of the electric vehicle, which is the battery, the guts of that. And so through technology, we're doing that. And if that happened, and if you were able to charge it, which, you know, California is a leader on putting these charging stations in, then you would save so much money
because
you wouldn't have to fill it up at the
when
pump.
are we going to see that, Secretary? Because the fact of the matter is, for most, I would imagine, consumers here in the U.S., electric vehicles are simply unaffordable.
Yeah,
I mean,
totally. Completely get it. And that's why our goal is to bring down the cost of those quickly. And the best way to do that is to provide incentives at the dealership. So what the president has proposed is to bring down, he's asked Congress to give an incentive of about $10,000 to take that price off at the dealership to make, that would help. Right, gas-powered vehicles on par with, electric vehicles on par with gas-powered vehicles. And then through that bipartisan infrastructure law, we have $7 billion that we're distributing to the states. California's going to get $380 million to install more electric vehicle chargers, particularly in areas where they don't already exist. So urban areas where maybe there are poor populations who don't have a lot of electric vehicles yet, or rural areas where people don't have a lot of electric vehicles yet.
I think maybe, companies and more car companies are getting into making electric vehicles, which is great because they understand the significance and how a lot of consumers do want to, to switch to electric vehicles if they could afford them, if they can get rid of range anxiety and those kinds of things. Tesla, for instance, built an infrastructure of charging stations before they actually started selling tons of vehicles. And you can pretty much drive across the country if you have a Tesla without worrying about whether you're going to not be able to get from one destination to another.
Exactly. So what the president wants to do is to make that easy for everybody and to have charging stations available, especially fast charging, so that if you're driving across the country, you don't want to spend 2 hours waiting for your vehicle to charge. Or longer, right? And so you can charge it up just as quickly as the Tesla charging stations do, maybe in 15 minutes as you're sitting near a convenience store and you can go in and, grab something to eat.
Let's talk about gas prices because obviously people are very concerned about those. I mean, they have skyrocketed. We saw some relief over the last several weeks or so, and now they're going back up. And you have people who perhaps don't really quite understand
for sure
how these prices are determined. Help them understand that. And when might they see more relief?
So first of all, gas comes from oil. Oil is sold by the barrel on a global market. It's not sold just in the United States. So what we're paying in the United States, people around the world are paying the same amount. It's over $100 a barrel, about $110 a barrel. That's expensive. And why is that? Why did that go up? Well, it's because it's all about supply and demand. If you pull a bunch of supply off, Russia was a huge exporter of barrels of oil. All sorts of countries have said, we're not going to take Russian oil, including the United States. When that happens, the supply comes down, and that means your supply and demand are not matching. This is why the president in the United States, we have this massive strategic petroleum reserve, meaning barrels of oil that we have in storage. He's decided that he's going to release 1 million barrels per day for the next 6 months to try to stabilize that supply.
But let's be honest, there's only so much the president can really do because there's a world market out there, as you rightly pointed out. When might the American people actually see some real relief, and what is that going to take?
Yeah, first of all, you're right about this. The president has few tools. He's got a big one in that strategic petroleum reserve, and he's acted on it, 180 million barrels. But you are right. For example, if the EU, if the European Union decides that it too is going to ban Russian oil, that will cause prices around the globe to go up. And so the issue for us all is how do we get to stabilization and get back to normal? Well, you've got to increase production. This is not really what those of us who want to see climate change and electrification of vehicles and addressed. But we have to increase supply right now. And that's why the president has also called upon our oil and gas companies to increase supply while we're going through this crunch so that people are not hurting at the pump. And he's also trying, just another thing that he's doing that was just announced yesterday, is he's trying to help people bring down the price of fuel costs in their home as well. And so he signed another executive order, and with the bipartisan infrastructure law allows for weatherization, low-income home energy assistance program to be able to provide assistance for people, especially on the lower end of the income scale.
All right, we have about 10 seconds. I do want to get.
Sorry,
I do want to get.
much.
No, this is really great stuff because we need to talk about these things. But for coming in and talking to us about these really important subjects this morning.
You bet, Tony.
Appreciate
Thank you.
your presence. All right, we'll be right.
Okay, interesting conversation there about the environment, about the Biden administration's climate policies, about their energy policies on this Earth Day. We're at the top of the hour, 9 o'clock on the West Coast, midnight on the East Coast. We're going to continue, though, of course, because today is Earth Day, and my colleague Mackenzie Stasko spoke with a representative from NASA about what they're saying on this Earth Day and how the agency can better work to tell Americans more about what they're doing.
What is NASA's actual connection to Earth Day?
Yeah, you know, a lot of people think of NASA as looking out at all the stars, the other planets. But, you know, one of the most important studies that we do is understanding our own planet. It's the only planet that we know that can support life. So being able to study this gives us a lot of insight when we are looking at other planets. But most importantly, you know, the satellites that we have, a fleet of about 20 Earth-observing satellites, they give us actionable information on things like weather, precipitation, extreme heat, air pollution, fires. Those kinds of data have really helped us understand how the Earth functions as this very, you know, beautiful, complete, messy system. That's really, you know, underpinned Earth science. And, you know, it's fitting to celebrate some of that space-based perspective today during Earth Day.
And obviously, you know, as we mentioned, today is the 52nd Earth Day. What has been going on here on Earth, and what has NASA observed over the past decade and beyond?
Yeah, you know, the things that are special about satellites are being able to see that big perspective, being able to see the Earth from all these different vantage points and understand how it really functions, how interconnected all these variables are. But the other thing that you're mentioning is really, really important. The fact that now we've had some of these observations, you know, for decades. That's helped us track not just what the planet looks like, but how that you know, integrated view is changing over time. That's incredibly important when we're talking about climate change. So we're seeing changes in temperature. We're seeing temperature tick up steadily because of greenhouse gases trapping more heat. But we're also seeing the impacts of that and reverberate in lots of different ways. We're seeing melting ice, which is contributing to sea level rise. We're seeing changes in growing season, changes in the composition of our forests. Unfortunately, in lots of parts of the U.S., we're seeing increases in fire frequency and droughts. And in some other areas, we're seeing more intense storms. So those are some of the kinds of changes, those extremes that we're able to track really, really effectively with this fleet of satellites that we have.
And how does all of this Earth science related work that NASA does, how does it impact, say, our community here in the Southeast, the Northwest, the Southwest, and beyond?
Yeah, it's a good question. You know, satellites are very valuable for helping us understand the challenges that all of our communities are facing. So let's go through, you know, in the Southeast, one of the main concerns, extreme rainfall, storm surge from landfalling hurricanes. Satellites are telling us about the structure of those storms, sea level rise, and helping us to really get some advance warning when those storms are happening. In the Southwest and even the Pacific Northwest, we're very concerned about heat, about fires. In the Southwest, we're also particularly concerned about droughts. And those satellite data, again, are helping us understand, you know, a real integrated view. What are the groundwater and soil moisture changes? We can actually look below the Earth's surface to see that. How is a fire evolving? How is the fire perimeter changing? How is our smoke emissions being carried downwind? Satellites give us that full view so that we can track different hazards, you know, in different parts of the country and help serve all of those communities that need some assistance in being able to navigate a changing climate.
And I know NASA actually has a lot of Earth science missions coming up this year in 2020. Is there one specifically that you yourself are most excited about?
Yeah, we're always looking to innovate and view the world in new and different ways. And one that I'm particularly excited about is called TEMPO. TEMPO is going to be NASA's first geostationary air pollution mission. Right now, you know, we're lucky if we get observations of some really key air pollutants, maybe once or, you know, every day, every couple days. TEMPO is going to give us information hourly. That's going to be a game changer because it's going to allow us to understand better how pollution is affected by things like the daily cycles of traffic, things like the angle of the sun. That data is going to be really helpful for air quality managers across the country in understanding air pollution risks and being able to issue more effective warnings to protect their citizens.
And finally, as we celebrate this Earth Day 2020, I wanted to ask, where can people learn a little bit more about NASA's specific Earth Day activities?
Yeah, you can check us out on the web at nasa.gov/Earth Day. There's information about virtual celebrations. There's also a lot of great links. If you poke around, you can find some ways to access data. It's all free and publicly available. You can find data viewers to be able to look in more detail about some of the types of data sets that we've talked about.
All right, Dr. Leslie Ott, a NASA Earth scientist, of course, joining us virtually on this Earth Day. Thank you so much. We, of course, appreciate your insight into all of NASA's explorations here on our planet. So thank you.
Thank you very much for having us.
Okay, interesting conversation there about what NASA is doing as we move into the 2020s on the climate and so much more. I'm Andrew Kraft. We're going to take a quick commercial break. When we come back, we'll be showing you some of the events we've already shown you all throughout the day into these overnight hours. Welcome back here to Live Now from Fox. Of course, that was the photo of 23-year-old Raymond Spencer. Now police in D.C. Called him a suspect, but he was found dead in an apartment near the shooting scene of a self-inflicted gunshot wound. The investigation continues. He shot and injured 4 people in the nation's capital today in the Cleveland Park and Woodley Park areas in Washington. So we're not entirely sure if Raymond Spencer was affiliated with the Edmund Burke School there, that school that was put on lockdown. Many of the students had to shelter in place, and they were evacuated to the public library for their parents to come get them. But police, they found 6 other weapons in this person's apartment, Raymond Spencer's. They also found multiple caches of ammunition, rather. And we heard from the D.C. police chief that this was set up essentially like a sniper-style setup. We're going to hear the press conference from D.C. officials about this shooting that really shook a lot of people up today in Washington. We're also going to be hearing from so many others in the Pentagon, the State Department, President Biden today, in this overnight compilation of stories we put together. We're going to play overnight and throughout the weekend as well. Remember, we have live coverage starting Saturdays, 7 a.m. Eastern with our colleagues in Orlando, so you're not going to want to miss it. A lot in store over the weekend for all of us here in Phoenix. I'm Andrew Kraft. Hope you have a great weekend. I'll see you bright and early Monday.